Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV and opening call. I'm Jack Pelzer, joined by John, Mr. Charts Hoagland. It's Friday.
Oh, yeah. Dude. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. As you can tell, Eddie is out today, as are a few other folks on TopstepTV, because they are hard at work at support, getting through the queue. We appreciate what they're doing there. Hoag and I are left because we are both dum-dums that would be of no help anyway. So they put us in timeout over here. Hope all the nerds out there are not too hungover from Pi Day. It's also the Ides of March, so remember to pour one out for Julius Caesar. Transition time. Speaking of crossing the Rubicon, in the aftermath of the hottest CPI and PPI information from the last 2 days, traders, Hoag, are still expecting 3 rate cuts. Although the probability of a rate cut coming in June or before then has dropped from about 70% earlier in the week to below 60 today, 59.3%. 2-year yields are up to 4.7% from a low of 4.12 in mid-January. Someone's going to be very wrong here, I think. And Hoag, it's also Triple Witching Friday, so everyone be super careful.
Yes.
The former quad witching.
Yes. Good morning, Jack. Yeah, the Ides of March. Look out, right? Yeah, so rollover ends today for another 2.5 months, and I'm looking very much forward to having non-rollover markets back next week.
Indeed. Few final news items before we get to the numbers for today. Actually, just one big one. Hoag, did you see the Bears traded for Pro Bowl wide receiver Keenan Allen last night?
I did see that. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers is reportedly at the top of the vice presidential list for Robert Kennedy Jr., which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Right.
So, yeah, good luck with that. Packers fans, I'm sure, thrilled. Yeah, already mentioned that we have a slimmed down TopstepTV crew today, although we're being joined by RIPS, Anne-Marie, Isaac. It's going to be a ton of fun. We promise. And with that, Hoag, give us the numbers.
All right. Well, the economic numbers today, yes, again, it is triple/quad witching day. The New York Fed numbers came out today. It was the prior month was minus 2.4. They were looking for -7. It came out minus 20.9. Not really seeing that much reaction from most of these markets here just yet. Import prices came out as expected. Export prices came out about 0.6% higher than expected. We're looking at 8:15 for the industrial production number. We'll keep an eye on the clock and let you know when that one comes out during during our viewing of the charts. At 9 o'clock, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment due out. And as always on Fridays at noon, the Baker Hughes rig count for you crude oil traders. The VIX is down about 1.6 last I checked at 14.17. The dollar back up above 103 from yesterday's rout to the upside, 103.4, up slightly from the close from yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.3%, also up slightly from the close from yesterday. So happy Friday, everyone. We're going to be missing our good friend Eddie and a couple others here today. So we are going to have a fun, fact-filled, and profitable Friday for all of you. That is my hope. That is for sure. And, Jack, what else you got?
Not much as far as news. I just want to reiterate if because we've moved people to support today to try and get through these tickets in the chat, we'll respond when we can, but there's not going to be people there available to kind of answer any support questions you might have. We'll try and chime in when we can, but we'll do our best. Also, I think now is the time to throw out the tip of the day.
Yeah, let's do it.
Remember, the tip of the week is never risk more than you can afford to lose on a trade, any trade or multiple trades. Use stop loss orders to limit potential losses and diversify your portfolio to spread out risk. That's risk management.
Mm-hmm. And along with that, never risk more than you can afford. I also try and live by the rules. Never eat more than you can lift. Now, with risk management, there are periods of the week, periods of the market cycles that you might notice over time that you perform better or maybe not as well. Rollover for me has been a period when I perform probably not as well as I could or should. Expiration day is one of those days when I've performed the worst. So I'm going to be cautious today. Just knowing that is part of risk management. Know your times of the week, know your times of the day, and know your times of the market contract cycles that tend to speak better to you. That's all good part of risk management, folks.
What's the most you ever bench pressed, Hogue?
325 pounds.
No S.
Yes,
That's
in high school. That was in high school, and our weightlifting coach, he used to yell at me. He'd say, "Hogue, if you lost 10 pounds, you'd be a competitive weightlifter."
No, I was just curious with the don't eat more than you can lift. That'd be quite the meal you'd be having.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that quite anywhere near that now,
No. All right. Well, with that, might as well head to the charts because we got Rips coming in towards the end to give his views before we get started with fast markets today.
Yep. All right. Well, let's do it. And I've got a special treat for everybody. Who's that lady? That is my wife, Donna.
Lady.
Who's that lady? And tomorrow is our 28th wedding anniversary. Mr. Bill Phillips, I saw that you already congratulated us in the chat. I am so, I guess, grateful and impressed that you remembered that it is our wedding anniversary, 28 years tomorrow. We're going to have, isn't she a beauty? I just absolutely adore my wife, even after 28 years. She is a wonderful lady. Honey, happy anniversary. I love you very much. She's probably not watching right now, but I feel absolutely blessed that she is still with me for all these years. Yes, Jack.
I've met her several times. She's wonderful. And thank you to Bill Phillips for reminding Hogue of that.
Yeah.
Pulling up that picture real quick.
Yes. I got to run out and get a card today. I almost forgot. All right. All right. Always starting with the daily and the E-mini S&Ps. It is expiration day. Anything can happen. It's sounding like a broken record. Yes, upside structure remains intact. We, however, have an inside week created here. In other words, We haven't tested to last week's low or last week's high. Take a look on this weekly chart. When's the last time that happened in the S&Ps? Here's our inside week. Hmm. 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 It's been a long time since we've had an inside week. That's all I'm saying by groaning like that. And you know, I keep kind of belaboring the fact that we had a reversal pattern last Friday. We've yet to be able to take that out. Last week's high is going to be crucial for that, of course. This trend line, we've got several points of contact along this, going all the way back to here, wherever that was. And so, really, I mean, I think Rips was talking yesterday. He says, sometimes the expiration day can be wild and volatile, or it can be a storm in a teacup. And if we look at where the markets are opening, look at the inside week we've been putting together, I think there might be a good probability of that. We added 29,000 contracts in open interest yesterday, and there's about 454,000 contracts left to expire and settle in cash. If they don't get those done today, they're going to settle in cash. And a lot of contracts do that. Somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 contracts expire and settle in cash every rollover. So, what are we looking at in the 30-minute chart here? Let's get it scaled so we can see. All right, I want to go back and kind of review. I got to get a new mouse. This thing is messing me up. Thursday's range, Friday's range, opening in range, trading higher, closing lower. Key reversal pattern. We have not been able to take out that high just yet. Has anybody noticed a pattern for the last couple of days? This, I think, is a bit of a new pattern. We have the market opening, looking higher, barreling towards the lows at the end of the day, and then squeezing shorts back into the market or back out of those positions at the end of the day. It happened on Wednesday. Yesterday we opened, we broke, we tanked towards the end of the day, and then bang, all of those shorts started getting squeezed back to the upside. 2-day pattern doesn't really mean all that much. You can't make a quilt out of that, but it's just something that I noticed. So that late break saved by Delta. We've had negative Delta that really gave all those shorts an opportunity to get out. And boy, if they didn't get out quick down here, they were right back to where they were entering into those positions. Similar situation yesterday, opening, breaking, ranging, barreling to the downside on very deep negative Delta. And then we removed about 10 or 11,000 of that Delta on the pushback to the upside coming into the close. Andre yesterday had a very good trade using that Delta, looking at that low, saying, I'm buying a couple. And it traded right all the way back up to where do all roads lead? To VWAP.
VWAP.
And that's just about where he got out. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day, excess on both extremes. The market is opening with no overnight inventory, inside range and value, suggesting always to me to try and stay patient. We opened yesterday right at the high of value. We did take one little look above that opening range, and then, of course, the market continued to push to the downside. So I'm watching this trend line, which is a very long time frame trend line, for potential opportunities. It looks like it might line up very nicely with value low from yesterday. We did have a nice trap down below that. This trap down here, I'm sure, got a lot of momentum traders thinking, oh boy, we're going to go to the downside now. And it just ripped the cash right out of their pockets by the end of this session, coming all the way back to VWAP. Stay patient today, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday. It is quadruple witching. It's expiration. There's a lot of strange things that these markets can do on expiration and during rollover. Again, looking very much forward to the end of rollover. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. Let me get this daily up here. And again, we have an inside week. It was back in January in the NASDAQ, the last time we had an inside week. But really, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days in balance. This is an upside digestion market state. which might make it a little less probable if the market needs some sort of a pullback to even inventories. All of this gyration, all of this congestion here can do a really good job of evening out inventories. Don't forget, of course, that it's rollover, and that makes it very difficult to see if that's actually happening. Yesterday in the NASDAQ, we added 13,000 in open interest. Of course, all of that and more coming in the June contract. There's 90,000 contracts left in the March contract to roll or to expire and settle in cash. Excuse me, my goodness. All right, so range bound in medium time frame, upside longer time frame structure remains. Look at the 30-minute chart. Oops, sorry about that. There it is. 1 second. I am going to the doctor today. I'm going
Oh, for
to.
what?
I'm going to complain about this cold that I've had for the last month, and he likes to keep an eye on me. So I go every 3 to 6 months, and that's my 6 month checkup. So, all right, here is our key reversal pattern. Still haven't taken out that high in short time frame. The NASDAQ was a little bit to the upside, now a little bit to the downside. Lower highs, lower lows. Looking forward to a potential test down to this trend line. Overnight inventory, flat. Maybe a little bit short now, seeing these markets kind of continuing to push to the downside after those numbers. But opening in range, probably below value. No gaps, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and we're out of beer. All right. So we do have a similar pattern to the S&Ps. The market Wednesday opened, broke, rallied, broke, and then kind of came back, not as well as the S&Ps did. We're not seeing the same kind of delta in the NASDAQ. Market opened yesterday, broke, took that dive to the downside, and then recovered again very nicely in that last 30 minutes, back to almost VWAP. Just kind of pointing out that pattern because that's what we're looking for here in these charts is patterns.
And I know it's triple witching today, but the big show for the Nasdaq is going to be in a couple weeks with the quarterly options expirations on stocks. I think that's going to be some major fireworks given everything that's been going on with the Mag 7, et cetera, and the call volume being insane on that stock that we always mention. So look out then.
It's going to be another fun one there, right? Always something to look forward to in trading.
Rebalancing too. So look out.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Industrial production did come out here at 8:15 Central Time. They were looking for a flat number of 0.0. It came out 0.1. That's the month over month. The year over year for February came out minus 0.2%. The previous release was 0.03 positive. Take that for what it's worth. All right, so the profile yesterday is similar to the S&Ps. It's a normal variation, neutral day with excess on both ends. So that can give us some decent reference for some some possible areas to manage risk. There is that tip of the week again. Take a look at crude oil here. So crude is sitting up here looking to finish a strong upside weekly bar. Here's the daily. Excuse me 1 second. I'm having a little thing. Yes, I'm going to fire my doctor. No, it's not. It's not his fault. So, all right.
Malpractice.
Yeah. So yeah, we got a pretty decent week to the upside here. This is still trading the April contract on Topstep X. This when the market opened, the volume was greater. Monday, we'll be trading the May contract. I guarantee I can. Well, we can't guarantee anything, but I'm pretty sure we'll be trading the May contract on Monday. So it is. maintaining kind of a medium time frame upside structure. It's almost getting to a longer time frame upside structure since December low here. We've been putting up higher lows. We've been putting up higher highs. And the breakout yesterday kind of confirms that we're still in that kind of medium time frame upside structure. So we're going to monitor for continuation, which is a very subjective, very difficult thing to do. The weekly kickoff high, I think, is going to be very pivotal if it is approached today. I don't want to see, well, I actually do want to see prices below $80 a barrel. But if I'm looking for longs, I don't want to see much participation down below that level. So I'm kind of viewing that as a little bit pivotal today. The market has found a degree of support near last week's high, which is 80.67. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, let me get this scaled here. So yeah, we've got a pretty decent breakout. We never closed the gap from Tuesday to Wednesday, Wednesday to Thursday. We don't have a gap this morning. The market seems kind of content to maybe just kind of hang around up here and spend a little bit of time. And time spent at new levels marks acceptance of higher pricing. So we really, if we're going to be thinking long crude oil, we really want to hold that last week's high and certainly want to hold the weekly kickoff high of $80. Personally, I'd rather see this thing close today down around $65. But as a day trader, we have to be reasonable with those expectations, and that's not likely. I'm sure most of you would like to see crude oil at lower levels as well. All right, so the 30-minute chart here, the market rallied yesterday. It ended up being more of a normal variation, kind of neutral or extreme day, but it was a trend day for the most part. The market kind of pulled back to last week's high. It's been trying to hold that level. Okay, this kind of afternoon pullback low here in crude oil would be viewed as an area where I want to see the market hold above it if I'm long. If it gets too much below that, then then that may have to move me on to another hypothesis. 80.63 is that kind of a morning pullback low, but the market rallied, came all the way back down to that level, basically right back down to where VWAP, and continued its march to the upside. And the profile yesterday did leave a relatively weak high. There's no excess on the high yesterday. Probably going to be revisited at some point. We don't know when, we don't know how, but that lack of excess indicates an unfinished upside auction on the highs from yesterday's crude oil. Take a quick look now into gold, which is, if we take a look at this on the daily chart, let's do this. We did have that tremendous breakout rip to the upside. That's in your honor, RIPS. This rip to the upside last week. This week, it is just kind of digesting these new levels. And that's a good thing. If we saw a V top here, that would bring forth, of course, a deeper pullback. But the market is just kind of idling here, evening inventory this whole time. Looking at the area of balance, it's kind of a fourth day of balance right now. 21.95.50, 21.56.20, the high and the low of the area of balance that we're in. Look at the 30. Something interesting here. Why do I keep doing that?
We'll glance at it really quick because we do have someone in the wings.
Yes. So, all right, let me get this queued up here. So we've got two trend lines kind of enveloping price here. Come on, give me a break here, will you? All right, here we go. All right, so 1, 2, 3 points of contact. 1, 2, 3 points of contact. Kind of a pennant formation, right? Look what the market's doing now. It chested to the upper trend line. The tendency, if it doesn't break out, is to roll and check down to the lower trend line. The market is open. It's in range, in value. Try and stay patient. Look to those extremes, overnight high, and this trend line on the low for longer time frame trades, and be reasonable. See money, take money. Take your deep breath, folks. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace, and let's have a good trading day.
Well put, Hogue. Oh, look.
Hey.
It's still ringing.
Too much reverb.
Too much reverb. Oh, Rips. Welcome to our cathedral, or whatever that reverb was from.
It's very echoey in here. I can't believe it. It's a booming echo from that doorbell. My goodness, what a big room we're in. Hey, good morning to you, Mr. Hogue and Jack. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good morning, Rips. Good to see you. Always a pleasure.
How
what
are you
thinking
this morning? Any trades from either of you?
No.
Not yet. I got my hands full today.
Are you looking for longs or shorts? Any kind of leaning?
I'm me personally with that key reversal pattern. I've been looking for shorts in all the wrong places.
Goodness. Well, we did have some bearish order flow that we tapped into. We saw the same bearish order flow yesterday. We are technically down into this bullish order flow down here, and I would expect that we would see a little bit of a bounce to the upside. But if this market is going to continually bleed, take a look at the Mag 7 over here. We have Microsoft just off a cliff alongside Apple, and it's been a long time since we've actually seen that confluence and the confluence out of those names. I am looking, I mean, I hate to be chasing this, but this thing is just really rapidly unwinding here. This is like the market has already opened, but it's not even opened yet. Market is opening in less than 5 minutes here, 4.5 minutes. So I would be pretty surprised if we don't catch a little bit of a bounce before the market opens here. I did take a couple trades here this morning. I think 3 trades in total, 2 losers, 1 winner. I did trade it only in my combine so far. Haven't touched my XFAs or my live account. Currently sitting up in the profit, basically scratch about $80 here. So I do want to see whether or not we have any kind of clear inclination of, some actual movement today. Being triple witching Friday, we will potentially run into the chance that we may have a very tight and constrained session. But so far, it's not really looking like that. We could have literally a wide 200 handle range where we're bouncing up 150 points, going back down 50 points, up another 100 points. It could be crazy today. So just remember, triple witching, we got all of the expiries today. We have single stock options. We have the index options. We have the futures options. All of these are expiring today. The monthly contracts in the equities are expiring. So that's going to be a big deal. Names like NVIDIA, where we had a lot of push and pull into the options chain going into this wild ticker. We're going to see a lot of that unfolding. Also SMCI, which is being added to the S&P on Monday. We're going to see a lot of activity in that name over there. But in names like the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, we will potentially see a lot of shimmy and shake. I'm hoping for some nice continuation in some trades here, but you have to be careful. It's triple witching. It can get a little wild. John, what's your experience with triple witching? Back when you were trading, it was quad witching. We had single stock futures back in the day. So now that's why it's triple witching now versus quad witching. When you traded quad witching, what was your general take? Was that something you avoided? Is this something you look forward to? Tell the people.
Well, I was just telling them during the opening call, this is probably one of my lowest probability successful trading days is quadruple or triple witching. And kind of the whole time frame of rollover has always been a very much of a challenge to me. So typically on a day like today, quadruple/triple witching day, I'm going to be extremely cautious and careful. Not that I'm not already probably overly cautious, but it's looking like the market is getting a little bit out of balance here. We're kind of holding now below that trend line that we trapped a whole bunch of shorts into yesterday before that pop at the end of the day. And if we're going to be opening out of balance, I'm probably going to take the opening range trade and just see what happens. I think it's probably going to be worth the risk if it's not too wide, if it's not too big. Just going to start small.
Down here on my combine, I actually want to give this a little bit of room to breathe. We are 2.5 minutes to the open, but this thing is just going down like crazy. We are at the bottoming end of where the balance was yesterday. It sounds like we got somebody at the door here, or a couple people. Who are those hooligans outside?
Who let us in?
What's up, guys?
Andre coming in hot as usual. But
that stupid mic. Sorry.
It's okay.
Better.
What is up? What is up? Yeah, we got a little sell-off happening right now.
Not the market, apparently.
Yeah, we are breaking like hell right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is a wild move to the downside here.
Let's play some ball today. Triple witching, eh, Johnny?
Yep. Yes, it is. Yeah.
All right.
and,
You tell me that. You tell me what opening trade you like. Keep an eye on that.
I'm probably just going to take the opening range trade here because the market is, it is now responding to the information that has come out as we get closer to the regular trading hour open. We open out of range from yesterday.
Sweet.
It's gonna be worth the risk to take the opening range trade. I think. We don't know, but typically this is not one of my best trading days. Is expiration day.
It's gonna be a goofy day.
All right. So what levels do we have, Rips?
We're looking for 118 halves to the downside here. That's what I'm looking for the break. I want to see this holding below 47s. We are getting this nice flush down here. I'm up $2,000, so I'm probably going to cover most of this here.
There you go.
And
Okay,
cover all but 3 contracts.
10 seconds to the open.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah, opening's coming in 10 seconds here. So I'm all out but 1 contract here, Michael. So we realized $1,600 so so
Nice.
Oh, there you
And
go.
we're not even open yet.
out there.
Amazing.
There we go. Markets are open. Here comes
Let's
the
do it.
wildness.
Giddy up.
Wowzers. That
What
was
triggered this?
a
Just Empire?
40 handle whip to open us up there in the NQ.
Yeah,
Man,
yes,
man.
it was.
Holy smokes. So seeing if this is weak up towards these 75s.
75. Okay, we got 70% on the tilt. We got a pop
we do.
off your nice cover.
Right?
On
47s.
that one. Yeah, hell of a cover. 70%, 65%.
Which
Johnny,
way?
What's the opening range?
Opening range is still in progress right now. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ are still inside it. High of the opening range in the NASDAQ, Michael, is 18,174. Low of the opening range, 18,143. So, what is it, 174 to 143? Just took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ just now.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Still
short
hanging
again.
in
I'm
there.
looking for this to bleed.
That was a good short. That'll be a good
That was.
short. If it pops back up, give me 60s. Then I will look. Or John 74th. You know, Johnny came right up to that. 72.
Spoo's caught a bid. NASDAQ still selling off.
Yeah, now the S&P just broke out the top of the opening range.
Jesus. Yeah.
I hate it when that happens.
I'm adding in another lot short here, looking for these 20s. I want to see 20s to the downside, trading NQ. Some bidders are stepping up around these 40s, though.
75%
I
long.
want to see if we're
yes.
weak below 47 still. Adding again there for a flush into these 20s.
Nice.
NASDAQ short 57%, 53%.
Really? Interesting. Get a little lag from Rhythmic here. I want to see this break down to the downside here below these 30s.
Yeah, I got
Covering
a
one there. Yeah, not enough liquidity to break through yet. Covered 2.
Yeah, I'm out.
Andy.
I'm covering right there. So that's going to bring me up on the day. We were up $1,400. Now up $2,400.
Okay.
And that was
nice.
about $1,000 in our exit phase there off that little scoop down to those 20s.
S&P's rallying right now. NASDAQ not. Jesus.
You got your XFAs cooking. Cheese and rice.
They are. Just 2 of them, though. 2 of them. I like to rotate, you know. Don't want to put on the whole hog, so they say.
That's the whole hog.
Hold on.
I saw a lot of people in my community, at least, were getting into the fire drill, Michael, for Topstep X. A lot of new testers are going to be coming your way for that. Super excited about it.
Oh, no.
I saw 2 new features being added, the ping feature and the stop feature. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, there's no testing. We're all in. It's just a matter of slow rollout, just to manage issues or whatever. Last thing we want is a bunch of people on it and then complaining. So that's what they're doing there. All right, we're trading around the 40s. 18,140, 5104 in the S&P, 1840, 18,145, 47.
Back inside the opening range in the NASDAQ, which still remains the high of the session so far, Michael.
This big bounce from the S&P scaring me from taking another short in the NAS here. I hate when we don't have confluence like this, but I like NQ to the short side here. I'm just not taking it. I really do like NQ to the short side here.
Welcome to rollover.
We have a lot of unfinished business down towards 118 that I think we're going to discover pretty soon here.
All right. Well, I got short of one lot just to kind of go with you. With your
All right, let's fire up that house account too there.
Once it smooths out and there's anything there, now I don't like myself.
Definitely not now.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Good luck on your short, Michael.
Right here, right now.
No, I said good luck. Good luck on it.
Yes, it's right here, right now. 35s, 18-135. Not the greatest fill.
Sagar G, yes. TopStep X does have bracket orders. If you click on the little gear thing on the left side, it'll show you how to set them.
And I'm stopped. Okay.
It's tricky. This is going to be a big range right now. I mean, we're chopping 20, 30 handles in this range, trying to figure out what this initial balance is going to be. So that's why I'm hands off. I'm actually shocked that I'm already up $2,400 on 2 quick snap trades there. I didn't think I'd get paid that much on those. So very, very happy so far.
And we just opened up. You're already up $2,400. That just amazes me.
John, it does not amaze you. You've been in the industry since it started.
Yeah.
Since it started.
Since the first contract was ever traded, right?
But we couldn't trade before the open then, you just had to wait for that opening bell and then boom, everything goes.
Yep.
See, look at this. And now you're about to be right again, Michael. This is the type of opening range where it's like, you got to be, it's tough. It's very tough.
See money, take money.
Yep. It's tough. I still think we're going to sweep to the downside here. 118s are screaming my name here.
Man, look how thin it is in the S&Ps, John.
Oh, man, Google's starting to roll too. Microsoft. So here's the thing. Apple bounced heavily. Microsoft continued to bleed. Microsoft, very small bouncer, tickled above VWAP. Meta's rolling over. NVIDIA's rolling over here. It would be interesting to see if option buyers see these monthly contracts as a bargain at these prices, and that could cause a little up jump the boogie here in the indices. So that's where the caution flag comes out, and that's where I kind of let's take some patience away from the market for now.
Yeah, Rapper's Delight reference again.
Well done.
Oh man, yeah. This is I'm trying to look away from my book map right now because it's drawing me back into a trade, and I just don't want to do it.
What are you seeing?
There's a lot of firming up down here. I was thinking to the short side, but we're getting very firm here. And then I'm thinking about where option buyers might see this as a nice bargain, especially in Microsoft trading 5 points lower than where the opening overnight print was. So it's tough. I think that we could potentially see some longs getting paid here. I mean, what's the tilt right now on TopStep X?
What do we got here? 60% NASDAQ long, 58% ES long.
Yeah, still tough for me. I'm not taking any trades off this still.
All right.
I should just slam that locked out button right now.
No.
Already?
Smash it. No.
Hey,
all day. It's okay. So guys, just before everybody starts getting critical, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that. Remember, it has one thing that we need, being locked out. But we will get those 40s just filled.
Yep. Big time.
Wow, there's the 100 lot there.
Big time. Yeah. And now they're good golly, they're capping that off hard there. For somebody doesn't want those 40s to give. Somebody's really adamant about making that the new point of control here. I swear. That is crazy.
Oh yeah.
And it is the point of control.
Did they? Okay, there you go. It just moved. You're right. On that 100 lot. I missed that. Thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, watch the ladder. the dome, the dinghy, whatever you call it.
Here comes those 118s and traded right there. Wow.
There you go.
There it goes. So now we're going to be looking for these hundreds to test to the downside here. S&Ps gave up that little burst of volume to the top side. NVIDIA is rolling. Meta and Microsoft are really giving up bids here too. Very thin to the downside on Microsoft and Meta. Gosh, can we get a little bit of a bounce here back up to these 118s? That would be golden. Okay, a little bounce and not very heavy here. I'm going to try another short here. I want to risk basically 130s and add into this on a bounce up to 118s here. So watching
the
this.
S&Ps. Positive 2,300, Andre.
Positive?
Positive 2,300, 2,100, 2,000 now.
See if we can break these hundreds and targeting 97 halves to the downside here. I want to try to get on an ad.
Targeting 97 halves. You're only looking for
97
10
halves to the downside. 18,097 halves. Here we go.
Okay.
Drilling into those hundreds now.
Points.
Yeah, we should get a violent sell side here. Meta and Microsoft both drooping pretty hard.
John, 84 bid on 500. 84 bid on 500 there in the S&Ps.
Yeah, I see that. It's still pretty thin. I mean,
it's very thin.
Looking at this dome, I mean, it's all, 2 digits mostly.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, looking for the sweep down into these hundreds here.
I got no line of sight on anything.
It's all good. See, we'll wait it out.
It's
flush into the hundreds.
It's expiration day, Michael. There's no rush to get into anything, and certainly no rush to get into trouble.
So covered a little bit there.
This S&Ps just won't give up this opening range.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Here comes some still sellers. The what?
Well,
where's the opening range in the where's the opening range in the S&Ps?
92.5. That's 51.92.5 is the high of it, and 51.84 even is the low, which
is a 500 lot.
No covering. We're not breaking yet. I do want to look on adding onto a pop still to the short side because I do think that we can break those hundreds down into those 97s. So
who's getting chopped up? Throw a 911 in there. 911. Yeah. 911 here in the States is I got a problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to be extra scalpy here, but also trying to give a little bit of room to breathe. Seeing this back up to these 40s. Let's see if we reject these 40s again.
We got a bunch of 911s.
A lot of 911s.
A lot of 911s.
What's Tilt saying right now, by the way?
75% long. This is interesting. Where are we at? High of that range, John? What is it? 90 what?
Jerome Powell 911 in the chat.
92.5 is the high of the opening range. We have not taken out the low of the opening range yet. Where it's the opposite in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, the opening range is the dead ass high of the regular trading hour session, opposite for the S&Ps.
God bless it. I'm getting stopped out. What am I doing? Who cares?
There's time, man. Who cares? Come on.
Don't have that attitude, Michael.
John, why is it so thin?
Yeah. Like, who cares is in, man, like getting into a position right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Dilute the FOMO, Michael.
Patience.
I'm looking for these flush
do
into
these
20s. Can we break 20s here?
I put this on my forehead. It worked all of March.
Money in your pocket.
A little bit here.
Patience, guys. It's always good to have.
Beautiful push there. Below those 20s, covering the rest there. Whew. Nice recovery there. So 2,800 on the day now. Up, looks like $1,500 in my XFAs.
I mean, I'm just getting chopped.
RIPS carving it up right now, Michael.
Those 40s again, Michael. We got up to those 40s, and that was the area where we have the point of control. So if they're selling those 40s, you got to sell 40s with them. I just didn't want to hold on all the way to these hundreds down here. What's your stop? If we're selling 40s, we didn't get a print above 40s.
I know. I got stopped. I got stopped out at 36. Like, who the hell gets such a tight stop? Sell 28s, do 36s. I'm just trading for the sake of trading.
And for that, I should
crack this
stand.
What is that?
And then open up a Celsius.
There we go.
There we go. Now we're talking. Shotgun that thing, Michael.
Here's my Celsius.
Look at that 97 straight. There's your 97 halves. I was just early on the idea. Wrong timing. I should have held on for that.
God, this is one of those days, huh?
Little shake and fake pops. They get you out of your position.
Traps, all kinds of shit going on here.
All kinds of
72. Yeah. Throw a couple of those. Start beeping right when I talk right now.
I want a counter for each Celsius. Every stop.
Oh, goodness.
Celsius.
Oh my God. That was a great trade. I was short too. 28s. I would have risked. What did it go up to? Not even 40 on that last little push right there.
Yeah, I was shorting into those 40s there. Got a little bit aggressive. I should have held on for that break of 100s. I should have trusted my target 97 halves there. We're testing hundreds again here. A lot of red. Apple's not being congruent with it. Tesla's trying to find a bid today. Google's still very weak alongside Microsoft. I'm trying this again here, short. I want to give this enough room to breathe. Staying weak under hundreds, which is what I like to see. We have room down to 71 actually on this. We break these 90s. Looking for this break of 90s now. There's that snap below. Can we get that follow through? Watching for follow through now below 90s. We have a big bidder there stuffed under 90s. Just need to find the sell side to break through that. Get the congruent idea on the tape here.
I got a short with you. I got a short with
watching here, but, bouncing up towards hundreds. I want to see somebody aggressively selling hundreds here, because then I can add into that.
You want me to sell 100?
No.
Yes.
House account.
You want the house account to sell 100?
No, not yet. Hey, John, coming up to these 84s.
It's about to break here too into 85. It's just tough to trust this price action. Microsoft little bounce there. 85s give. Nice move down to those 85s. Covering 2, letting 1 run here. You have to be careful because, I mean, we tap into those 80s. It's like a 3-point bounce. There's those 80 flush, watching for that 71 pull. 71's our target, Michael. Watching here. There it is. Boom, covering. Nice. Great trade, Michael. Nice work.
Yeah, I got
so that puts us up 3,800 on the day there.
What'd you say?
Close position.
That's why we cover right there too. Look at that cover.
Wow.
Dude, I got long right. I got long right at your 71s. I covered. I'm down $40. I was down $1,100.
Damn, were you really?
Yeah. Who the hell does that out of the gate? Was it 15 minutes in the open?
So we're up about 2,500 in our XFAs now here for you, Michael.
Thank you. That was good.
Did you catch a little bit of that short, the little tickle to the downside there? We nailed our target 71s.
Yes, I got short till 94s covered in the 80s. And then you said 71s, and then it came down to 71s. What was the low? I think it was 71.
About 71.
Yeah.
70s.
70. So we'll call it 71. I didn't see 70 even print. I only saw 71. So we'll call it 71.
Well, I'm showing 70 evens, but sure. And then I got long a 3 lot at 72 and covered that at 87. So that means I'm down only $40 on the day. But I'm not reading it well. So this is where I know my patterns of behavior. I'll get this scratch day back. I'll get it back to break even on the day. And then I got to be very careful. I got to be patient.
You got to restart. You got to restart on the day.
Got to restart. Yep.
Wow, Sarah caught 1,500 on that short in one of their Topstep X accounts. Nice work there, Sarah D.
Nice.
Way to go.
Nice job.
Yeah, I'm hands off here. This is giving me a little whiplash. I don't know about you, Michael, but yeah.
We got to go. If you lock yourself out on Topstep X, put it in here. Hold on. The manual lockout on Topstep, it's great. Yeah, I know, Serena.
Yeah, people are digging that.
Yeah, what happens if I click that? I'm locked out for the day or what?
I don't know. The bat phone goes off and you got to put your cape on. I don't know.
Good answer.
You act like he owns the company or something.
Yeah, I know, man. Jeez.
I've known Andre for too long. No, Andre, I'm happy. You're coming out for my birthday skiing around the birthday time?
That's what I'm told.
My wife said there's some folks coming out.
Something together.
All right. 90s back up to 94s.
This is
locked out for the rest of the session.
Type of morning here.
Okay, JT, are you the only first one ever doing this? I'm going to manual.
No, look at this. American Pride 555 said made 250 on 2 accounts and locked myself out of them. Going to end on a positive Friday. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what?
Let's get it. We're eating lots.
You know what's badass about this? Yeah, you're locked out of each account. So you can go make money in that account, lock it out. Make money in that account, lock it out. Like this is what we have that nobody else has. And that's called, Mick would be on here. John said it for thousands of traders. It's called keep it in your pocket. There's no chance to anybody. It's like right now you just put it in a locked vault, because there's no way you can get it out. If I get it out, I mean lose that money that you've already locked in. Now, you probably sometimes might want to use this too on the downside. Don't always look at your DLL. Now, actually check that. There's a personal loss limit that you can set. Go to my screen. Personal loss limit that you can set. Where Personal daily loss limit right here. So if I set mine to look at the very, very top of my screen. See, it says 3,000 right next to the lockout button. Can you even see it, guys? You can't see it. Can you see it? With our shit on the top?
Yeah, with the stuff on the top, it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, we're going to have to
me
crop.
a moment.
There you go. See it.
All right. All right,
Jack to the rescue.
All right. So I only want to, my personal daily loss limit today, let's go 2,000. It's a Friday, and you could adjust this every day. It's a Friday. Do I want to lose all three? Have I been trading well? I've been trading okay, and I'm up for the last two weeks, so I don't want to make today a bad day. Triple witching, John said. All this stuff. Like, again, we are our product of free will. I said that yesterday. We make our own decisions. That's why we entered the world of trading, so nobody tells us what to do. I'm going to save this. Now, see what happens right here. See where it says 2,000. I'm going to make it so it's easier. I'm going to make it like 1875. Going once, going twice, boom. See this at the very top? Wow. Guess whose daily loss limit's 1875. And then if I'm up on the day, guess who's going to smash that manual lockout button? You guys find a better way to trade. I don't care. Find another indicator. I don't care. This is going to help me. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it helps you. And we already got people locking themselves out.
Yes,
it sounds like what the chat's saying. It sounds like it's only a benefit for everybody.
Sure is.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a shitty trailing intraday high water mark busted out on a profitable trade bullshit rule.
No.
But hey,
Andre, did you put
out? So you're 20. Today?
Is that what he's on top of right now?
No.
I'm gonna bring nicer. I'm okay. Nicer rants. Ranting is. What was that?
What was that?
Just locked one out. This is great. Okay, Jibo locked out.
Nice.
Who else? Come on, leave it alone. Come on, leave what alone, Ellen? We're just having fun. All right. Where's Eddie?
I miss his sounds when he's not here. This is the best.
All right.
There it is.
There you go, Johnny.
Is diligently working support right now with a few other people. So once again, we'll pin something, but in chat, we don't have our normal moderators. We are a lean crew today.
Just go wild.
Guys, you want to know why?
Just what's up, Michael?
You want to know why? Is because yesterday the team, we did a mandatory all hands on deck, which means if you had support experience, we need your help. And the reason why we need your help is because sometimes there's issues. Like we had issues at the beginning of this week, and somebody said something about reset, a rebuild, something like the resets didn't trigger. That did something. I don't know how many people got affected, but I know thousands. So now they got to help those folks out. So we did all hands on deck. So that's the sacrifice. And it is a sacrifice. Eddie doesn't. I mean, like he will go there, but I mean, like his skills are here. So he'll pick that up, just like we'll help support out. We want our response times low. I'm working on them to get our phones back on. We have always been the number one in support. Buck stops with me, so we hired 15 more people. They just started 2 weeks ago, I think, or a week ago, and we might have another wave. But the whole goal is to get those response times, to get you guys back in the markets. Hey, you have an issue. It's 7 a.m. Markets open up in an hour and a half. Blah blah blah. We got you. So we're trying. We're growing. We're growing pretty damn fast. So it's just like one of those that are like, okay, how do we maintain the same level of service, if not better? Concierge service is what they were talking about in Vegas. Support team for the funded level, and for the Topstep X, a prioritization of your support tickets or inquiries are prioritized within Topstep X. So, needless to say, we're working. Yes. There's your insider information on Topstep TV.
Best support.
David from Topstep. Thank you. David from Topstep deserves a promotion. I am writing that down.
Nice.
I am going to talk to I'm going to talk to his manager in a good way. And I'm going to say, Rich said this. Rich, that's really nice, because that'll make his day. I guarantee you. Because sometimes you see some of these support reps get beat up. I was there before. What the hell? You stopped me out to the tick. Yeah, we didn't stop you out. It's unsound. We're not moving real markets.
We all know that, Michael. That's what you do in your spare time. You go on other people's accounts, you take trades for them and stop them out.
It's so much fun. I mean,
whoa, Stop Hunters, baby. The Stop Hunters.
Hey, Stop Hunters is a finalist on the, I think the we're gonna have 10 teams that TopStep has on the TopStep Trading League. Like we're starting the Chicago Bears, the New England Patriots, the Sacramento Kings. You know, I know it's a different sport, but the point of the story is we're getting you guys and everybody else to help us with team names, and Stop Hunters is one of them. Lunatics is another. So we'll have more on this. These are finalists. They're not the final one. You guys will find out the final one before anybody.
Tilt on Topstep X is along the bottom. You'll see there it says tilt right there on the bottom.
What are we looking at for tilt numbers right now, Andre?
Real quick, 68% long NASDAQ, 50-50 ES, 56% long crude, 55% long gold. Little heavy to the long side in NASDAQ.
We came back off that bounce. We bounced 71s all the way up to 118 halves. Pretty crazy. Just level there.
Hey, Exotic Car, what's your first? Exotic Car, really quickly, what's your first and last initial? Caitlin, I'm going to let Caitlin know. You had a great time working with her. So if you have because I just want to go, hey, so-and-so. Don't give your name if you don't want it. I can go Exotic Car if that's what you told her in the thing. I want to make some of these support folks their day. They've been working overtime, like massive overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Around the clock. We got to give them some props. Every time we do these fire drills too, guys, it's just like, they're like, oh, thanks for the 4,000 people influx. We're like, well, I mean, like, okay, 83% NASDAQ, 83. What levels are up here?
Wowzers. Yeah, we have the point of control is kind of up in this area, the 40s. John and I were talking about that. The level above that, though, is 47.75. So if we slam through that point of control, that's where we should have a nice little backstop. I'm hands off. I haven't taken any trades here since we covered there near the DAL, as John likes to call it.
Okay, so 82%, but 70%, and then 82% in the NASDAQ. That's high.
High. Shoot, we do have I forgot about this. We do have the consumer sentiment coming out, I believe, in 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. The University of Michigan sentiment, consumer sentiment. Yeah,
I'm in a long.
Bob R.
For that.
Thank you for that, CJ.
Get in there, Johnny.
Bob R. Eric. I got Eric on the list too. Eric and I raced Eric. He was a second place winner in the time. God bless it. I was short. Look at that. So see, guys, 82%. It just sold off 20. It's just interesting. The tilt's interesting. Get Topstep X and you'll see the tilt in real time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was
should have got
Topstep X.
Forgot about the 9 o'clock number.
Yeah. Man, Michael, that was
yeah. Tilt's 100% updating.
It's real time,
really
right?
quickly, Andre.
There's no lag on that.
Yeah, really quick. Yeah, I got it 61, 60, and then I got a whole different screen that's not on Topstep X that watches the risk boards and everything like that too. Over here, and they're the same. Unless your feed's low, I got the same thing. 62% long, 61.66% long over here. We round up for you guys until X. We even go as far as rounding up to whole numbers for you guys.
Yeah, we do.
How about that?
2 minutes.
Is there any plans, Michael? I know that we've had some questions about this, and I know that you hinted at this. When we'll see three things: 100K accounts, 150K accounts, and static accounts in Topstep X. I know static accounts are in the back of the bus, but we're talking about 100K and 150K accounts.
I mean, RIPS, man. I just got you your lockout button. Like 1 week ahead.
I'm just trying to be the liaison between the community and the man, the man himself here.
Just getting pelted.
Yeah. All that comes out. All that comes out in April. And then we'll only be doing these. Yeah, we'll only be doing these ring-a-ding-ding discount promotion things that happen here. And I say ring because we have fun with it. We're gonna have fun with it. Fire drills, bell to bell club, all that kind of stuff. We're gonna have fun with it And we've actually had a couple like reviews, and people are like, well, you just want us to sit in there the whole time. Don't sit in here then. If you're just looking for a reset, you shouldn't be sitting in here. But if you're looking to get like a better trader, that's what we're trying to do here. So you can trade in your mom's basement and not talk to anybody, or you can jump in here and get a free reset if you go bell to bell. Who in here goes bell to bell?
Bell to bell, yo.
Me, Mike Wilson.
Bell.
Mike Wilson. We have one. We have one. We have James Hansen. We have one. Well, there we go. There we go. I'm sorry. I'm distracted.
Wow, look at that. Holy smokes.
Yes. I'm distracted. Everybody from trading, like, damn it. I go bell to bell, but I'm in a position.
What are you, short, Michael?
All right. Then. Yeah, no, it's very, very thin, guys.
Wow.
We got a number coming out. So
yeah, we do.
Hopefully, like, watch your position now.
20 seconds here. 20 seconds.
Do whatever. Yeah. Do whatever you need to do. Look at how many bell to bellers. So those are the people that will be getting rewarded this year. Yeah. Put in the time, you get the dime. I don't know, I made that up. But put in the time, you get the reset. Or you get.
Who was that?
Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Here comes the print. 76.5 is the read for.
Yep.
Most expected.
I think we lost
More
Rips.
than expected.
Here we are.
Hold on.
There you are. You're good.
Here he is.
83s, 92s. Whoa. That was a 30 handle pop right away. 83s, 20 handle, both threes.
So current conditions coming in a little bit cooler, 79.4 versus a 79.7 estimate. Expectations at 74.6 versus a 75.1 estimate. And consumer Michigan confidence, 76.5 versus a 77.1 estimate. 1 year inflation expectation, 3.0% coming in cooler, 0.10% cooler than the expectation of 3.1%, and in line for the 5 to 10 year inflation expectation of 2.9%. John, quick question for you. Is 2.9% higher or lower than the Fed's 2%? I'm not sure. I'm not good at math, but it's 2.9% higher or lower than what the Fed wants.
It's a little higher.
Okay.
Just a couple.
Because that's their 5 to 10 year outlook. My goodness. And we're still not budging on that.
But it's
just a bit outside.
Yeah, just a touch.
Transitory. It's transitory.
Oh,
right?
what a beautiful word.
Yeah. God, I remember they kept saying that. Just screaming it from the rooftops. Like,
yes,
okay,
they were. They were sticking to that until the very last day. John, it is super.
They always have words.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They always have something.
Look at that big pop up of those 118s again, and now we're sweeping below those 71s. Incredible price action this morning. I didn't take a lick of trades on that. Man, wow.
Popping. All right, we're below last. Yeah, we're below last week's low. Tilt is 70% short, 72% short. Last week's low is 18,075. I'm talking NASDAQ.
Looks like Amazon and Microsoft are driving this price action to the downside here. Apple is late to the party. Google is starting to roll over, and Nvidia is actually holding the lows of around 870 or so. 871 technically, but yeah.
18,050 is weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps.
In the NASDAQ, right?
In the NASDAQ, yeah. Pardon me.
I wish the S&Ps were trading that.
Yeah, right. Right. I mean,
John, 18,050s.
400 a lot, John, on the 79.5 bid.
Yep, I see it.
Wow.
It's trade.
Yeah, both of these, on it.
Boom filled.
Both of these markets in the same move are kind of breaking a long time trend line off the daily chart here. This could be a state changer. Yes.
I am. That's your weekly kickoff. And guys, weekly kickoff you can find in your email Mondays or Sunday nights. Is that the weekly kickoff from the email?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to play it, and I'm going to play it with a 10 lot in the house account.
Oh, geez. No, that's right.
Let's do it.
Nope, we're going to do it. And we're going to put a what?
It's a
20 handle stop.
It's a risk management tool. I mean, if you get a bounce off it, that could be a beauty.
Are you looking for longs or short, Michael?
Well, I'd be looking for longs on that one. But
that's what I figured. I don't know if that is the most prescient idea at this juncture.
All right, let's do it together. All right. So in the chat room, we have 18,050.
Oh, 50.
50. Weekly kickoff low. I see it on the daily levels. Can we drop the daily level? We're running on thin crew, but the daily levels link, it's in here, 18050. So you technically, you don't need to look at the email. You can just look at this, but do look at the email. There's good information on there every Sunday night. 18050. It's a weekly kickoff level. Deanna's called them scary good. I've played them and they're good. They don't always work because it's like, well, yeah, they don't always work because like you're like, what direction are you going to go on that one? Because they don't say support or resistance, because we don't say that, because you need to listen to what the market's telling you. So let's put a poll in there. I hope we have a poll person to help out.
Michael, I don't know about polls. I'm not sure about polls today.
Okay, well, it doesn't mean we're going to. Can we get should we get long or short the 18050 when market trades out? When the market trades 18050, should we get long or short a 10 lot?
Well, I would think you don't want to get short until it breaks out below it and then comes back to it.
Yeah. I'm actually going to take a short here on a Combine account myself, because I think that we actually have room down to 18,018. And I want to add, I'm going to move my stop higher here. I want to add on pops up to around 87 or so. So I'm just trading my Combine.
So now RIPS, the poll's getting in here. It's a Combine account, so it is what it is. So I'm going to switch to a house account.
There we go.
Put a
coming down. Here's these 50s. I think we're just going to snap these, to be honest.
And we're seeing, I need the poll. What's the poll thing? Andre, help me out.
I got you here. It's 259 votes. 61% say long. Say long at 1850. 18,050. Long.
All right, I got long at 10 lot. I got long at 10 lot at 56.
What's your TP?
All right, just
what?
Well, I know 20 handles
here for the break of 50s to the downside.
Oh, look at you. Fading.
I mean, Michael, this is what the tape's telling me. There's your break of 50s right there.
46. There's your 30.
Looking for an ad here on the pop back above 50s.
Well, my play is I'm going with the team here. You guys are long. It's 57% say go long.
Break below 50s now.
MP, you're long 10 NQ.
10 NQ in the house.
Looking for a cover right here. Boom, $1,200.
Second
profit.
heat. All right,
Michael.
There ain't a Michael. This is a chat room, guys. There we go. We're almost stopped out.
I would have loved to take the short with that house account.
Stay strong.
There's a stop. All right, guys, we did it. We tried.
So we're up 5K on the day now.
All right, I'm down 4 in the house.
Can we do another house trade? I mean, this has legs down to 18,000.
Yeah, we can do whatever. But I don't want to overtrade the house account. So let's be smart about this. Shot clock it.
Well, yeah, you want to.
Well, I mean, there might only be a window of opportunity that is short closing here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at this 100 lot that just came in here at the 30s. All right, so we got stopped out at 36. The low is 29. We would have not have taken that much heat on that. Okay, so the 50s, the lowest it came is 29. So they call that 30s. That's a 20 handle move. It's coming back up to test the 50s, and you're looking at what now, Rips?
Well, I mean, I was just reading chat. Somebody said that I've become super annoying lately. Is that because I'm winning or something?
No, stay focused, man. Stay focused. I need your head here.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll look. Hey, we'll look up that person's trade report here shortly. They'll have to prove
Michael's feisty today.
Well, if you call somebody out, all they're going to do is look up your trade report. If you're not trading at Topstep, then double beat it. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, we are popping back above these 60s. I wanted to see 71s starting to trade here. So let's see, 71s. I want to see 71s reject. I would start with a 2 lot in the house account if we reject 71s. I mean, we're not even trading them.
No.
So I'm short again here. I'm looking for a rejection under 71. I'm going to move my stop up to around 83. I want to add into a pop here towards 71. If we don't get that, if we get a fade, adding to that fade below 50, slow add there. And we're looking for this 40 to give now. Adding into that 40 pull, a little bit of hesitation into those 40s.
I got 43s.
Big heavy sellers here. Big heavy sellers coming in.
Yeah, I got 43s with you. So
43s,
just
like
the 3 lot. And then you liked the 71s though is a little nerve wracking if it does that. But if it's going to continue, it's going to continue.
Right. I want to see this burst through 30s because we have business down at 18 evens. So watching here for this break below 40s again. Some bidders are kind of offering some liquidity there down at these 40s, and I want to see this kind of spike right through those. So watching here above these 50s, can have my stop all the way up at 83. So I'm willing to take a little bit of heat on this. So adding thin. In that pop into the 60s here.
John, it's so thin, man.
It is so thin.
Super thin. There we go. Nice flush below 60s.
Reminding myself why I don't trade today.
I'm not trading yet. I haven't traded yet. We got some bids stacked here in S&Ps.
Watching for a flush below the 50s now. Try to cover about 4 lots on a flush below 50s.
Oh, you're looking to cover flush below 50s?
Yeah, on the ads. I have an ad above 60s there.
Damn, what'd you buy, Michael?
So watching again. For 60s to give. Watching here. Okay, there's 71s.
I'm getting hit on this one, Rips.
Wait for it.
Son of a mother.
Wait for these 71s.
Here come the buyers. You're right.
And
all right, I got short 71s. I'm short a total of 9 right here, around here.
Landshark, the bids are stacked.
I'm short with you here. Looking for these 71s to give. That might have been the DAL, as John calls it. But let's see. These 71s are weak. We want to be adding into this below 71. Okay, adding for this flush below 71 here. It's darting around this area. So let's see if we can actually get some business contracted below those 71s again. Just going to let this play out. And I got stopped out there. Bad timing.
Right.
Unreal.
Yeah, now it's going straight up.
Unreal.
Straight up to the moon there. Terrible trade by me.
That's fine. It's fine. We played the 50s. We played 2 things here. We played the 50s and we played chat, weekly kickoff and chat. Wanted to get long. You would have had to take
a lot of heat.
30 handles heat.
Yeah.
No, 20 something handles. And we're done.
Yeah, that was basically a 70 handle incorrect side of the trade there.
Yeah, there you go, guys. You could have taken and you too could have taken that trade. Now, I'm showing this because like we're talking trades. You guys got involved with it. With the 67% of folks wanted to get long. Nobody's crying over spilled milk right now, and we played a level. We played it with size because it's a house account. This isn't my account, so I'm going to fade MP. No. And you can do whatever you want in life. So go back to that too.
Yeah. Weekly kickoff low looks pretty good now.
It does.
Yeah, I'm
on a
I'm
20 handle push.
The short side.
Yeah,
here.
that was a lot of heat.
Yeah, I'm taking shorts again here. As long as we're weak below 90s, I still like this to the short side.
I'll take a 3 lot with you, but this is choppy trade.
It is choppy.
But
I think we get continuation here to the downside.
I'm short from 83s.
I'm short from 83 half in the S&Ps.
Okay.
But I've had
I like that, John.
I've had 3 shorts and I've lost on all of them. See, that's what I told you, Rips. I've been looking to the short side, but looking for shorts in all the wrong places.
It happens. It's all about trade location with futures.
100%. 100%. And this is kind of what I'm expecting today is if I trade, I'm going to limit the loss. I'm probably going to stop at 1,000 if I do lose that. And then I'm going to hit the stop button.
All right, let's see if we can get this flush continuing below the 90s here. We are seeing a little bit of bid stack into these 80s. So second attempt here. What's your average, Michael?
83, 84. 84.
Okay.
I'm on my personal right now. So yeah,
this is kind of the volume caller right here. So if we flush below these 80s, it should start to give, and we should see some business down these 70s again at 71 level.
Hey John, what's Delta ES?
There we go. Nice flush. Beautiful.
Oh, you're in trade
3,500 positive.
Thank you.
I want to let this one work all the way to 71 if we can. Yeah, that big bounce definitely left a lot of business behind, I'd say.
Oh.
And the bids have it.
Bids
have
have
back
it.
up to these 95s again.
Oh yeah, 95%.
Yeah.
I got evens. I got evens as my stop out.
Which one? Hundreds?
Yeah, 18 100s.
Yeah, there. I got stopped out too.
Okay.
Oh, back-to-back losing trades there.
It's not too arrogant, Trevor, unless you're talking to somebody else. This is talking about trade. It's 80% right now.
Yeah, it is. What happened last time was 80%.
All right, I'm back in.
Short.
I like it.
Short 100.
Never give up.
Never give up. Fight the good fight.
I'm still in
Never
short.
give up. You're still short, right?
Yeah.
I'm going straight off of tilt on this one.
What's tilt right now?
Straight off.
80% long.
There
Yes.
80%. Everybody's picking directions. The market's been whipsawing. I'm not the only one getting chopped. I'm thinking somebody else is getting chopped.
It's that
Which
woozy woo
means-
type of market, Michael.
Yeah, it's that
Oh, God. Oh,
98. I'm short of 6 lot from 98.
I hate being
Show
short.
me a little bit of a.
Sure. In this market, it's just been like that, though. It's
I
just
hate
really
being
been
short.
like you're getting smacked every single time you get short, unless it's basically on the opening print. We've been going infinite bid here.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Trying this again, below hundreds myself.
Yes, 80% long. NASDAQ 75% long.
Yes.
We were just fading the crap out of that tilt.
Trying to. Well, that's a good idea.
Andre, are you short?
I'm short. I hate being
Okay,
short.
so everybody here is short right now.
Oh,
We're all trying
fade
to fade
us.
tilt.
That's a bad news.
We're rallied. Back to VWAP. Son of a mother.
Maybe I just joined. Maybe I joined the Topstep tilt. Maybe I'm the odd man out here.
84%
Right?
short. Or 84% long. Both ES
I
and
know.
NASDAQ. Sell you another one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna join the crew here.
I just flipped and went long.
So is
It
this
just-
everyone make the
I'm
top
still
now?
short.
In just terrible trade location. This is an example of how not to trade, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my, yeah. I'm short. It's 83%. I'm going to play this tilt. I'm short 9 lots right now. Personally, 9 lots.
Wowzers!
And yeah, I understand. I understand what's going on. But let's see what happens on this world of trading in the NASDAQ. Give me a
John,
flush.
I think you just put
Give
in
me
the
a
highs,
flush.
by the way.
Yeah.
Of course I did.
Give me a flush. Give me
I
a
was with you
flush.
on that one.
Flush the NASDAQ.
Oh,
toilet.
we're talking to the markets now. You know it's real. We're talking to the markets.
No.
So 80% long. I don't think
And
there's-
it's building leg. It's building legs right here, Dre. I don't like that.
Is it?
I mean, it
Feels like
feels
we're
like if it hangs
Yeah, it
out
feels like-
here.
Uh,
Okay.
I think the longs just got rejected there.
Yeah, right
I
when
just
John
put
and
in
I
the
put in
high.
our buys up there, we pretty much top ticked it for everybody.
DAH.
Wow, this thing is just moving the P&L around.
Yeah, you're looking
Well,
at that.
especially with a
Quit
9
touching
lot on,
me.
that'll definitely do
That'll
it.
do it.
I'm trying to follow.
Better
Topstep,
hurry up and
but-
start. It's now it's growing legs right now. And now it's
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, I don't want to root against your position, Michael. I'm only trading a combine here, so who gives a flip?
77% long, 78% long NASDAQ.
And S&Ps.
Wonder if we actually get this range breakout. What's your average there, John?
100s.
51.90 quarter. That ass high.
100.
Wow, no kidding.
I'm so good at finding those. I should just do the opposite when I want to buy it. I should sell it. When I sell it, I should buy it.
Yeah, I have
Definitely today.
run into
Definitely
those
today.
strings of trades that happen like that.
Mm-hmm.
80%.
80%.
Still
hanging
80%
out.
long.
Yeah, it's hanging out.
It still feels good to be active. I mean, I have not been very active lately. Been sick, had things going on, but it feels good to even though it's a loss, just to be involved.
Hell yeah.
This is not a Top Step casino. Guys, get your head straight when you start trading.
Just a Top Step.
Cheese and rice. Man, welcome to the world of trading. Go play Fortnite.
Yeah, man. Whoa, he's feisty today. What a Friday.
I mean, just pop in. And it's not even, I'm not, you're probably totally cool. I'd have a beer with you. Just like, casino? No, we did a house account. We did the weekly kickoff. We talked about the level. We talked about what we were going to do. I even took your guys' input. Then you guys are playing with me. You know, like, I don't know. So,
yeah, baby.
And now this is part of my strategy when it comes super tilt. That tilt was gnarly.
Still is.
Yeah, I might actually get stopped out. I just got stopped out there trying the longs. So if that tells you anything, your short's probably getting paid right now.
Oh yeah, it is. Right. I'm gambling. I'm sitting here and the pit boss is saying calm down.
10,000.
I am confirming the lockout.
All right.
Nice.
What's the
damage?
damage?
Start unwind here. Sorry.
What's that? Oh,
what's the damage?
minus 1100.
I got out of all that. I'm down $200 on a very casino trade, according to one person. I'm not picking on you, whoever that was. I didn't catch your username. So now I'm back to scratch on the day. This is tough day to trade.
Won't go. I'm flat.
Back to scratch is good on a day like today.
Now, whoever that was that said gambling, don't take it personally. We're just trading. It's like being in the pit. You look at a guy and be like, all right. And then you probably go grab lunch with him afterwards.
It's called trambling. That's a good one. Somebody said it's called trambling.
We used to have fist fights and then go out for a drink after the close.
There you go. See? That's why we wanted to create TopstepTV too. We're like, there are trolls. And we can manage the trolls by doing a couple things. What you guys hear me say, well, share your trade reports. If you want to be put your brass on the table and say something, and put your brass on the brass, Andre. Like
I know, but
like
trade report thing.
Oh yeah, the trade report. Yeah, just put it on there. Just let us see it. If you're like and tell us that you're a live trader at Topstep. But if you tell me I got 20 accounts somewhere and I did a one lot and I'm distributing my downside. And if I make 200 on a one lot, that's $4,000. Well, if you lose 200 on a one lot, it's minus 4,000. So, needless to say, just please be transparent if you want to talk, if you want to troll. That's what we thought. We don't even, chat's actually great now. I'm talking about when we first started. We're like, how do we do this? But much love, no matter what. Hopefully, you guys feel the love. 75% long. It's growing.
It's just chilling though. It's not going one way or another. I got out. I flattened my short.
Yeah, this is we're chopping around. What is this? From 77 up to 112, basically. It's just a big little tight chop range here after we had that big rally off of John's 50s.
Nice average trader. Up a G and locked out.
Actually, good job. 30s, I guess. Flush 30s. Yeah, still Mag 7's looking kind of weak here. I mean, this is just going to continue chopping around in this area, but yeah, this is triple witching. This is what you're going to run into with triple witching here.
And I taught myself yet again not to trade today.
There you go.
Sideways. Anne-Marie will be on later today. Who is that? Gary BB. Anne-Marie's on later today. It is so thin in these S&Ps. I haven't seen it like this in a while.
Do you think that we'll end the day higher from here, Andre?
Yeah.
No question, right?
VWAP. We got to go back to VWAP at least once.
I mean, it's really not that far from where we are here.
It's not. It's completely reasonable. Oh, now we're selling. Bless it.
Big sellers coming in. But can we break this low range? This is kind of where we've been range bound for the time being.
Yep.
Gappers, do you know what gappers are? Found that out here in Colorado. It's the people that wear their goggles right here. Let's see where my hat's at. They wear their goggles right here, and there's a huge gap right here.
That's a thing.
And then there's gawkers, and those are the people that pull over, roll their window down, and look at a huge herd of elk, or go.
I'm one of those.
There's a rabbit. There's a rabbit up there in that their jungle of trees. They'll pull over, block traffic. It's kind of funny.
You got to live in the moment, Michael.
Yeah, you do. You do. I like that, Jack. You're a Teton guy. You go up to the Tetons.
I see he's in the Tetons.
That's a place to gawk.
I do. Yeah, it really is. Great place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to be range bound here between 85 and 112.
Yep. Now we're just
Market doesn't want to come out of this range yet. Yeah, stop down. So I'm down 1, 2, 3, 4 combines, but still up 2,500 my XFAs.
That's good risk management. I like it. Or good.
I'm only going to go risky on my combines. I don't want to. I don't want to actually.
I want to call
do those types of risky trades on the combines.
Well, that's what we talked to people about. I think it was even a part of like the email that you get once you get funded about like taking nice and slow and steady.
Mm-hmm.
I take it back. It's not what is probably risk management. It's good account management. And the lockout is going to be a good account management. It's going to help you. It's going to help you guys. There's account management too. John, Andre, what do you guys think when I say account management? What does that mean to you?
On a Friday, don't piss away your whole week. Pretty much, right? Yep. Capital preservation. To put it a little bit less bluntly, capital preservation. Yeah, don't blow up the account on a Friday. Account management. Yeah, you manage the account from week to week to week. Turns into months turn into years. But you're managing, not only managing trades, you're managing your account.
And we're tooling back up to these 118s here.
You know where we're going. You know where these S&Ps are going.
Yeah.
At least we didn't put in the dead ass high anymore.
Yeah, I mean that would have been a good trade to hold on to here. I might actually
86% long. I gotta. This is just bananas long.
My goodness. I'm
waiting. Hey, what's the level? What's the level up here in the 30s, 20 or 20s, 30s?
118 to 147 and 3/4. That's the levels that we have.
118 to 147. Oh man, it just went up to 24. Did a flush. Did a rip higher. It's trading 15s.
Value.
It's trying to. I don't know.
143.
143.
14143. That's value high and the low of the opening range.
You know what I learned on that 10 lot talking to you guys and the chat help? What's that? Maybe I'm going to ask chat next time too, because chat, you guys are going to be involved in some of these things. It does help because I wanted to get Rip's opinion, John's opinion, and then your opinion. And I guess in the end, I got to pull the trigger. 81%, 83% long. Everybody's getting long. If you're thinking about everybody's getting long here, that's probably everybody getting long in their personal account. Hypothesis is other people are taking the same positions, similar to this large data set, and they're holding these bids on a triple witching Friday.
Yeah, this is definitely been a chop zone, but we're absolutely holding bids here. We're coming down. We're finding buyers. It's going right back up. We're making new range highs and then coming back down, collecting more liquidity and sweeping up those highs. So yeah, it's definitely one of those sessions where it's more of like it's a market maker session where they're chopping up retail, but they're still going in a direction eventually after chopping up retail. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm probably not going to touch my live or XFAs for the remainder of the day.
Okay, thank you, Hilt, for working on that one. There's a lot of buyers that came in here. John, the weekly kickoff level, took 20 handles of heat. Now, those
are longer term levels. So if I'm going to take a trade against a weekly kickoff high or low, I trade small and I expand the risk.
Okay.
Because you got to give it a chance. Like everything's a zone, right? That was 21 handles of risk on that, 21 points of risk. That's about the limit that I would probably take in a trade in the NASDAQ. And I don't trade the NASDAQ, but if you're used to 10, 15 points of risk on a long-term level like that, you do have to kind of give them a little bit more space. So trade smaller, expand your stop. You know what your risk is going to be, but trading smaller, you can manage that risk better. And if it ends up holding, you can add to that on the way up. This is kind of a longer term level. It's not a scalp level. It's a more important longer term inflection level, which, if we took that heat and we were still in it, we'd be feeling pretty good about it right now.
Absolutely.
Yes, we would. All right. So is that a bad trade? Is that a bad trade? Is it a good trade? What would you classify this? Because it will help others know that, like, look, I got stopped out. I don't know where was that. Where was it? 1099. Hold on. 77s. Is that what it was? No, I'm way back. Hold on.
Well, the low was 18,029. So, it went 21 points through it, and then pretty much kind of whirled around in 36s. So you saved 7 points to the low, but now it's back higher.
36 is John really.
A lot of disagreement in price down here. A lot of big disagreement in price. And this is, we talked about this kind of at the top of the call, where we can have a nice, clean, sweeping move, and then it's like we'll be in this chop zone for hours and hours and hours, right?
Yep. Tilt heavy long
until we break out of these 118s cleanly, 118.50 in the NASI here. It's pretty likely we're just going to chop around in this zone, which is 85, basically 85 to 120, which is like 35 handles of range here. Which it was like perfectly dialed in to sweep out retail, because retail is usually not trading with a 40 point stop, 160 ticks. They're usually trading with 25 handles, 20 handles, 10 handles, 15 handles. So this really just sweeps out retail in these types of chop zones.
Remember that, guys. Yeah, remember that, guys. Think about your stop and what you can handle. We used to think about that in the pit. I know so-and-so at the bottom step had a shorter leash than the guy at the top step.
Stop hunters.
Top step in the trading stop hunters. Yeah, the guys in the trading pit on the top step were the biggest and best traders. Bottom step were newbies.
Yes, they had the least tenure in the pit.
Yeah.
We're just going to trade sideways now after all that.
Yeah, I think so. After all that drama, I think that the sideways trade is probably going to happen until, what I'd be looking for, again, for the breakout to the top side would be 118 halves, a big breakout of 118 halves and actually holding. So breaking out from 118 halves to about 27s, retesting 25s, and then going. Nice little blow and go. But every single time that we start to gather any kind of momentum, the bids immediately evaporate thin, and then we get some sellers coming in and it drops the price 5 handles in a jiffy. So it's just tough price action.
Very thin.
Extremely thin. Also, remember, we do have FOMC next week on Wednesday, and that's going to be a very volatile event. I love playing the afterglow of that on Thursdays, where it's going to be much, much better. And we'll have a much cleaner trade come Thursday, where we'll be able to trade the afterglow of the print. We have all of the answers to Jerome Powell's questions from the Q&A. It's going to be a pretty clear picture. We're going to have all the analysts with their targets out. Goldman probably out with something less than 7 rate cuts this time around for the new SEP dot plot that's coming out. So a lot of good trades on the horizon. If today's difficult for you and you haven't locked up, or if you're trying to get chopped up here, perhaps think about locking it up for the day, knowing that there's better sessions on the horizon. Point of control did get moved here to 110, by the way. I think we were at 40s before, so it did drop down, I believe. Yeah, drop down from up in the 40s.
Volume point of control. I'm seeing volume point of control on my profiles at 18,095.
Okay, mine's at 110, and mine I think is reset at 8:30 Eastern.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
TPO
sure.
is at 110.
Gotcha.
Or at 100.
Wow.
Gotcha.
101. 101.
How many people think there's a big drop coming? Justin Davis just said big drop coming. Let's pull it. From 18,100 in the NASDAQ. 18,100, you have no edge right now, but by the time the poll gets up, you might have an edge, meaning poll city.
Yeah, we're working on the poll. It's a little. How important is that poll to you right now, Michael?
It's not. It's not terribly important. No, just like I'm reading it now. No, yes. I'll do the math. I'm thinking long. I'm thinking range. I'm thinking very soon drop. I'm thinking rally. Drop in 10 seconds. Reversal. Come on. We're all over the place, guys. Just take that.
Which kind of matches the current price action, by the way, right?
Yup.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to trade any XFAs for the rest of the session. No chance. I do like too the fact that the live account is on a different login, so I have to actually log out of my XFAs and combines to go into that live account. That keeps me from doing knuckleheaded stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Is that what do you trade on? What do you trade? What platform do you trade on?
Ninja Trader myself.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that go out and go in, that does help.
Yeah, the only time it kind of bites you in the behind is when it's like the market's moving in a congruent direction. It's super solid, and it takes like 20 seconds to switch out of the Combine XFA account into that live account. So,
JT locked themselves out. Awesome. I think it is. If you say locked it up, locked it up. That's kind of cool. Locked it up.
You didn't like lock it out?
Locked it up. That's
kind of buyers.
Yeah. Look at that. Wow. Who called buyers in the chat? Whoever, Richard Harris was calling for buyers.
Sure did.
Nice. Good call, gentlemen.
What's a 40 level? We got 85%. I'm going to get short of one lot if it goes above 40s.
Took one to VWAP, man.
It's crazy.
If it goes to VWAP, I'm getting short on my paper trading as well. I paper traded yesterday, guys.
I remember incredible paper trading by you, Michael. Incredible.
It was quite the paper trade.
Some of the best trading I've seen all season.
That was some good stuff.
RIPS, I can tell when you're joking.
I'm being dead serious over here.
Although it was great trading. You're right. I got short of one lot at 42s. I'll take this one.
All right.
I'll take another one on. I got short from right here, the 39's average. I got short one more, 38 average.
So if
it's going to stay below 40, we're going to
do a little bit of traffic. So
all right.
Yeah.
I don't hate the short, but I feel like this is just gonna we're just gonna find a way to get up to that VWAP somehow, right, Andre?
Yep. Oh yeah, all roads, baby. I haven't seen George in the chat in a minute. George, if you're out there, say what's up. But you know the drill, George. Hands off, man. I took that one short.
It just feels like we're just gonna continue going skyward for the entire session here. Yep. It really does give me that feeling.
Sellers get exhausted.
They can't hold the good market down, can they?
No. What's that, boiler room?
I think it's on page 63 of the Market Maker's Handbook.
What's up with this flush up? 85%. And we're at the 40 level. And there's 100 lot. All
right, here we go.
Yeah, it's just eating.
All right, I'm short 5 from 41. That was our level. Tilt's all there. 100 lot was just there.
Through the 50s, like nobody's business here.
Heat.
This thing is just screaming.
The VWAP.
Screaming Willie Beeman here.
Hit VWAP, I'll get short.
Tagging the VWAP. You think we're going to bust through the VWAP or we're going to reverse?
I think we'll
If
reverse
it busts through.
Bust through, let's look up
bust
above.
through. Yeah.
Do market makers get
If it gets a little,
I don't know, Douglas.
I
like that question. I've never heard that question before.
Question.
That got me. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking to pull a trade, and I see that question out of the corner of my eye.
Little flush there at VWAP.
Yeah. Never got to that. Yeah.
Is it enough to hold the market down, though?
Good question.
get below 40s. Get below 40s. That's just what you got. Till you got that 100 lot. You got a lot of players that played these 40s.
That is true. Those 41s were a very big level.
80s. That's bananas, dude. 80%. You had the 100 lot. You had your guys' 40s. What was the 40s on again? What value area?
Yeah, we had the point of control, volume point of control at those 40s. So we had a lot of traffic at those areas. So if they start to sell these 40s, it could bring us to the downside here, which is kind of what's happening.
I'll cover
here.
2 of them. Cover 2. Keep the other one on.
Nice trade, Michael.
Okay. Well, no, I haven't. I covered 1. There's 2. Cancel. Just want to I want to put myself into 3. Still short 3.
What's your target?
Careful.
20 handles at least.
30s are holding right now. I'm gonna actually try a
30s
long
are
here.
holding. No.
I'm just watching the tape. I might get some congruent price action above the 50s here.
Let's save some clearing fees. I'll just buy it from you right now.
Son of a mo. Yeah.
All
right, another push.
All right, I'm short of 1 lot. All right, I am going to cover. No, I'm not, because I always cover a little early. I got a 1 lot on. I'm up 400 on the day. You got an unrealized 200 up.
I'm long from 30s here, looking for this 40 pull.
Yeah.
All right, here's VWAP. Here's VWAP in S&Ps. Downtrending
Let's see if we bust through it.
All right, go to VWAP. I don't give a. I covered. I'm up 500.
Look at you battling back.
No. Oh, yeah. On my personal account.
These 47s.
I'm down 11.
I was down 1,100 on personal. Yeah. And the house account we took together. This is a we thing.
We, huh?
I execute. What are you going to do? You look at the guy who execute. You're going to look at the guy who executes on the gauntlet and be like, okay, you're the one, not us. We just voted for him today. You know, like.
Yeah, I'm throwing you under the bus.
He's got to pull the trigger. It's not there.
Sellers coming in at these 30s. Let's see if we can stack some bids at these 30s.
I guess, yep.
For a potential.
We played the house account. If you guys, you talk about the 30s while you're talking about that, but if you guys want to look at the 5-minute chart here.
What do you got?
I mean, we were right, but we were wrong. I mean, look at right here. Can you look at mine? Yeah. All right,
50s?
I'm going to Judd Madden this. All right. So
let's
here we got long right around. Hold on. How do I get back out of this?
Uh-oh.
Control something.
The fastest 2 minutes in trading coming up.
Okay, here you go. This is where we got long, a 10 lot. Weekly kickoff level. Weekly kickoff. Comes in your email all the time. So we did it right here. I'm not going to be one of those influencers like, this is where we got long. And then as anybody knows, you have a downside that you can risk. And that's the trader in you, is figuring out what downside you can risk and what the market's telling you and all that stuff. So we risked a hard 20 handle, 20 handles on a 10 lots, $4,000. We'll switch back to this account. Here you go. So you see I'm down 9. So we lost 4 on this by getting stopped right here, stopped out. Then we got back in, I think right around here, because it stayed. John, you talked about it retesting, but really how much of a retest of the 20 handle move through it to come back up. So all in all, we were right, but we were wrong. That's the tough part about trading that you have to swallow.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of tough pills to swallow sometimes in trading. Isn't
Money
there?
being yeah.
So I did take that trade in my XFA, and it did end up working out. So I'm negative in all of my combines, but we are nice and green in our XFAs today, which is what a beautiful thing that is.
I mean, that's how you play ball. That's good. Again, nice account management.
Here's the look that we have right now. Wow, we're up 4,500 realized right now in our XFAs. Goodness.
Well done.
Nice. Very nice.
Real quick, oil's been in the 80-cent range all day today. Sorry we haven't given much love or attention to oil, but was it Michael Lawrence here in the chat just reminded us 80-cent range in oil today, terrible. It's not good. Oil or gold, $17 range today. So those went to sleep. The action has been the equity so far. We are coming up to VWAP here in the S&Ps. We'll see if we can bust through. A running start, as Michael likes to call it sometimes. But yes.
Travis, Travis, you're dead right. Good trade, bad execution. Entry points are the most important because it's going to affect your risk and it's going to put you in the money right away. It's just like anybody can get in and be right at certain points, but how much heat did you take? So, good trade, bad execution. And then we could have let those 50s play out. We could have
placement.
Bad
Trade
placement. We didn't have to go all in on a full pork, if you want to call it
pulled pork
sandwich.
Pulled pork.
I miss pulled pork.
We could have gone 2-2-2. Yeah, 2-2-2. Johnny, you talked about zones. Technically, that was a zone. I'm not talking this trade into being like totally right, but I mean that's exactly it. 20 handles range from where the weekly kickoff level that you put in the email. So Johnny, it's 100 points higher from that. Look at that, almost.
Yeah, we're pushing up into these 50s. I might actually just cover here and be done with it, since it's brutal. We've been touching into this area and kind of rejecting. We're just not busting through. Again, we might just run into a little chop zone here. So I'm actually considering to cover here.
What are you long right now?
Yeah, we're long from 33. And I'm covering. There we go. All out. Fresh out. There we go. Done deal. So that's great. So on our XFAs today, what are we at here? Have to see here. 5,000, 4,800, 4,800 bucks there on our XFAs. Nice.
Lock it up. You want to lock it up?
Yeah, I'm done. You know what? I'm done. That's good. $5,000 on my XFAs, real money. I can't complain about that. That'll at least cover the fees of the 4 combines I blew. Right?
There you go. and you can't lock it up over that platform. And those
that's the one downside. If I was on TopStep X, I could absolutely lock it up. But yeah, I'm done here. That was fun.
Yeah. All right, so lock it up. Who's locked it up already? Lock it up.
I knew you were going there. I knew you were going to go there with that chant.
Well, you got to type it out every time.
I saw it coming, dude, from a mile away. I was bringing it
lock it up.
Really blow 4 combines. Yeah, I hit max loss on 4 combines in that. In that crazy, we were trying to short. So yeah, I blew 4. Well, I didn't actually blow them because they all had positive balances, but I did max daily loss on 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. So yeah. So just daily loss limit on all of those. Didn't actually blow them. So I guess I'm actually not out any money.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Nice
trading, Rips.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
Nice
Again,
levels, John.
if we're up 5K in the XFAs, that's what matters, right? If we're taking good trades where it actually matters, hey, I'm all for it. I have like 18 past combines waiting in the wings for me too, so it's like, hey, it's okay if we blow 4.
Well, just because you get a bunch of candy doesn't mean you eat it all at once, Rips.
Yeah, I agree. You might end up with a sugar high and a sweet tooth.
There you go.
Yeah. And a tummy ache. So now
and a cavity, Michael.
There's a lot of and a cavity, yeah. So
go on.
And your complexion look horrible, and all this stuff's gonna happen when you just eat too much sugar. But a lot of folks do have ones in the hopper, and there's a reason why that we haven't gone more copy trades accounts, but there's also conversation I'm having about how we can help people responsibly scale up their trade copy. Responsibly trade. I've seen people be like, again, I'm not going on a whole rant, but if you want to this is facts. I go to Facebook every now and then. Oh, I have 20 accounts and I I got funded and this is my 4th time getting funded with 20 accounts. And I'm sitting there doing the math. I'm like, okay, 150 times 200. What's that? 3,000 or something like that. I don't know the math off my top of my head. So it's 3. So you spent 12 grand. Are you serious? So that's the part that I believe TopStep has a role. And again, we don't have to do this, and we don't have to spend the time and energy. But like a scale up, we do it with a scaling plan on a position. We help you responsibly scale up when you're funded. We want to help you responsibly scale up.
What a rally!
Wow, what a rally!
Every time.
It looks like I sold out that last contract too early there on my XFAs.
Every time, all roads. You got it there, Robert Harrison.
Wowzers!
Unreal. Rant build. I got no rants in me, man. I got no rants in me. Michael Stanton.
I wasn't ranting. No, I was just talking about things that we're working on to help people trade responsibly as they want to move up to bigger. Anybody can just have a ton of candy, like I just talked to Rips about. Go to the candy store and be like, "Hey, everything's free." Well, what are you going to do if you're kind of have the itch? You're never going to leave. So it's our way of we're talking about it, and maybe we can scale you up to 10 trading accounts. I get the scaling up on a 1 lot because you feel comfortable with it. Versus because we have a lot of guys that were like, "Hey, we'll scale you up to 20 lot," and they're like, well, "Let's do it." But other people mentally condition yourself to handle those swings is different than that. So that might be something we do as far as helping you understand that responsible scaling up is much better than all in, full pork when you're funded on all those accounts.
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't hate profitable traders, Ryan. I built this company. I built the industry to look for the industry. The industry started with TopStep. There was nobody out there doing. Maybe Apiary Fund was the only one started, but they're like,
I remember them.
Ghost right now. I don't even. Yeah, they're gone. I don't know if they're gone, but like the guy wasn't a trader that was running it. And yes, I think you need to be a trader mindset, not a marketer, a trading mindset. There's a reason why Hogue, Eddie, Andre, Mick, Brett, the list will go on. Dolby, Jack, JD, all these guys have traded before out of Chicago, futures. So we started in 2010. So yeah, I mean, like, of course we're looking for the Michael Jordan of trading. That's like that's where the business model is when we were working on it. It's like, this is a genius business model. You can give people a platform that they can experiential learning, not lose their kids' college fund, pay. Right. I think at that time it was $165, pay $165 a month, get a feel for the markets, experience futures, find out if they're good or not. If they are good, they can develop. And if they develop, they're there. We got you. We're going to back you, and we're going to size you up. And then, like, both of those two, the educational side and development, call it like the minor leagues and the major leagues, if both of those are built well together, you're talking about an explosive business model for prop firms.
Hey, Michael, you want to see hot streaks real quick? Oh, we got a second.
I love it.
Jack.
Hold on. Jack, let's not show it. Those are where those are profitable traders. We're not those guys. We're not looking.
No, can't highlight the good ones. No. Yep. Jack, if you got those hot streaks, let's see them.
Well, like they're like the Warriors of streaks. Just pretend they're bad traders. So bump. Here come hot streaks. How's your morning going, guys?
Yeah. How about you, Jack?
I'm up. So out of the chop, but I'm not as up as well as Alexandre.
I'm well aware you're up. I'm trying to follow your trades in a spreadsheet.
You got to write a script, Jack, to keep up with that one. You got to write a script.
Yeah. Lloyd did not trade yesterday, so these hot streaks only feature people that traded recently. So we have a new leader on the board. 25 days for Alexander, James, Jacob, Chris, Woo, 25 is a pretty substantial hot streak as far as hot streaks go, we see. So it'll be interesting to see if Lloyd challenges this individual. Also would love to take a look at the live yesterday's best.
Ooh,
nice.
Let's see this.
Our man, Isaac, is back on the board with a cool 26 Hyundai.
I know the
Alba's on the list. We actually did Alba on shoulder tap yesterday, and they made $3,000 yesterday. So maybe Mick giving some pearls of wisdom. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Jack. I think there's probably almost we want to go layers deep down the rabbit hole. There's a leaderboard for the number of times you've been on a leaderboard. Because Isaac's been on here, Dakota and Rips. I've only been on here one time, so I'd be way down on that list, but I'm on the list. I'm on that leaderboard. The leaderboard for the number of times you've been on a TopstepTV leaderboard. I'd say Isaac's in the 8 or 10?
Top 10. They've been bouncing in and out of it. There's been a lot of movement this week in the top 10.
Can I make the numbers just based on vibes, or should I talk to our data engineer?
No, vibes. Yeah,
I like vibes. It's a Friday, man. It's a vibe. It's a vibe kind of Friday, man.
Yeah. It's in a zone. It's a zone as we would have been playing nicely with those 50s. There you go, Johnny.
Over.
It does feel good when you're on that list, doesn't it, Rips? You were talking about that.
I think it's a blessing and a curse. It's really difficult. It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. It drives you to be a better trader, of course, but it also challenges you it can make it the market you don't have any control over. You have control over your own actions. So when you're really close to getting into that top 10 or top 5 or whatever the case, it's like you want to push yourself, but sometimes the market doesn't allow you to do that. So you can overtrade and you can end up in some trouble. So it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. And I think Dakota had shared the same sentiment with me where it can be both a good and a bad thing.
100%.
All right. So as we're talking about all roads leads to VWAP, I want to do that, but then I want to make a comment on that. All roads lead to VWAP. We came up, we touched it, we pulled back. Now John talks about retesting. So is it going to retest? Or is it going to, that's a decent pullback. It was trading 68-ish, more than 40 handles. What are we thinking right now, Rips? Think with your XFA hat on, because your combine hat is a little shaky, but your XFA hat is
XFA hat is dialed in today. Combine hat, when we're trading 15 lots, it's like it's a rip in the wind. I couldn't care less. Me personally, if I don't have a live account and I don't have XFA accounts, I'm trading those combines like an XFA. But when we're having fun here, we're trading in front of 4,000 people. We're having a good time. I'm going to trade those and I'm going to be a little bit wild with them. But when it actually matters, it's like I want to trade my XFAs. I want to get in the pocket there. Those are the trades where I'm really going to be laser focused on, and those are the ones that I'm going to be crushing with. So, now I see chop in the future, 30, 40 handle range of chop, and I'm not going to trade any of this. I'm pretty much done trading my XFAs.
S&Ps have extended above the initial balance. I'm waiting for a couple of minutes to see if we can close this 30-minute bar above that initial balance. And if that's the case, we may see some acceptance at higher pricing. NASDAQ still has the high of the day as the opening range. It has not taken out the high of the initial balance. If we can't close this 30-minute bar above the initial balance, that's gonna be a failed auction, and I will certainly be looking for a short, and that's what it's looking like it's going to be now. Andre, I took that short at VWAP and the S&Ps, took a loss on that. I'm now long, just getting stopped out on that. Reminding myself yet again why I don't trade expiration.
God bless. I was looking to get long there too.
Yeah, it looks like, we've got 2 minutes left, and if we can't close this 30-minute period with single TPOs above the initial balance, that's going to be a failed auction, and that has me looking for shorts because it's rejecting value from yesterday. A failed auction at the high, continuation to the downside is a probability. Is it a good probability? Maybe. Is it a bad probability? Maybe, but it is a probability.
A question in the chat here for you, John. Can you explain what do you mean by failed auction?
Okay, here's what we're looking at, and this is based off of market profile, but you can see it on even like a 30-minute bar. So,
yeah,
according to market profile, the first hour of the session is the initial balance. That's where in the trading pit, the locals would look for those extremes after the first hour to try and trade against those levels or through those levels, whichever one they're looking at. So we've got about a minute to find out if we're going to close this 30-minute bar inside the initial balance or above the initial balance. A close above the initial balance would indicate a potential successful upside auction.
Yep.
And that might mean that we can go back into value from yesterday and possibly a move to value high from yesterday. If we open the next bar below the low of the initial balance, this then for the time being becomes a failed auction. Price got up to that level, but it couldn't maintain participation time or any continuation at this time. So that's going to be an indication of a failed upside auction that gives you the ability to try a short against it and to limit risk against the high of it. So a failed upside auction that's what we're looking at right now in the S&Ps. So I am going to short. And if we take out the high of the previous bar, that might mean that this failed auction no longer exists, and then we have to adjust our hypothesis or our potential trading. Look what else it did. It traded down. It traded and closed back down below VWAP. VWAP has flattened out a little bit here, but that gives us another possibility. So here's that failed auction at the high. And if this does remain the high, then one of two things is going to happen. It's going to range, or it could continue to the downside because this auction to the upside did not maintain time or volume, indicating the potential for a move in the opposite direction. Now, at any time, price can take out this high, and that is going to negate the failed auction to the upside, at least for now. And then we look at another opportunity, which is a value area special situation play. So when we opened outside of value, right? So we rejected value very early in this session. But if we do come back inside value from yesterday, that level is 52.03 even, and we show signs of acceptance, which is very subjective. The rule states that price will probably rotate to the high of value from the previous day at some point during that session. It is a tricky play to try and play. The creator of it, Jim Dalton, says he doesn't really cotton to it all that much, probably because it is a tricky trade to try and get into, right? So we'll be keeping an eye on that. I'm going to be with everybody pretty much all day today. We'll keep an eye and see if any of these things ring true. So right now, I took that short because of the failed upside auction. And right now, and for the time being, we're sitting in profit. But, there's probably about $400 worth of risk in this. But if we do rotate lower, I might be looking at about 700, 800 of potential profit in this if the failed auction remains and we get a rotation back to lower value in today's session.
Okay, so here's why when you said that, you know how long it was or how long they were on tilt all the way up? Like big time. Like so much so they're like, oh my God, we haven't seen this. So you got folks that are trading their personal brokerage account. Maybe they're of the same mindset. And now they're holding that position big time in the money. Now they're getting squeezed on it a bit. These are things to think about. And then what you say, and then talk about coming, retesting. What was the last part you said? The low of, was it the low value?
With the failed auction at the top, the target would be back to low of value, which is all the way down here at 82. I've got my target currently at 81. But, we're just going to try and sit in this and see if we get that full rotation through value back to the low of value because of the failed auction at the top here.
Yeah.
And again, ACH, man, anything can happen. We're just working in probabilities. And, a lot of these probabilities, I've fully expected to lose money today because it's expiration. And I know that is a tough trading day for me and for a lot of folks, even RIPS. I mean, we did very well in his XFA accounts, but the trading combine, things weren't going that well. So kudos to you, RIPS, man. I mean, you traded the real money well, and you had positive trading combines, and you took a little hit on them, but Monday rollover is over. Thank goodness.
It's going to be an amazing thing when it's finally done and over with. I can't wait for those March contracts to just
get out of here, March. Get out of here. Seriously.
Beat it.
Beat a geek.
Oh, goodness.
Beat a geek.
Beat a geek. Geeks are cool, Andre. I was watching a show last night.
Not March. March contract isn't cool anymore. June contract is
March. It's a contract. Well, it comes to geeky people are actually pretty cool. I like it. Nerds, kind of stuff like that. I like it because the self-proclaimed one. I was with the guy over the weekend. He's like, I'm a big nerd. I stay home. He's the coolest guy. I had the best time with him. And my point of the story is yes, when something is annoying out of its gourd, like March was, and that's put it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, we do have Euro close coming in 25 minutes. That might give us some directionality, but
Rips.
Who knows
Don't
right
forget
now?
Euro. What was that?
Oh, yeah, Euro close.
What was that?
You're right. Yeah. Sorry, Euro close is not coming in 25 minutes.
That's me.
Right. 11:30 Central.
See that?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
It's got rolled on that.
Were you long, Andre?
I was.
Goldman Market Makers watching your stream. I'm telling you.
Didn't get stopped. But then someone just slammed into the bids right there. I think there was a 700 lot. Yeah. I don't know if I have in the Nasdaq. There was 700 lot sitting on an offer in the S&Ps, and it's no longer there. I'm going through time and sales. I can't see if it actually traded or not. Shit.
What was the price on that, Andre?
I don't know. I on the offer, it was like 97 quarter. I want to say 97 quarter. I can't see it. But it's no longer there.
I see what you're talking about there.
Can't see if someone slammed into the bid.
Here, I can tell you right now.
Oh, you got that?
I'll tell you. I mean, so it was, they actually distributed it. It was one market maker that took that, and it was, let me see how many that was actually.
Oh, there goes my trade.
About 2,000 contracts. And you can see if we zoom in here, I'll go to my screen. You can see how the market maker kind of pieced apart that order. It's 2,500 contracts to the downside here, and they pieced together that order. And that's what liquidity providers have to do to keep the market from just going straight to the bottom there. That's why it goes, and we get all those orders that are coming in. And if you kind of condense it, you can see that it looks like a big old gap in the drop there. So that's what happened right there.
Lovely. That was good for John. Good on him.
Who's locked out today? Who locked it up?
I don't know if
I'm locked up for sure. I'm not touching my XFAs again.
What do you mean locked? What's wrong with locked it up, Andre? Locked
it up. I like locked it up. The whole locked out. The locked out doesn't. I don't like how that sounds. Locked it up.
Yeah,
locked it in. Lock in the profits.
Locked it in. Well, I like locked it up because I'm like I locked it up on the day.
Okay.
I know that's kind of how I like it. Wow, me. Guys, good discipline. I'm going to do it at the end of fast markets. I know that. I'm up 475. And then that'll keep me from trading that account. I don't trade the house account unless it's with you guys.
I like how
I don't think there's really any advantage trades here.
Everybody in the chat's talking about lock it up. No, you lock it up. No, you lock it up. From Wedding Crashers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm shocked. Fun. This is how many people are using this feature. Good, guys. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep using things that are building things, asking them to build things that are much different than that's out there, and it's going to help you not with a new indicator, which we'll do that one. We'll kind of but we're going to prioritize helping you become a better trader with better habits. And my God, I know I need the lock it up, locked out button.
So question, if they made that lockout button that easily, wouldn't it be just as easy to implement the 5-minute shot clock? to just have a button.
Well, you know what,
Rips?
Rips?
Like a little shot clock right
I'm
there.
gonna invite you to.
I'm
gonna invite
features, Michael.
Fair question.
Fair question. I'm gonna invite you to the next product meeting. Why don't you just say, well, it's easy. engineers hate it when you're like, it's just easy. Just put a shot clock on there.
Click the button.
Yep.
Click the button, right? I know.
Yeah.
I used to do that, and it was like, now I don't. I'm like, well, you gotta watch the word easy. Well, if you can just do it's easy, right?
Careful with that, yeah.
So actually, that's a really good question I'm seeing in chat here. If somebody is locked out for the day today, will they be able to trade Globex come Sunday evening?
Yes. Read the thing. It says warning, locks you out for the entire day. And if it please, like, you did it, you saved it, so don't, if the market's, some wild flash crash rally, whatever, meltdown happens, you're out. You're still out for the day on that account.
Right.
We can't.
Andre, are you still in that trade?
I am still in that trade. I am. Would you like an update?
Short or long?
I'm long from one lot from 96 even. 96 even. What was that? Who said that? Who did that?
I didn't say
Look at
anything.
the screen, Andre. Look at the screen.
Oh, thanks for it's coming. It's coming. Where's Dolby time, man?
Goldman interns.
Damn Goldman interns. Stop hunting me and shit. God bless them. Go get some
Andre,
lunch
don't
for
worry
a
about
partner.
it. I'm short, so we're even.
If we're hedged.
Are you short right now? Where we're at right here, right now?
This is the trading combine. I locked myself out of my funded account.
Okay.
Short at 51.95 even.
It is.
Now, had I just been patient and waited for this opportunity trading live, I would be in much better position.
Yeah, those that are locking it up on the lockout button, which is on the very top of your screen, awesome. Those that said something about like you need one on the downside, you do. Go to that little wheel thing in the menu on the left. You're gonna see on my screen. I'll click it, and I have 1875. Is that a tequila? Isn't it?
1800?
1800?
1800, yeah.
1942?
1942. All right, all those bottles you buy at the club, Michael.
1942. I'm going to change it to 1942, and I'm going to call it, what is it called? Cuervo? Or just called 1942?
No, that's Don Julio.
Don Julio. Okay, I got a Don Julio. I got a Don Julio P personal daily loss limit Don Julio going on right now. 1942. You guys see at the top of my screen. So you can set it, and then you'll be locked out if you're getting rolled on the day. The button at the very top of this screen right here is really about a manual lockout, and it's probably going to be used more, in my opinion, on people that are up on the day to lock it up on the day. I've had this short on right here. Rips, I've had this short on right here for about 5 minutes. I wrote it down.
Okay. That makes it official.
Paper trading, yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I like that.
It's like your
I haven't touched the thing. I'm just sitting here observing the market because this is not the price action I want to trade. You're very bold for taking that trade. I will say that, Michael. That's a big trade right there.
I mean,
I'm one. Bring it down. Find a different word instead of bold. Now that I'm on paper, you're very. You should say disciplined.
I would say so. And you're up $475 to boot. I mean, you did a nice recovery there.
I mean, I'm taking heat on my paper trade right now.
Add
into just a couple points. It's no big deal.
Slap a zero onto that size. Who cares?
You did that yesterday.
You did that yesterday. I didn't do
shit. I
didn't do anything. You did that yesterday. You kept trying to fade us.
I paper traded yesterday, fading these guys because, again, I was up, then I was down, then I was scratched them. They literally scratched, and I'm like, man, if I just had the lock it up button, I would have been just fine today. And then I was paper trading these guys, fading these guys, and I got steamrolled on my paper trade.
It's okay. It's a
good trade now.
But
I believe that you ripped up the paper at the end of the day, so it didn't even count.
Yes, didn't even count.
That's true.
Perfect.
Sure did.
It's like delete a day.
No, you lock it up.
It's like delete a day. Yeah. It's like delete a day.
Question for you, Michael, about the Topstep X platform, really quick. Is there going to be a data export thing coming for that? Because I know a lot of people who journal their trades are looking to be able to export their trades. Is that something that's coming?
Oh yeah. That's highly requested. We're going to be putting trade reports within the plat. Everything you're going to be able to do. That's why it's called that's why it's called Topstep X, the total like trading experience. You'll be able to watch Topstep TV. You'll be able to follow probably funded traders. You might even be able to copy funded traders, and all this stuff is going to be the total trading experience for prop traders and probably personal brokerage accounts if we ever connect to that. But that's what the group said they can do, and that's what they're following through on, which I appreciate the guys who are building it dedication.
I love to hear that. I mean, this platform, I just can't even imagine where it's going to be by the end of the year. It's going to be, I mean, if not the greatest trading platform of all time by that time.
It's like never mind.
What? What were you gonna say?
Yeah,
what were you gonna say?
I'm not. That's stupid. Never mind. It's not.
Yeah. Well, it is 10:14. We got like 12 minutes, 13 minutes left here at Fast Markets. Indeed, it has been Fast Markets. We've seen a lot of trading action today. Everyone's favorite top 10 live funded trader leaderboard list. Do we have it, Jack? Are you there?
We sure do. But first, nice. MP, your paper trade from yesterday was prescient. You should have held on to it. You wrote it down for prosperity again.
Yo, that's in the money.
This is what he was in Power Hour yesterday when he started this.
Good trade, Jack.
Good trade.
Good trade. Bad execution. Yeah.
We take that down. We can take a look at the top 10 list here, starting with numbers 6 through 10.
Wow.
Farouz's back on the list. He was ranked 11th yesterday. Nicholas F. held on the 9th place for a second straight day. Nicholas T. dropped from 5th to 8th. Carson moved down to 7th from 4th. And Abhay jumped 2 notches and is comfortably in the 6th spot. So
that's some big Nick energy in 8 and 9 there.
Big Nick energy.
Huge
right.
Nick energy. Nicholas is ruling the world. All right.
That, Michael.
Here we go.
Badass.
The anticipation is killing me.
Drum roll.
The top 5.
Wow, Michael R. No stopping.
Of course, you knew who was going to be on top. Michael R. closing in on 140K. Isaac still in the top 5 after his $3,500 winner yesterday that we saw. Raj moved in the 4th place after putting up 5K across 3 XFAs. And the top 3 spots are holding the same at the moment. So great job, everybody. Keep up the good work.
Amazing.
Big ups to Michael R. Amazing.
Right?
Yeah. Jack, while I got you, can you do a poll? I want to find out how many people are interested in would go to Vegas for the Topstep Trading League to either be a spectator.
Yeah, I can do that.
And while we're doing that, we're trying to get rooms like dirt cheap at the Luxor, and they're already cheap at the Luxor. But that HyperX Arena's in the Luxor. We're talking to them. So if we can get rooms down to like $35,
we're staying at the Luxor.
No. You can stay wherever you want.
I'm saying, sorry. That came off. That was really bad. That came off really bad. Sorry. Never again. Sorry. Why was that not muted? Son of a my
Andre,
bad.
You gotta be muted for that, buddy.
My bad. Stop.
Andre's more like the El Cortez in downtown.
Sorry, that came out really bad.
Sorry.
What you meant to say was, we're staying at the Luxor. How lucky we are.
We're staying at the Luxor.
Yes.
Period.
It was actually Jack.
Yeah,
we liked it, right, Jack?
Hey, James is coming.
Oh, the venue was awesome, and Andres is a guy that doesn't ridiculous. He doesn't like spray tans. I mean, like that's just his choice.
Sorry,
Jack. We're not supposed to bring this up, but I just feel like we're all part of the. We're all buddies here, even in chat. The Luxor, out of all hotels in Vegas, has the most suicides God, Michael.
All right,
serious?
This is something.
Jesus.
It's we were walking out of the Luxor
It's the truth.
because both Michael and someone else told me that independently. As we were leaving, I said, Michael, I was told this by 2 people on staff now. Do not say that on Topstep TV.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew it was going to happen. So,
Well, we just if there, it's just because there's no they have it goes up. It's a pyramid, and then they have balconies. And I mean, if you're on a bad roll, I don't know.
The good news is I have toured the arena, and there's only about a 10-foot drop, I'd say. So I think we're safe in there, Michael.
Yeah, I know. God, maybe they did it twice. I don't know.
All right, great job for the top 10 traders.
Oh Lord, what a day! It's just getting started. I got stopped out there.
61% are saying yes out of 500. 10% of 500 is 50. 300 people. Well,
Not
yeah,
bad.
300 people would go to this thing. All right.
Let's do
It's
it.
$30,000 investment. It's a $38,000 investment for us to lock it in. So we got to see an ROI on this, as far as like people just coming, and it's acts as a meetup group for us, get to know each other. Hopefully, a lot of Topstep TV folks come on here because that's where we keep getting to know each other. Makes it more fun, I guess.
Could
Yeah,
probably
man.
do like a
Probably
day
a
of
name
strategy sessions, live strategy
cool.
sessions, something like that.
Workshops.
Could also bake that in. Workshops, exactly. Live TV taping, stream, come watch it live in person.
Rip's going to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
then we
that's
can
the whole
see-
thing. That's like
See how
our
vocal the
lineup.
chat really is.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll get to know each other so we can make even better jabs at each other on here in chat. There will be a lineup.
Exactly.
I know we're looking to get Deanna. Everybody that kind of comes on here, we're looking to get them to join us. So,
All right. There was a profit.
Job, Johnny.
Nice, John. You were short,
Just
right?
got out of that short. Yeah.
Nice job.
We got to about half back, so I just took that one off, and we'll see what happens next. Wasn't what I was really looking for, but we're about done with the segment here, so I'll take it. Gotta love the failed auction, man. You gotta love the failed auction.
What a great
They
setup.
asked about it. They asked about it in the chat. You told them what it was, and then you executed it. That's pretty good stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't get much
Yeah.
better than that.
Yeah.
the 50s were okay, just bad execution, but great trade. The return to VWAP, all roads lead to VWAP, said by George,
That's
quote by
right.
George. That
Yeah.
happened as well. I don't know. Maybe stay patient in choppy days when you start recognizing it's choppy day. Now there's 600 people. Okay, 62%. All
What are they
right,
saying?
cool.
Ooh, Coach Dakota's up $5,000 today. Give it up for Coach Dakota in the chat.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
Way to go.
that live?
Is it live, Coach? Let the people know. Curious.
Damn, that's a good trading day.
Still selling off.
Good
Crude major
trade.
highs
Still
turned
looking
right
at June
around.
14th for the date there. I know Jack just said it in chat, but MB, you're about 80% sure on that date.
Well, it's locked in. They're holding it for us, so we need to
Sweet.
finish the paperwork and try to squeeze them for as much as we can. Freebies.
Well, I'm sure we put ourselves in a great position with this episode, haven't we?
I love the Luxor. There's nothing wrong with the Luxor. It's the pyramid. Who doesn't
yes,
love pyramids?
Andre.
Man?
Yeah,
The finest
love it?
hotel
Yeah, well,
on,
we
on
tuned-
the strip.
yeah. Well, we tuned
out
in
wrong.
Friday, and we heard you guys were talking trash about our room, so therefore,
It's not true. I simply asked a
yeah,
question.
go.
tone was
feed
bad.
it, you know.
The tone was poor. Trust me. I have tone issues.
I think it's more that
Trust
we're
me.
advertising that we're locked in and going to do it, but haven't signed a contract yet. Telling thousands of people.
I got
They
tone
have
issues.
payphones.
Yeah,
Did
it's like
Caesar actually live here?
it's like a. We were at Caesars, yeah. Like an
Don't
athlete
trip
talking about
backpedaling.
getting. What?
Some of the chat says I'm backpedaling pretty hard right now, and yes, I am.
Of
You guys
course.
caught me.
They totally
Right,
got your
so-
number there, Andre.
Yeah, they did. 100%.
Well, I mean-
Backpedaling like Deion Sanders right now, man.
They want me to demonstrate the lockout, so
Let's do it.
I'm going to lock it up. I'm going to lock it up. You don't have to lock it up, but I'm going to lock it up just for demonstration purposes. It's going to kind of keep me locked out today, but that's all right. So this is that manual lockout button. You can't see it. If you can take off the P&Ls for us, then everybody will be able to see it on the screen.
You got it.
There you go. Thank you, James. So there it is.
Nice, James.
If you're going to lock it up,
nice.
This is where you lock it up. So you click on that, and you have to read it, because by clicking confirm below, you will be locked out from trading anymore until the next market opens on this account. So if you have another account, it's not going to lock you out of all of them. You can go into the next one. Any open positions or working orders will be flattened and canceled automatically, and any copy trader follower positions will be exited. Warning. Now, listen, this action is irreversible. If you lock yourself out and 5 minutes later you see a setup from God, you cannot trade it. We will not be able to trade until the 5 o'clock opening on the next trading session. So when I confirm lockout here,
be careful, John.
I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done until Sunday night at 5 o'clock. And usually I don't trade Sunday night at 5 o'clock. But if I were gonna be able to trade it Sunday at 5 o'clock, that is when I would be able to go into this. So this action is irreversible. Click. Done. Locked out.
What does it say?
Locked
you get a
out.
coach's tip on there?
Yes, you do. The tip from Coach T is trading can be a lonely profession when you're in front of your screen all day. Check out our Discord community to find a trading buddy to bounce strategies off of and help hold each other accountable. And don't forget, you've got TopstepTV all day, every day to help keep you company. And we appreciate that you do, because you're keeping us company. So that's it. I'm done for
John,
the day. I locked it out.
You know what? Coach T gets a lot of credit for saying that, but technically, guys, it's all the coaches here at TopStep. We have a spreadsheet and said, how would you talk to somebody like this? How would you talk? And then Coach T allows us to then automate that. So then you're hearing feedback as you go. So that's kind of another cool thing that you're going to start seeing more of here at TopStep, because we got your data. We're like, hey, after 3 trades, RIPS 4th trade is pretty big. Coach T, jump in there and say, hey, RIPS, 3 trades in a row. Why don't you go take a 15-minute break? We'll do that more, but this is a great feature to lock it up. John, are you up?
No, I had a couple of losses. I'm down $220, and this is the trading combine too. So
nice.
So you locked it out. Yeah, you locked it out.
I locked it up and locked it up.
Okay. Well, technically, it's lock it out. I'm gonna lock it up, John. I'm up. Not to be pushy here.
You lock it up.
We got to get our work. I'm gonna lock it up. All right, guys. I'm gonna be done too, because I'm gonna do it too. So go to my screen. Doing it 475. And by the way, you can also increase the font on this now at the very top. You can see 475. I'm okay with that day because RIPS, remember when I came in here, I'm like, man, I'm going to stay under the hole because I was down 1,200, 400, 300, and then kept floating around there and then got that little short. So
you caught that. That was nice.
Yeah. Confirm trading lockout by clicking below, blah, blah, blah. Any open positions will be flattened.
This is irreversible. It's irreversible.
No, it's not, John. I'm going to call support and tell them, no, guys, you can't do that.
Don't even plant that idea.
They're not.
And you know it's going to, they will. They will. And you can't freak out and you can't go through the airwaves and be like, hey, we told you so. This action's irreversible. There's a warning sign on here. So last thing, I can watch the markets now. I know that. I know for a fact I can't trade in the 82 account. I know that. And I know, and I believe my anxiety to want to trade will be dropped because I know I can't. If I know I can, then it's sitting there being like, oh, there's some candy right in front of you. Just one more bite, all that kind of stuff. So now this is going to help me. I'm going to lock myself out. Boom. This account has been manually locked. Trading will not be available. What Coach C trading is a lonely profession. We got to have that switch out. But yes, no, it's the first time I saw it, so it's probably a great tip from Coach. All right, guys, I locked myself out. So now, Mick, if you're watching, he's like, you keep trading after the close, and that's where you get hit. and I got that lecture from him, which was all constructive feedback. He gives incredible, temporary liquidation. Oh, nice. Up in the corner of my account. We'll see if this is the first iteration. Yes, somebody said, why not 15 minutes? Why not an hour? It might be a drop down that says 15 minutes because, like, you want that shot. Maybe that helps with your shot clock, Rips.
Mick's watching.
Yes,
I did it.
Love
Mick is watching.
There's no way I can lose this $475 now.
Boom. There we go. Love that.
Mm-hmm. Good job. Oh, Mick in the chat says, nice work, Michael. Good job.
Yeah.
Speaking
Mick
of Mick,
is always watching. You have to know that.
All right, gentlemen. Well, that was a great fast markets. A lot of trading, a lot of action. Rips, thank you for joining us all week, man. You're the man. I'm sure we'll see you next week. Hogue, you and I will see. We're going to be on a lot today. Michael, locked out. Way to lock in those profits. Real quick, just look at the schedule ahead. I know we're running a little bit over time. Yeah, we got Shoulder Tap with Hogue and Mick. Ooh, Peter Tuchman with Dolby Time. Make sure to tune in with that. Hogue will be joining literally after that, live from the trading floor of New York Stock Exchange. Jack Dakota. Oh, that's going to be it. Dakota's doing top quiz today? Cool. Jack Hogue for group coaching. Myself and Anne Marie. Oh, straight. I've never worked with her. Just one-on-one. Very cool. And then Jack, Andre, and Isaac R for Power Hour. Oh, that's a good one. So please tune in. That is it for fast markets right now. Have a good week. But on the Shoulder Tap, guys. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is everybody's favorite segment, Shoulder Tap. And being Friday, it is Rapid Tap. Rapid Tap. Hey, Mick, it is great to be back on with you. I hope you're doing well and looking forward to seeing all of these traders that you have reviewed and hearing what you've got to say about them.
Yeah, sure thing. Good to be on with you, John, too. I missed you this week. It was nice hanging out with Eddie, but now we got the mustaches back together, and boy, look at those little wings you got going on that thing.
Oh yeah, I actually put a little mustache wax in them. They're not perfect, but neither am I. So there you go.
Nothing's perfect. I did talk to Abby about when we do get the shoulder tap swag put together, the t-shirts and the hoodies. I said, hey, now someone shaved their beard, we got another fabulous mustache on here. So I think we might get, a couple different mustaches on the logos.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that. All right, guys, let's dive into it. Fridays, we do rapid tap as opposed to the regular shoulder tap. So we will be continuing to drop links for traders to submit their trade reports to us. I give them a quick look over, and we go down the line and fire through the trade reports for anybody that submits their trading and is looking for areas for improvement that we see, and then things to continue, because even if you've got areas for improvement, which we all do, in most cases, there's something that you're doing right. So we want to exploit that and have you continue doing that. So before we get into those rapid taps today, John, I have to give probably there's some really nice P&Ls out of our live accounts today. But those aside, my biggest shout out is to Michael Patak, who's leveraging the new stop trading feature in the Topstep X platform. This tool was designed obviously for traders out there, but a little secret share here is Michael probably needs it just about as much as anybody. So I'm happy he's got that now. I know that it's going to greatly improve his trading performance, because we had a little heart-to-heart on one of the buses in Vegas, and I was talking about, I think one of his biggest things is, he says he's done for the day, but then he continues trading later on in the day. I know he takes his laps on the mountain out there in Aspen Snowmass. But yeah, Michael, I'm happy we got this tool for you. Just wait to see the changes in your trading performance because of this. We all struggle with stuff. I know that's something he struggled with. So putting something in place to ensure that not making exceptions to the I'm done for trading is really a great thing. And I saw some feedback in Discord about all the people that are going to be able to take advantage of it. So it's a huge thing. I think a lot of people need it. It's easy to say, I know I need to do this, AKA stop trading. It's a whole nother thing to do it. So I'm glad for him on that. So shout out to Michael for getting that put in, not only for himself, but for everybody else. But some big P&Ls. Shin Soon up $7,400 in his live account today, John. Ivan's up $3. Julio's up $2,800. Darshil up $3,200. Nicholas T, someone we've been talking about quite a bit lately. He's up $4,100, having another good day. And then we've got Coach Dakota, Coach DBA up $1,500 from the overnight session. So some good P&Ls on the board today. But let's get into the rapid tap, and let's start off with Nam. Nam is a
rapid fire.
Damn, that's pretty funny.
Very nice.
All right, so while we're getting Nam's card pulled up, Nam's been with us since June of 2023, trading out of 50K accounts. And we're going to just go really quickly. Equity indices, areas to improve, that risk reward's got to improve. It's worse than 1-to-1. Adjustments need to be made. But things that I like out of NAM's trading, they are pretty selective with their trades. And they are trading small size, 1 lots and 2 lots. There's no reason to, add leverage if you're someone who's submitting your trade report for review because you have areas for improvement. Trade smaller than you can. So I like that. And then, despite them submitting their name or their trade report for this account, I mean, they're finding good trade entries. Only 70%, not only, they're putting up 70% winning trades. I've got to say, though, despite them being a member since June of 2023, they are on their first and only trading combine with us here at Topstep, and they're profitable in it. I think they've got 3 out of 4 trading days in this account being winning days. So all good stuff there. Keep it up, Nam, and think about that one area that you could look at to improve. Let's move to. Go ahead,
that one-to-one reward over risk is it's only being kept profitable by that 70% winning trades. That starts to falter, you're gonna run into some trouble.
Yes, yeah, and like we say, it's hard to maintain those high winning trade percentages. So if you see that dipping, you're going to really, really want to focus on that risk reward, which you should be doing anyways. Thanks for adding that, John. Reginald, let's pull them up.
Reginald.
Now, I don't really find anything that I could say to continue doing. There is a number of areas for improvement here. Daily loss limit day one. Come on, guys. We can't be hitting the daily loss limit on day one. This is a 50K account, so that means they hit $1,000 loss on day one, therefore cutting their account cushion, the distance to the max loss limit, by half. So they're halfway there after day one. You are not setting yourself up for success if you are risking half of your account in a single day. It's going to have you potentially chasing P&Ls, trying to dig out of a big hole that you don't need to be in on day one. And then, John, as you know, it screws with you psychologically too. So, having those big losses early on in accounts can't happen. If you're going to build your account up to 10 grand or something like that, I guess this is, not from a trading combine perspective, but a funded account. If you're going to build your account up to 10 grand and then you hit the daily loss limit, that's a horse of a different color. But Reginald's got to look at the risk reward. It is worse than 1 to 2. So he's risking on average more than double per trade than he is taking down per trade. At 30% winning trades, got to find better trade location. And like risking more than, double of what he's actually making on a per contract basis, he's spending twice the time in his losing trades than he is in the winning trades. Really needs to keep the biggest losing day smaller than the biggest winning day. His best winning day, from what I saw across a couple accounts, was $450 is his best winning day. So Reginald, you got no business risking more than $450 on any losing day. So cut that distance to the daily loss limit, come up with a personal loss limit of $450 or $500, and let's try and find some better trade locations to put up more winning days or bigger winning days.
Yeah, Mick, that hitting the daily loss limit on day one is always it's never going to help. But I get it. Everybody wants to start that first day in a good place, right? A big winning day on the first day is always going to be helpful, and that may be part of what is tending to keep Reginald or put Reginald hitting that daily loss limit on day one. We all want that first day to be a good day, and that can get into your head.
It certainly can. And I mean, our program is a little bit more soft on those daily. Well, it's a lot more soft on those daily loss limit days early on in the account because, it's just you're locked out for the remainder of the day. John, you remember in the past when the daily loss limit was a rule violation that resulted in the closure of your account or your account being ineligible. And I was always appalled at when we did have that rule. I was always appalled when I saw traders in a live account, hit that daily loss limit on day one. It's like, come on, guys, you just risk your account on day one. It happened all too often. But I think we're in a better place now program wise that it's not a rule violation that results in the closure or an ineligible account. So again, it's a learning experience, just like everything we talk about on Shoulder Tap. Learning experiences for traders, see what other people are doing, where they might be coming up short, and get a good grasp of that. So you're not actually coming up short by taking the same actions that, we're sharing about others taking. So moving on from Reginald, let's pull up SM's rapid tap card.
SM.
Newer member with us, so I don't have a lot of activity to comment on here. Another person who hits the daily loss limit on day one. I dislike seeing that. It's not good. Risk reward is inverse of what it should be. They are at, 1 to 2, and they're only putting up 55% winning trades. So that's a recipe for lack of profitability and, losses. So they've got to look at the risk reward. 17 trades per day on average in the NASDAQ. That's up there. I mean, maybe there's an argument for it not being over trading if you're trading on a very short time frame, which they are. They're scalping. That's a thing in and of itself. Scalping is very difficult, but 17 trades in a day is kind of a lot. So, if you're scalping on a short time frame on a market like NASDAQ, you all know, I know, John knows that, from the time you enter the trade to the time it goes against you, it could be like that. So people that are scalping NASDAQ, you have to know that your initial risk from the second you put the trade on can be many, many multiples of what you might, be looking to take out of the market. If you're someone who's, risking 20 ticks in the NASDAQ to make 20 ticks in the NASDAQ, it can flip against you pretty quickly if you're not looking at, stalking the markets for a good trade location, like getting long on a pullback kind of thing. So I don't think there's much else to talk about there. Like I said, we didn't have a lot of activity to comment on, but it's pretty clear cut for SM.
All right.
Let's look at Delroy, John.
Yeah, let's do it.
And
Delroy.
again, with Delroy, 50K. Got to stay away from that daily loss limit. Look, John, they were just in an XFA that lasted them 2 days. They went back-to-back daily loss limits to bust. You can't have that, Delroy. You can't have that, traders. You're in an account that you can take payouts from. You don't want to get too big, get bit twice back-to-back and then lose this account. I think of gambling when I see that. And I just think it goes back to needing to start trading smaller early on in the account. Heck, if you're in a 50K and you lose $500 in a day, that's a quarter of your overall account cushion. I keep saying it's really easy to make or lose $1,000 in a day trading one lots in the NASDAQ and S&Ps, but we need to set ourselves up for success. Don't miss the forest staring at the trees. Everybody who gets to a funded level account, hell, even Trading Combine. I know Trading Combine traders want to hit that profit target as quickly as they possibly can and get to the live account. But if you earn a live account, be it XFA or you get called up to live, you need to think bigger picture, and you need to think about preserving the capital that you have. You should be wanting and working towards staying in that account as long as possible, because if you're in there for a long period of time, you're going to be able to take advantage of many, many more trade opportunities. Do not try and find quick, short-term success in trading. I know it's out there. I know the potential for it to find it is there. But guys and gals, if you get a live account, if you get a funded level account, don't fall on your face in 2 short days. Grind it out a little bit, trade smaller early on, build a cushion. If you build a cushion, like I said, if you get your account to 10 grand, okay, you can afford to lose $1,000, but nobody out of the gate can afford to risk half of their account. I think Delroy's got to limit his. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. It is, so important, and it'll make you a better trader. I mean, once you get to that XFA, start small, build the account, build the account, build the account. It will make you a better trader because the consistency is what you want. Everybody wants the big winning days, of course, but you're going to be risking a lot more on those days. So like Mick said, build the account. When you build the account, you can take those bigger risks, but it will make you a better trader grinding up to that level.
Yeah, and you build the account, like you said, John, and you have some consistent profitability. With those things comes the confidence, and we know for a fact that confident traders perform better. Lack of confidence, just, if you have a lack of confidence in what you're doing, it's time to take a little time off, because you do not want to be assuming risk in the marketplace with a lack of confidence. You're going to be making poor decisions. You're going to be managing the trades poorly, and you're probably not going to be having fun. So if your confidence isn't there, take a little time off, be it a trading combine or a live account. I got plenty of people in the live account that, after a little bit of a drawdown or a cold streak, they're taking time off to regroup, because the time spent regrouping, getting back on track, building your confidence is way more valuable than any winning days that you could put together in your live account or funded level account from a P&L standpoint. So regroup, get back at it when you're in a clear headspace. I think I talked about
very important what Mick was just talking about confidence. Very important. Thank you, Mick.
It's hard to do, naturally. If we're down, if I'm down $5,000 on the week or over the course of a couple of weeks, like, it's only natural to think about wanting to get that back. But wanting to get it back is not going to, have you get it back. It's reflecting and prepping for, what your return and having a cool headspace to get it back is what's going to do it. So I think I mentioned the, limiting the trades per day, 38 trades per day. That's a hell of a lot of trading or trades that you're seeing. I don't think that those markets offer the equity indices that is. Even if you're a scalper, I mean, I don't think there's 38 trade opportunities in a day. I think it's a lot lower. But you all know me as wanting to be someone who wants to be more selective with the trades. So with that, let's kick over and look at Dimitri. Dimitri, from what I saw in his recent trading, we've only got areas to improve here, which isn't a bad thing. He's been with us for a while, since June of 18. I recognize the name. Even though we don't have the last name up here, he's someone who's been funded before. So they've come up, they've come down, they've come up, they've come down, and now we're talking about some things to help them get back up. Staying away from that daily loss limit. He's not putting up $1,000 winning days, so he's got no business risking $1,000 in a day. The losses always come quicker than the wins. I promise you that after almost 2 decades of being in this industry, almost 2 decades of trading, longer than 2 decades of being in this industry.
Mick, you started when you were 2.
No, I was a clerk when I was 14, summer job. I actually think I even had to get a permission slip from the principal's office in 8th grade to, no, actually that wouldn't have been for clerking, because that was the summer after 8th grade I started. So that was a different job. Been working for a while. Mom and Dad had me in the fields at a young age.
There you go.
Yeah. Speaking of grit. All right. So if he's not putting up $1,000 winning days, can't be putting up $1,000 losing days. Trade location, there's an opportunity here, John. They're only finding 23% winning trades, and that's with a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. So
that's not going to work.
There's a recipe for failure here on this trading card. 45 trades per day, that's over trading. The risk-reward is only 1-to-1, and they're only winning a quarter of the time. So all of these things should change. Be more selective with the trades. If you're more selective with the trades, you're probably sifting out, marginal trades, and you're finding the best ones. That's going to help with the win rate. If you can't get the win rate up, you got to focus on the risk reward. It should be in a scenario like this. Oh, hello, Lacey, the fierce bark of the wolf at home, John. John, what would you say, for someone if he's going to maintain only 23% winning trades, which I think he can do better at if he trims his overall trades per day, what kind of risk reward does someone who has 23% winning days need to put up to be profitable, to be break even, and then to be profitable?
I would say you're going to have to be at least 3.5 to 1 to break even.
Yep.
4 to 1, 5 to 1 to remain profitable on something like that. So you really got to start looking for those bigger opportunities.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly right. Thank you. And then the last thing here, Dimitri's leveraging multiple accounts via the trade copier. I think the trade copier is great if you're in the groove and you can, make money across multiple accounts. But we're not seeing profitable performance out of him. So I would suggest, until you can turn some things around and make those adjustments to see more profitability, Dimitri, there's no sense in having multiple trading combines at this point in time, because you're just adding to the losses. So get on track, and when you're profitable, then go for the trade copying across multiple accounts. That's my piece for them. Let's move on to Baiynd. And I think we can get a few more of these in, John, before we run out of time. All right, so Baiynd is kind of an outlier here on the Analyze My Trades for Rapid Tap, because Baiynd is in an XFA currently, and they're looking pretty good. After 4 trading days in the XFA, they're up $5,300. So shout out to Baiynd. I think, they have 3 winning days out of the 4, only 1 losing day. Good risk reward. Nice. They're at 2 to 1. They've hit a daily loss limit on one of those days, but as long as they keep putting up larger winning days, that's okay in my book. They had a couple 4-figure winning days, obviously, to get to 5,300 after 4 trading days. So just keep a close eye on that daily loss limit. If Baiynd's not able to maintain, 75% winning days, then we're really going to need to focus on that. And if he's not able to take out 4 figures out of the market every single day, going to need to look at that. So what else do I have as far as the notes go? I think I've seen he's been patient with the winning trades and he's cutting the losing trades. So definitely want to keep that up. That's working for him. I'm a firm believer in being more patient with the winners and less patient with the losers. That always tends to pan out in the favor of the trader. And then some areas to improve, like we all have. Being more selective. He's averaging 30 trades a day. That's on the higher side in my book. Talking about that daily loss limit, it has caught up with him in trading combines. It's not been an issue in this XFA. Like I said, everything's going very smooth and profitable, but I saw in past trade report history, those combines have gotten beaten up a little bit by those daily loss limits. And that risk reward that's looking so good in the XFA right now at 2 to 1, that was not the case in these other trading combines that I was looking at. We were seeing 1 to 1 or worse than 1 to 1. So, you're on the right track, Baiynd. Stay on the track. And then again, from other trading combines and other accounts, 30% winning trades is something that, I don't want to catch up to him, but, he might want to look at trade location, because for someone who has low risk, relatively low reward, but bigger reward than the risk, you're trading the NASDAQ. So if you're right only on 30% of the trades, without even doing a deep dive into the fills and comparing those to the charts and what the price action is doing, my guess is that he's putting trades on in locations where the market's just kind of going against him a little bit, and he's probably puking those trades where he could be putting the trade on. Work a bid below the market. If you want to work, a bid at 20, maybe put it down at 10 or something like that. If you want to work an offer at 20, maybe throw it up at 30. Ensure that you're, buying at a little bit more of a pullback and selling at a little bit more of a pop. I think that could be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how many times I get in. I've in my years as a trader, how many times I've gotten in early and gotten stopped out where I really wanted to get in, and I have a feeling that might be something that Baiynd may be experiencing.
It tends to happen. I remember it happening a lot more early on in my trading, because you get the trade idea bias. And you could be completely right on the direction. There's nothing worse than being right on the direction but getting stopped out before it actually turns in your favor. So I've learned over time, and having that happen to me, more than I'd like to have seen, is, you just park it a little bit lower. The markets always move around. If you think about it, just about every trade that you put on, it doesn't go screaming in your favor the second you get filled. It always goes against you a little bit. You take some heat. So if you see that, hey, every time I put a trade on and I buy 5s, I always take a little heat, watch it go to 1, work it a couple ticks lower or work it a couple ticks higher. So not sure about, whether or not they're hitting the market with market orders, but, consider resting bids and offers above and below the market would be something to look at there. I think we got to cut it here, John, 10:58.
I guess so.
Time. We've got whoever submitted that we haven't gotten to, try and follow up next Friday because there were only a few cards we didn't touch.
Yeah. And I think we did. We got through a lot. I think there was a lot done, a lot of great stuff. Mick, thank you very much again. It was a pleasure being back with you on Shoulder Tap, and looking forward to a good weekend.
Yeah, should be a good weekend. Got no plans. A little catch up. I know that we're doing the St. Patty's Day, or Chicago is doing the St. Patty's Day parade. I don't think we're going to actually get to the parade, but definitely going to take a walk across the highway to check out the river.
The Green River. There you go.
Yeah, get the baby out, get the dog out for a walk.
Tomorrow's
do some good people
28th.
watching.
That's always a good time. Yeah, tomorrow's my 28th wedding anniversary. I will be nowhere near Chicago.
Well, congratulations to you and Donna. What a great pair you two are.
Yeah, well, we 28 years. I mean, that's huge, and she still likes me, so that's a good thing. All right, folks, we're gonna end this and stick around. Power Players is coming out. We got Dolby and Peter Tuchman coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. I'll see you later, and don't forget to group coaching. We got to get the link to get group coaching questions going here. I'll put that in the chat here very shortly, and I'm looking forward to having a good session back in group coaching today on a Friday. So stick around. You got Dolby and Peter Tuchman and Power Players coming up in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players. We got Peter Tuchman here with us out in front of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's not waste any time. Peter, what is going on this week with the markets?
Okay, so look, ladies and gentlemen, when markets trade, it hasn't been that many times that markets traded at record highs for so long. We are now closing out the first quarter of 2024. We have literally had day after day after day where the market's closing at record milestones. Literally, I mean, the last 2 weeks, every day, by the end of the day, you can see it on CNBC, you can see it on TopstepTV, record close S&P, record close NASDAQ. So a sustained ongoing record close every single day. So obviously, we've got to examine that and wonder, what is the next shoe to drop? What is the next catalyst to this market, right? Obviously, we had a couple bits of economic data. The last, I would say probably in mid-February, whatever economic data came out definitely pointed towards inflation rolling over, and it was going in the right direction. And then they started to discuss the probability of interest rate cuts March, May, April, June, July, whatever it was going to be. But the last 3 bits of info that came out this past week were not were a little more foreboding than some of the other stuff. It was not bad in any way, but it just kind of felt like inflation had leveled off. And that's okay, that's healthy. But when the market and the media really give everybody these big expectations about what the next move is, the market does not like expectations at all, right? So I think that's where we're at. Now, let's be clear. We have not sold off at all. We finally, I think the aggressive, irrational enthusiasm of the bull market has taken a little bit of a powder the last couple of days, but I wouldn't say it's anything more than 50 points here, 100 points there. Maybe we had a couple 100 point sell-offs. But I think you're seeing tech sector is capping out a little bit. It's a little overextended, but that's fine. There's nothing wrong with a pullback. Pullbacks are healthy. So the last, I think, PPI, CPI, consumer confidence were a little bit disappointing. And all that does is that leads our eyes to focus on Jay Powell and what is he going to do next week? Is he going to change the probability for interest rate cuts in May, in June, in July? I believe the percentages are 20% for June, 30, 40% for July, August. So we still have interest rate cuts are on the table clearly for the second quarter, and that's a good thing. I think the market needs to sort of marinate a little bit with where we are now. Think about it. We had 18 months of consecutive interest rate raises. And then they weren't even done raising rates, and they started talking about lowering rates. I think that's absolutely batshit, excuse my language, right?
Okay.
So I think we really need to let things settle in a little bit and let the economy and the markets figure out what's going on. I think we need to look, economic data cannot catch up with the speed at which markets trade and the economy moves, right? We are tracking this thing week after week after week, right? Economic data historically is forward looking. Usually it takes months before actual monetary policy will affect economic data, right? But the market is so bound up in the expectations that people think if we alter our monetary policy a little bit, that we're going to see an immediate reaction. That's crazy. We can't see it that quickly. So, with all that being said, I think the market acts fine. A little pullback is okay, right? We need everybody to know that that this morning was an option expiration day. We had $6.7 billion came into the market for option expiration. Options are a really big business these days. Not as big as the futures at Topstep, but options are a big deal. And we're seeing a lot of people playing short-term option stuff. So especially when a market has had the move that this one has in the first quarter, you're going to see a lot of action. You're going to see a lot of people setting up their hedge against all their positions coming into the end of the quarter. And where did that leave us? It left us to this morning at 9:20 with $6.7 billion of notional value coming into the market of option expiration numbers that made the market. If anybody was sitting in front of their computers this morning at 9 o'clock and wondered why from 9 to 9:27 the market sold off 30 handles, it's because $7 billion of notional dollar value came in for the opening bell, right? Those things do affect the market. Now, we did open, we bounced back a little bit, but what's going to position us into the end of the day is that we now not only have the option expiration today, we also have the S&P 500. Sorry, I'm walking around. The S&P 500. I'm probably getting everybody dizzy.
Say hi to everybody in New York for us.
I will. Top Step says hello, New York. There you go.
Thank you.
Top Step says hello, New York. Anyway, today is the S&P 500 quarterly rebalance, the first one of the year. Now, what does that mean? That means that the indexers, right? We know that everyone should know this, and it's kind of fascinating. But obviously, so each stock inside of an index, whether it's the Dow, the S&P, the Alarian, the Russell, the MSCI, each stock has a weighted average inside of the index, which will affect how much its movement will affect the S&P. Now, if you look at Boeing, Boeing is a heavily weighted stock in the Dow. That's why when all this bad news came out with Boeing, you saw, even though the S&P was not down that much, you saw the Dow get hit. You'll often see it with other heavily weighted stocks like Visa, MasterCard, like obviously some of the tech names that are in the S&P 500 are weighed quite heavily, Apple and whatnot. People should know that. People should know why the S&P moves the way it does. Now, you guys are trading futures. You guys are trading the NQ, the ES, the MES. These guys, those stocks trade as a function also of the S&P 500, right? Those are the triple leveraged futures. So everyone should know the stocks they're trading and why they make the moves they make, right? You guys are lucky enough to have this amazing no barrier to entry that TopStep offers you, and you're trading these amazing instruments, right? These futures that they give you the chance to trade. But it's important for you all to know what are the components that go into those instruments, right? And that's why you're going to see the MES and the NQ and the ES move the way they do. Well, today you're going to see a lot of volatility because the S&P 500 itself is being rebalanced in a very large rebalance. So the first quarter of the year, rebalance in a year where the market has done nothing but go up, is going to be, my gut is it may be a negative position place because at the end of the quarter, you very often will see in a quarter where the market has been nothing but up, you will often see profit taking, right? And I think that's a little bit of what you saw this morning, and that's natural and that's healthy, right? People are not going to hold on. Look, if I'm in the market and I'm trading the market the way this market has acted in the first quarter of the year, I'm going to take some profits. I don't know what's going to happen with interest rates. I don't know what's going to happen with economic data. I'm a firm believer, at least we at Wall Street Global are firm believers in no one got broke taking a profit, right? Yep. I think traders need to know that. When you guys are trading the futures and you have a nice profit, take your profits, right? You will always get another opportunity to get into the trade, but you don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing trade. You don't ever want to turn a winning day into a losing day. That's what we teach at WSGTA.com, and that's why we're together with the Topstep guys. So today, I say all this to say there's going to be volatility. There may be a little sell pressure. It is the end of the quarter. People may be taking profits. There will be volatility. So be careful, everyone, right? If you get into the trade and it is successful, you may want to take slice and dice, hit singles and doubles, and don't wait around for a home run.
Peter, thank you so much for all of that. I think you said that you had to cut out a little bit early. Is that true?
I do. I've got another minute.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Yes, we have partnered with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We had David Green on Wednesday, who had a fantastic group coaching session. Really, really good. And he is of that camp to see profit, take profit. 10 points here, 20 points there. And we have been even kind of preaching that here is see profit, take profit, scale in, scale out, and make sure you're always pocketing just a little bit. And is there anything we're expecting for next week, or should we all just kind of enjoy the weekend and wait to talk to you on Monday?
It's a beautiful sunny day. I want everybody to have a good weekend. This is the beginning of spring. That's a beautiful thing. Next week, we'll have plenty of time on Monday to see how how today's trading went, first of all, how whatever economic data comes out next week that will affect Jay Powell's decisions. And then let's just, it's a day at a time. And you know what? If you can have a beautiful sunny weekend, enjoy yourselves, guys and girls.
Awesome. Peter, thank you so much. We look forward to speaking to you on Monday. Thank you so much for your insights. Definitely learned a thing about that S&P rebalance and the option sales. I did not know that. Hopefully, chat, you learned something today. I always do talking to Peter. It is a pleasure. Everyone, be sure to check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy if you want to get a little bit more at David Green and Peter Tuchman. Peter, thank you so much, and we will see you on. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You know what? One last thing. If anybody goes into my Instagram at Einstein of Wall Street, we are having a live free webinar next Wednesday night at 8 p.m. talking about futures, talking about Topstep, talking about technical analysis. So please, everybody go and register. It's live and it's free and it's always a good time. Next Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. There's a link in my bio. You got to register.
Perfect. Peter, thank you so much. We will see you on Monday. Have a good one and enjoy your weekend.
You too, guys. Ciao. Bye-bye.
everybody, and welcome to Power Players. We got one of the most powerful of them all, Hogue. Welcome back.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. Good to be here. Good to be here. A great segment with Peter Tuchman there.
As always, the amount of information that he can cram into 15 minutes is absolutely incredible. And it is all live and unrehearsed, which means he knows exactly what he is talking about. That is 30 years of experience just rolling off the tongue instantaneously. Incredible to see.
Yeah, we always on the trading floors of the Chicago exchanges said we don't care what New York does. We don't care what they do in New York, but you have to. I mean, we're trading stocks here in these indices, so. He's absolutely right. You've got to be aware of what's going on with those stocks. And that rebalancing is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we talked about the rebalancing. We talked about the options. And we've even seen RIPS recently, I think the past couple of months. He always has like the Mag 7 up. And so he is looking at, those stocks that are trading in those indices to kind of help give him an edge in the market. He said that, Boeing is in the Dow, and so the Dow, might eat it if Boeing starts to trade down, whereas other indices that don't have Boeing in it might look a little bit more resilient. Just an example. Something we were talking about in the green room, though, was these options. 6.7 billion of options came in, and you had a couple points there. If you want to share those with the green room, or not, with chat. We were in the green room. Chat is in the chat room. If you want to share that with chat, I think that'd be really enlightening for them.
For sure. So I'm not by any means a expert in options. I haven't traded options in quite a long time, but just for a little clarity about what Peter was talking about, we are in the end indices and in many of these stocks, pretty much holding near all-time highs. So when it comes to expiration, a lot of those stocks, indices that are in the money, a lot of those options that are in the money they get exercised today. So if you have a call that's in the money, you're going to be moved into the underlying stock or commodity, if you will. If it's a stock index, you're going to be moved into a position in that stock or that stock index at that price. So what happens, and I think what Peter was talking about is there were a lot of calls that were in the money this morning that got exercised. And when they get exercised, now those are long positions. If you want to take the profit on those long positions, you have to sell. And I think that's what he was saying was a big part of what caused the sell-off early this morning. And, if you ask me, I mean, I've been talking, since Monday about the key reversal that happened in the indices on Friday, and we haven't been able to take out the highs of that key reversal. And now both the S&P and the NASDAQ are trading below longer time frame trend lines. The NASDAQ just took another look at weekly kickoff low. It bounced off it nicely the last time, but now it's showing signs of possible acceptance below that level. So if Peter Tuchman is right, and there's, however many billions in positions from calls being exercised, this move lower might not be over. And we talked a little bit about how the upside failed auction in the S&Ps was a really nice opportunity to look for a short, even if you kind of missed the first push to the downside, and it's still paying off nicely. Now I'm not able to participate because they had me demonstrate the lockout button. So now I'm locked out of this account. So now I'm just kind of sitting here watching, which is fine. This is all for the benefit of our users. And but yeah, that little failed auction to the upside was a really nice opportunity. I did take that short in a trading combine. I got chopped up in my live account this morning, which I was thoroughly expecting, because it is expiration day, and expiration day has been notably horrible days for me. But we did what we did. We'll worry about getting that back next week. But here's that failed auction. A lot of folks have questions. What's a failed auction? What's it look like? What's it mean? So when the initial balance is the first hour of trade on this platform, you see it here in this dark blue line. Opening range is the first minute, and that is shown here by this gold bar. But so the market opened rejecting value from yesterday, put in a low, came all the way back up, took out the high of the initial balance, but could not maintain price above there. We couldn't close even one 30-minute bar above the initial balance. We opened back down here. So that's where this is about where I took the short. Actually, I think it was 95 where I took the short, and I was looking for a move all the way down to around 18, which we just kind of reached, and we're kind of continuing to try and push to the downside. So a failed auction is, price is attempting to go higher, but fails to continue. When you're thinking about an auction process, you got to be thinking, all right, well, the market is attempting to auction higher at this point. How good of a job does it do? It didn't. It opened back inside the initial balance, leaving a potential failed auction. The market, you can leave a failed auction. The market can come back inside of the initial balance, and then it can take out and continue to push to the upside. That's, that failed auction no longer is viewed as a failed auction at that point. But at the very least, it gives you the opportunity to limit your risk against the high of the failed auction. So you get a short here. If we don't take out that high, you catch the rotation to the low of value, which worked out actually very nicely.
Did you end up holding on to that trade, Hogue? I think you're muted, my man.
Sorry about that. I'm still coughing a lot. I'm going to see the doctor today, but the segment was ending. We were ending fast markets, and they wanted me to show the lockout here on this trading combine account. So I got out of it, and then I locked it out. I locked it up. You lock it up.
You locked it up.
And locked it up. So now I'm on the sidelines for the day, and that's okay. Typically these are not the best days for me to be trading. I don't like trading rollover. I especially don't like trading expiration. So I'm looking forward to next week when all of that is over. But as Peter was talking about, there is a rebalancing. We've got FOMC tomorrow or next week. It is going to be an interesting week next week. Bases, this is the T4 platform. And it is available to use in the trading combine and live, but we cannot administer the profiles for accounts in this moving forward. So you won't be able to get the market profiles. However, it is being added to Topstep X. I don't know how long it's going to take to do that, but it is on the roadmap to add to Topstep X. So we're going to be able to hopefully see the profiles right on Topstep X before too long.
Yeah, what can't they add to Topstep X? That's the real question.
There's nothing they can't do.
Miracle.
How fast?
I just ended up eating doggy doo-doo on a YM one here. Obviously, it's in my trading combine, because if I was in my practice account, I probably would have made money, because that seems to be the theme of my trading currently is crush it in the practice account, but struggle in the trading combine. Hogue, it's pretty hard to make money trading. You would say that, right?
Of course. It's the hardest money, the hardest easy money you'll make.
Even if you're in a practice account, you would say, right?
Yeah. Except it takes
why is it easier?
It takes all the pressure off.
I know. Doesn't it?
It does. You don't have to, fret losses. If it's in a practice account, well, does it really matter? You can treat a practice account like it is a real account, but is it really? You know, there's practice, and there's purposeful practice, and then there's deliberate practice. If you're gonna try and learn how to trade in a practice account, you need to use deliberate practice. I mean, you need to account for everything that you do. You need to make yourself feel losses, fear, greed, all of those things that trip up traders. It's just difficult in a practice account, because deep down in places that you don't talk about at parties, in your head, you know it's not real. So the decision making, in my opinion, is so much easier when there's no skin in the game. That's why I think the trading combine is such a wonderful tool to still have that little bit of skin in the game and feel what it's like to actually have risk on in a very small way, but it's still having risk on, because there's a goal. There's somewhere you're trying to get by being in the trading combine. I mean, I can't even imagine how much money has been saved by traders trading in the trading combine, developing their skills, becoming good traders, just by risking in the combine instead of actual real accounts.
Oh, tons. It would have saved me a lot of money, Hogue. I can tell you that much right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. There was a gentleman who was in the trading combine, and this was when you were in the trading combine. This was pretty close to the beginning of TopStep, where if you hit a daily loss limit or something, your account was closed. You'd have to purchase another combine that you could start the following day. And this particular person was somebody that I had talked to.
I missed that, Hogue. I'll be honest.
Do you really?
I do miss that. I do miss it. I think it's good for the traders to have to wait a day before they start trading a new account. So like the trader part of me, I understand why it would be frustrating for as a customer to not be able to immediately trade again. But back then, I actually think it was an accidental benefit to some of our traders to have to wait a full day before they could trade their new account, just because it gave them a little bit more clarity, and instead of just smashing the reset button.
And then starting over, right?
And then starting over, yeah.
But this gentleman, he had like day after day after day after day, he would have to buy another trading combine because he would hit his daily loss limit, hit his daily loss limit, hit his daily loss limit, hit his daily loss limit. And he called me one day and he says, "Oh, you guys need to give me a live account." And I said, "Well, that's not how it works. I mean, this is a level playing field. I know that you've been working at it for a while, but you have to succeed in the trading combine for us to give you a funded account." And he says, "Well, I've spent X amount of dollars. You guys can just give me a funded account." And I said, "Okay, give me about 5 or 10 minutes and I'll call you back." And I went through all his trading combines and tallied up all the losses that he had in his trading combines. And I called him back and this is the number you would have lost had you been trading. Do you still think we owe you a funded account? And he was quiet for about 30 seconds. And he said, "You know what? I hadn't thought of that. Thank you very much." We're talking 6 figures of losses in trading combines that he didn't have to withstand because he was trading real money at the time.
Wow. Yeah. So if you're going to get into the trading combine, I definitely, recommend having your emotions in order. And because I've done it before, but you can use trading as a form of, beating yourself up, basically. And you do find yourself doing that and burning through accounts and wasting money and think you deserve stuff that you don't deserve. Just take a break, step on back. The markets will be there again. But just, if you find yourself beating yourself up trading, like that should be a big red flag. You shouldn't be taking out past injustices of whatever's happened in your life in your trading accounts. That's not what you want to do, but it does make it very, very easy because trading is such an emotional job.
And it will seek out all of those fears and bad things that happen to you, and it will bring those out and bring it right into your trading decisions. And that's why, it is so important to know yourself and to continue to grow as a person, not only as a trader and with trading knowledge. There's things that are going on in your brain behind the scenes that just put up barriers to your success. Some people just like to be miserable.
They do.
I don't know how that works, but misery loves company, and if you love to be miserable, well, you can certainly be a miserable trader. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. Like, that was a part of my identity for a long time too. It's just being a loser trader and getting sympathy from people, because it's easy to do, and emotionally it can be rewarding to get attention for not being good at something, if that's how you have like your framework built up. So that took me a long time to kind of work through and to just want to win for myself and not for like attention of others. But everyone's story is like totally different.
Dolby, I'd never even thought of that. Like, trading losses and seeking, consolation from others, looking for that consolation. It's kind of like trading Munchausen by proxy. You establish losses so you can, get sympathy.
Yeah, you can tell a pity story to your friends, your family online, and yeah, like why not? Why wouldn't you do that if you got rewarded for it, like in your past or something? I'm actually short 5YM in my trading combine at 39,157, and we just broke below 39,136. So we're doing okay here. I am going to move this to break even while we chit chat. But what I think is so interesting is like everyone has a completely different story when they come to trading, and it's all about their background and what they experienced in their past. And that kind of colors what their experience is going to be like in trading. I know, like, for example, you said you had like a trading psychologist and you struggled with, I think, making too much money, if I recall, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's all part of it, is your relationship with money.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of a deep story, but when I was like 6 years old, I was walking around the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade because my dad worked there, and it's when you're 6 years old, you don't really have a big concept of money and what it means and what it's worth and all that. But this was kind of a repressed memory, and there was somebody that was by the elevators, by the trading floor, and very, for a 6-year-old to kind of notice how well somebody was dressed. I mean, this guy, wonderful suit, and he just looked rich, and he was really mean to me. So it's somehow in my brain, I got locked into the idea that if you're going to be rich, you have to be mean. So I don't want to be mean, so therefore I don't want to be rich. And
yeah,
I was working for a prop firm. They had trading psychologists and therapists there, and that repressed memory was actually, we were able to dig that up and to let it go. You don't have to be mean if you're rich. Well, that was a revelation, really. But a lot of the idea that I was able to make a lot of money and then always seemed to find a way to give a lot of it back was more self-esteem.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't feel as though I was worth that with that kind of money, and that's a big issue. I think a lot of folks, we all have, some folks, I would say, have esteem problems, and if you don't value yourself and the money and the time that you've put into trading, that can be another issue. Boy, Dolby, I had a lot of issues, and I feel like even if you dig them out and you kind of release them, they have a way of creeping back in. It's not like you can knock one down and then knock the next one down and knock the next one down. It's like 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 1 step back. Mm-hmm. It's all in kind of building those muscles that talk back to those, some would call them saboteurs, internal saboteurs.
100%. Yeah, and everyone has a different approach or a different background. So it's like my story is different than yours. I mean, just as many different variations as there are on the charts is as many variations as there are as to the baggage that each individual trader is bringing in. And I actually remember when I was doing breakout coaching or something, I had like this was way back when I was doing customer service, but I was talking to traders like on the phone who had just recently lost their trading accounts, and there were 2 circumstances that were like really kind of profound in my mind of just how impactful previous history can be with your trading. One of which was a guy who grew up super poor. His family was poor, did farm work, manual labor, that type of thing. And he had a really hard time. He could get to the funded account, but had a really hard time taking profits because he didn't see trading as a real job because it wasn't manual labor. And he didn't want to make that kind of money because it would essentially, upset his parents or he thought it would make his parents upset because it wasn't like a real job. So there's one. The other one was a guy who was in his 50s or 60s who had a terrible relationship with his dad. And his dad was still alive. And he basically could not get past, he would not allow himself to succeed because of the relationship that he had with his father. This is an adult grown man with another adult grown man. They did not speak at all. And because that knot was not tied off and it still lingered, it was preventing him from trading. I'm like, that's how easy it can be, for something in your life to come and impact you that maybe you thought did not have anything to do with trading. But because with trading, the trading is a mirror, in my opinion. The screen is a mirror because you don't have typically anyone else around you to help you. They kind of pull you out of your own head. But you can start pulling up all sorts of stuff, and you will always pull up the darkest and most impactful stuff for your trading. Whatever hits the hardest is what will get brought up because you know yourself the best.
Yeah, and even no matter how well you know yourself, there's things you don't know about yourself. That thing about the guy that was manual labor was the only way to make money. Even though my dad was a trader, every job I'd ever had was me trading in my hours for a handful of dimes. And it takes a little bit of a adjustment, I guess, in attitude and thought process to say, I don't have to dig ditches to make money. I can do something else and, maybe work for myself as a trader one day and do all of that. But the dad relationship, even though that gentleman was, somebody who was a grown man, was being influenced by his father. I mean, you learn how to be a person by learning from your parents. Hopefully you have good parents, right? But not all parents are good parents. And you got to have a license to catch a fish, drive a car, or, have a dog, but you don't have to have a license to be a dad. And a lot of the things that may have happened as this person was growing up were still affecting how he's feeling about himself and his decision-making in his trading. My dad was a trader. He was also an alcoholic, but he quit drinking about 1970. I was 6 years old, and I remember him not being around much, but I didn't know he was an alcoholic. He was around on the weekends. We threw baseballs and did everything that you do. But during the week, in the greens, you're done at 11, you're done at 1:15, and you go right down to the bar and the board of the trade and you start drinking with your buddies. So by, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, he's, half in the bag or all the way in the bag. And so my mom said, you got to stop that and stop it now, or I'm going to take the kids and we're going to move out to South Dakota by my parents. Thank God he quit drinking. Otherwise, I would have been in like little house in the prairie is basically where
you could have been on a farm, Hogue.
Right. And but he did, and he was the best dad that he could be. But to me, he was the best dad because he was present. He was part of me growing up. He was part of me getting into the industry and teaching me things and all of those things. And, there's no perfect dad. Nobody's perfect, but he always used to tell me that I was a good dad. I have 2 kids. They're 26 and 24. And he'd see me with the kids and he'd say, you know what, you're a really good dad. And I just would say back, hey, I learned from the best. So, but a lot of those things that happen before we even remember them when we're kids, they can have an impression on your decision making and in trading and how you act about yourself.
Oh yeah, that's why we brought on Ginny Cristerna. It talked about all that inner child, adult self talk. We all have a little inner child inside of us that just wants a little bit of approval from the people that mean the most to us, so we can just have acceptance to be happy and trade and be okay with accepting a personal loss limit. Like, that's okay. Having a down day, that's okay. And if that's not something you necessarily have immediately at your disposal, you do have TopstepTV, you have the Discord community, you have chat. I think everyone here kind of goes through the same thing with trading. No one here, you're not alone in this journey. There are a lot of people here. I've been here for a very long time. I have made literally every single mistake there is, probably multiple times, but definitely multiple times, because I can remember at least 2 of the same. Beats Bears, Ginny Cristerna. She was on earlier. And apparently a lot of people really liked her stuff because a lot of traders reached out to her. So I did post her name in there. It's already, it is 11:45 already. Hogue, thank you so much for opening up and talking about that. Hope people in chat found that conversation with Hogue and I beneficial. It is a Friday, so please go and enjoy your weekends and do all that stuff and have fun. Say hi to your family. Make sure you text all your parents that you love them, yada, 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 because they are great. And they do want you to succeed, and they do want you to be happy and trade well. But they also want you to win free resets on TopQuiz. So let's go to the next segment. And we will see you later. Stay tuned for TopQuiz. We've got a special guest, Dakota, and usual suspect, YM hater, Jack. So see you in a couple.
Get your questions in for group coaching too.
Oh, yes. Group coaching. Get it in there.
Hello, traders out there. Welcome to Top Quiz, the only futures-themed live quiz show at this time on YouTube. I am Jack, joined by one of the great stars. You can see the halo of light around him. It is Dakota. Dakota, welcome to Top Quiz. Thanks for stopping by today.
Thank you. Yeah, this is not a green screen, not like yours, Jack. You can see I'm at my office. So here I am.
Well,
you guys got me. I don't have a green screen, and we're going to do some Top Quiz.
Let me try something really quick. Yes, I am also at my, I guess I can do this without. I am also at my office. Well, no, it just went to black. I'd have to reconnect to show it. It's not some dark room. It's actually well lit, but I have the curtains down. But yeah, I'm representing. Sometimes I've been Wyoming. I am not now. Anyway, so click the link that's at the top. If you want to join, it's 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 of those questions right, you will qualify for a raffle for one of 50 free resets. 5 of them will go to the top 5. They say Jack's office of Black Cave. No, it's nice. It's well lit. Besides that, answer the questions as they appear on your device, because we're on a 6-second delay, Dakota. So that's so we can have a kill switch in case you say something really bad, Dakota, as you're known to do.
Yeah, I've done that before while you guys were in Vegas. You guys weren't here to mute me, but what is it? You get 3 out of 4 right or something?
Yeah, you get 3 or 4 right, and then I go to random.org, integers. I list everyone out by their placement, and then select 50 random integers, and then suck those names in. You can also yeah, what's up?
If I get 3 out of 4 right, I get a free combine or a reset. What are we playing for?
We're playing for resets, but if you get 3 or 4 right, I will do either for you. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And also, if you're out there, remember, I've challenged some people. If you want to come on the Top Quiz sometime, I will make the same deal with you. Black Swan is the only person that's done it so far, and he stumped the swamp, so to speak. All right. Are you ready to do this, Dakota?
Yep.
All right.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Long intro where I drink water. These questions are written by Danielle today, by the way, everyone. You'll see they have a different feel. Question number 1. Where was Michael earlier this week?
Florida.
This week. Florida, California, Vegas, Nebraska. Vegas is the one that's not a state, Danielle. Interesting choice. But where was Michael, Dakota?
Florida, man. Yep. Let's do it.
That's right. MP is the ultimate Florida man. I will also point out, Dakota, that I forgot to tell you this in the green room. As a guest, if you absolutely know the answer, wait till there's 6 seconds left on the timer. That way, it is not revealed to the world.
I couldn't because, right, you have to answer like immediately or else you don't get the full 1,000 points or something.
Oh, are you playing on your phone right now?
Well, I'm playing to win.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I can't keep track of your points unless you're playing it in Kahoot. So I'm just, if you get 3 or 4 right, you win. If you get 4 right, you win, Dakota.
Okay.
Let's see who knew it with Dakota. Nazquick. I always have to read these slowly. Naz Dude, Queen of Ticks. Reset over trading. All right, here we go. Question number 2.
I'm going to say it fast, and if everybody just believes me, maybe I just lie. Then screw them over.
Sure, whatever works, man. We're also on a 6-second delay, though, so they won't get it right away. All right, here we go. Question 2. Per our TopstepTV Instagram, where did Michael give Dan a hard time? What did Michael give Dan a hard time about on the trip? That Dan overslept? That Dan fell in front of everyone? That Dan wore a white suit? That Dan spilled food on his shirt? Are you locking in that answer?
Yes.
Yes? Well, you are correct. Dakota is 2 for 2. And James, if you can unpin the quiz just to make sure everyone's in. Dakota, you're on fire right here. Danielle's questions are no match for you, man. Is the sun, by the way, like, where is the sun right now in the sky? Oh, okay, I get it. It looked like it was like sunset or something.
Gennady Golovkin. Who's that boxer? Triple G.
That sounds right to me. Somebody in the chat will help us out there. All right. After 2 questions, like a chump, Charmads, Jack's only fan. I like that. That's funny. Scott Bro, Lock and Profit. All right. You ready?
Matt Damon is the highest line.
He is, man. He's done great. If you need the daily levels, where can you find them? You have to make sure you're here by 8 a.m. to hear them from Hogue at TopstepTV.
Right,
Call your mom or just
I'm Googling
pray.
this one.
As many
I can
do.
phone a friend, right?
Yeah, sure.
I have Danielle on Slack. Hurry, Danielle, Slack me.
It is at TopstepTV.
At TopstepTV.com.
That's where you can find them. Or just, Jesus take the wheel. Okay. MP stop button. 4 Eyes Trades. This one just gets over. Sir Clap Thy Cheek. And Scott Bro. Let this be a lesson, by the way, that when I black out a name when we show the winners, it's pretty bad. Okay? Like, Sir Clap Thy Cheek, that's fine. There's another one last few days that I was like, no. All right. Final question. You're 3 for 3. You've already won your reset or combine,
Free
Dakota.
combine. I'll do a free combine.
Okay. I'll box it up and send it to you. All right. Here we go. Last question. Last night, Coach Robert, ... held a Topstep X overview class. The recording is on YouTube. Held a market profile class.
Triangle.
Held an algos class. Or held a hedgehog. Or E. Danielle is way too nice with these questions. But yes. This is really funny.
She threw a super easy one.
Getting over is just, who is Robert, bro? In the chat I'm reading right now. That's good. All right. So let's see who's some fast clickers here. 3rd place, 4 Eyes Trades. 2nd place, MP Stop Button. 1st place is Dakota and Jack's only fan. Thank you. You get it. Scott Bro, tick, tick, boom. Round out the top 5. Dakota, thank you for doing that with me. You're actually a fantastic guest. Among the best we've had.
A little disappointed in the questions, Danielle.
Dakota, come back sometime when I write the questions, and
Wait,
we'll really have
like
one. That'll be
Series
a heater.
3 questions. Do we have any Series 3 questions on hand?
Not at the moment. JD's out. He's going to send them to me, but I will bring you on with the Series 3 questions next, like some other time. Let's do it. Straight Series 3. I'll be fair because they're always fair. All right. Well,
beautiful.
Everyone, stick around.
Free combine,
what's
right? Up? That was the easiest free combine I've got.
Here,
maybe I talked to Danielle to see if I could give it away during my slow market
Slack
class.
Danielle. Free. I don't know if you can see this. Combine Dakota. And yeah, just Slack Danielle.
I'm transitioning to Topstep X. So maybe we could do a free, let's make sure I can clear. There's not going to be any gray area. Let's say a free 150K combine on Topstep X.
Danielle is in the chat. She says definitely. It's between you two now. And yeah, it's happening, man. You got 4 for 4. You can do whatever you want. Throwing down the legal pad in my cave. Well, thanks for showing up, everyone. We're going to take a quick few-minute break and then be back with group coaching, which will be with Mr. Hoagland and myself. Dakota, go get some sleep. Enjoy yourself.
Sleep. No, I'm actually while we were talking, I've been looking to get in long NASDAQ at 18,000. I don't know if you guys could see that, but
push it up.
Yeah, you guys can see it. Well, I mean, it's on my phone, right? Long NASDAQ 18,000. Been trading off my phone. Who needs charts? Watching price action. 18,000. I'm looking to get long at 18,000. Low of day is 6.25.
Well, for your sake and my 401k, I hope that trade pans out for you.
All right. Take care. Take care, Jack.
Take care. See you, Dakota.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll be back just after this. Goodbye.
All right. Hey, welcome. I've got Jack with me here. Welcome to group coaching.
Hey, Hogue, I'm honored to be here.
Hey, it is an honor to have you here. And it's an honor to be back on group coaching. I've missed everybody this week. And it's a pleasure to be back here. Love doing this, especially on a Friday. There's my bio, and we'll go through the whole thing. And we're just going to kind of go pretty much right into the questions. Let me get rid of this so we can kind of see what's going on in the markets. So we do have some really good questions today. And before we get to those, I made a promise to somebody in chat, I think it was on Tuesday, to discuss the difference between TPO profile and volume profile. I don't know if they're here, but it was Shadow of a Doubt. Shadow of a Doubt. I've mentioned in chat that I was going to do this today, and hopefully you are here. If you are, let me know. If not, you'll be able to watch this, at another time. But I think it's, for anybody that's interested in profile, you're here. Awesome. Give me one. So the difference between market profile and volume profile. So what we're looking at here is both. Okay, this is regular trading hour session for the S&Ps, and we see the market profile here, and we see the volume profile here. Now, a lot of times, they're going to look relatively similar, right? So we have the point of control here, the TPO point of control, which is, of course, the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. And we have the volume point of control here, which is the single price that has the most volume for the session. If it's regular trading hour, overnight, both, even composite profiles, you're going to see those points of control basically where number one, the most volume is, and number two, the TPO point of control, the widest line of TPOs closest to the center of the range. I like the market profile because the market profile shows me highs, lows, weak highs, weak lows. If we're looking at the volume profile here, we don't really get to see where the market kind of stopped. We can't even really tell if the failed auction that we put in at the high here in the S&Ps is actually a failed auction. We just see that there was little volume up there, and we don't get to see that price kind of rejected there relatively quickly. Any excess you're going to see better on a market profile, graphic. So the volume profile is, of course, probably going to be accumulating more volume where price has spent more time. And then we can see down here that we had a range extension, a little bit of volume. The market really did not leave very much excess down here. We do have two little TPOs of excess down here. But again, in volume profile, we're not going to be able to see that. There are things that you're going to see in market profile that, I view as, occasionally important, right? So where was this? Okay, so on the profile here from the 12th, okay, this was Tuesday. If I split this profile, we're going to see that there was an afternoon pullback low right here. Okay, so this afternoon pullback low was a directional day. Okay, the market closed at the high, left excess at the low. This afternoon pullback low can sometimes be indicative of where price dropped to, where buyers kind of took over and then pushed price back to the upside. The open yesterday, we saw the market A period come right to the bottom of that afternoon pullback low. Now, it did not hold for the entire session, but at least it gave us, number one, a good target for an early short if we did take an early short. And then it showed excess below that. The market did rotate higher at some point, but as soon as the market started to show time below that level, that kind of gave us the idea that this afternoon pullback low was no longer a valid support level. The market really rotated in and around it the rest of that session. So we're not going to see that in volume profile. We see that the volume did kind of die off down here, which, can also be helpful. But the thing about the volume profile that I find most useful, I apologize, folks. I've been fighting this cold. I'm going to see the doctor today. The thing I find most useful about the volume profile, which you might actually be able to see in the market profile as well, is, again, we have these profiles split. If there's going to be a directional day, which this day pretty much ended up being, I'm going to be looking, as we continue to kind of range in this area, I'm going to be looking for shorts. I call them volume shoulders. So we've got the high volume, we got the volume point of control right here. As we continue to range in this area, the volume shoulder, I call them volume shoulders. We go from the high volume node to a low volume node. I would look in a directional day to trade against low volume nodes somewhere on this volume shoulder to try and find opportunities to look for shorts, because if it gets through the low volume node, it kind of invalidates the trade, right? So this area of balance here, if we kind of Dolby'd it and, traded against the high of this area of balance, maybe we would have been able to catch that move to the downside. So, there's also the single TPOs in the market profile that kind of give you the opportunity to trade against closing of those single TPOs, but we didn't really get very, very close to it, which would have just expanded the risk. Where the real opportunity was whenever we got up to this volume shoulder up in here, that's where our opportunity to look for the short to limit risk. We start taking out the low volume node, start taking out the single TPOs. That invalidates the trade. So while there are good and bad, I don't think there's anything bad about market profile or volume profile. It's all in your ability to recognize the nuances. And the nuances of the market profile are where you're going to see opportunities where you're going to, you might see a day where, opening range was the high of the session here. Well, that lends itself more towards continuation to the downside. It did actually take out the high of it, traded within a tick of the previous day's high, but then the market kind of looked to the downside and then came back. So volume profile is something I will look to use more in directional trades if I'm trying to get into a move that is already underway, a directional move that's already underway, and trying to find a way into it. It's not, I can't just point, click, and pray. I've got to find a reason or a low volume node or something to trade against to limit the risk. Shadow of a doubt, I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of a comparison between the volume profile and the market profile. But the market profile, I think, provides much more information about the market and the direction. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, that was a hell of an answer there. I think they were watching in the comments. So
yes, I did see him, and it was great to have him here. And I hope that answers your questions. And of course, you can always ask again. There's no bad questions.
Speaking of a real good question from Vincenz, do the futures lead stocks, or do the stocks lead futures? It seems to go back and forth, in my opinion. Any thoughts on that, Hogue?
Yes. When we look at stock index futures, we're looking at a basket of stocks. the stock index futures are weighted. Like NASDAQ is highly weighted in tech stocks. So the tech stocks are, going to be closely watched by anybody that's trading the NASDAQ 100. And, which one leads? I think it kind of depends. Sometimes, you're going to see a certain sector hold up better than others. And it's difficult to really tell which one is leading and which one is kind of following it. So I'm kind of with you, Vincenz. Is they're sometimes the dog wags the tail, sometimes the tail wags the dog, right? But if you're trading a stock index future, it makes sense to watch the underlying commodities, right? And those are the stocks, and it's important to know the weighting of those stocks and to see which one is kind of leading. It's a great question. And
and if I may wax philosophic from my days in the HFT world, I mean, they're not going to be allowed to get out of whack, and the differences between them are going to have to do with decisions. I always call them vibes people have, because remember, when you're trading a futures contract, the further out it is, the less certainty there is about what the spot price might be doing, right? And that's why when you do the roll, it was 60 points higher in the ES when we rolled over to June. So because with all the mechanical trading things, there's not going to be a chance to be like, oh, the market cap's way higher now on the NASDAQ 100. This is a buy. That left a long time ago. But when certain stocks, especially the one that we're always talking about, I hate saying its name anymore because I'm tired of it, that can be triggers for things. And I think that is sort of something that we've seen be leading a little bit more recently. So just some 2 cents there.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
With that, looking through the questions for today, Hogue, what do you consider the market open? Is it the New York Open at 9:30 or the Bank Open at 8:30? They're talking in Eastern time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, for the equity futures, to me, I mean, the regular trading hour open is 8:30 Central Time, so that would be 9:30 Eastern Time, right? And you can pretty much see it by just looking at how the volume increases at that time. So you get a little bit of a volume increase on this push to the downside here on this 8 o'clock bar. But when the market opens at 8:30, that's when the real volume is starting to come in. You can see in the overnight, there's very little volume. So it's not like there's a lot of bigger players there. The bigger players, the other time frame, longer time frame, banks, funds, all that stuff, they're pretty much executing their positions in the hedging and adjusting their inventories during regular trading hours, because that's where the majority of the liquidity is. So I've never really been much to trade at night because I don't have the benefit of the information that the longer time frame is building. Coach Dakota has done very well with his slow markets and trading those times. I've learned a lot about that. And, it has me considering looking for some opportunities in the overnight session. I'm just not sure I'll be able to sleep as well as Dakota does. So, yeah, opening 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern time for the equities. Now, there are different opening times for different products. Like crude oil opens at 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern. The old pit trading open for currencies and for for treasuries was 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Now there aren't many platforms that will allow you to start a candle or a bar at 720. So I think 730 is pretty much what most people are kind of looking at as the open for equities currencies. And gold also opened at 720. So and there's different closing times as well, but that is what I look at as for the equities is 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah.
Good question.
As a person that used to trade bond futures overnight with spreads, if you have a lot of size to do, you don't want to do it when there's no one there to take the other side of it, right? And so what the night session is, and I presume it's the same in equity, is a lot of spreading algorithms going back and forth, fading products against each other and just kind of sucking up what liquidity is available. And if it really moves, you don't want any part of it because somebody really needs to do something. And unless you know what it is, stay out of the way. All right. With that, there was a fun question from yesterday. Yeah, I'll just throw it out there. Someone asked, I can't comment. I was put in timeout. For what reason? Well, commenter, we're not going to go back and figure out what earned you that, but keep in mind that we're pretty fair with that stuff. So you cross the line in something, be it, you probably know what you did, but I thought that was cute. Okay, here's a loaded question. How does volume affect price movement?
Oh, well, how does volume affect price movement? Volume is the engine that drives price. If, for example, you see a market that is directional in price, okay, so let's say price is continuing to push higher over time. As long as volume maintains or increases overall, that is one of the factors that I would look at as a positive for continuation. So volume is again the driver of price. You have more volume on the buy side than you have on the sell side. That should drive price higher, right? You have more volume on the sell side than on the buy side. That should push price lower. But volume is only one part of the auction process, especially when it comes to futures. In stocks, volume is very important. You see a stock that continues to rally and the volume continues to increase as price continues to push higher, that is saying in that part of the auction process that auction is healthy and likely to continue. Futures are different than stocks. Stocks, you buy a stock, you own a piece of a company. There's usually nobody that is shorting it against you, so that makes volume and open interest a little bit trickier. Open interest, I guess, in stocks you could say is the number of outstanding shares, but that's not going to change until they do some sort of a split or some sort of a buyback, something like that. So, volume is again the driver of price. When you think about an auction, when you think about a market, Arter, you have to think about it as an auction process, right? And price is going to go higher until buyers won't buy it anymore. Sellers will take over. It'll rotate lower until sellers won't sell it anymore, and this goes back and forth and over multiple time frames. Think of this, Arthur. If we were at an art auction, okay, and I'm the auctioneer, and I'm going to sell that beautiful piece of pottery over there right behind me. And it's a well sought after piece of pottery, by the way. So I'm going to open up the auction at $1,000. Boom. The auction is now open. If nobody buys it at $1,000, I'm going to have to advertise price lower. Do I hear 950? Do I hear 900? Bam, somebody bids for it for 900. The downside auction is now over. Now everybody else in the room is thinking, boy, he's getting that cheap. I kind of like that piece too. So we go, okay, do we hear 950? Yes. Do we hear 1,000? Yes. Do we hear 1,100? Yes. Now we've started to get a little bit of a buzz going, and more people are putting up their paddles to try and buy this piece of artwork. Now we're up to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Price is moving very quickly in that direction because a lot of people are trying to buy it. That is volume. That is volume. As we get up to 2,000, now we're going to 2050. Anybody? Oh, we got 2050 with 2,100. Anybody? Anybody? No? Okay, sold for 2050. Here's your piece of pottery. If that person stands up and tries to say, I just got this for 2050, I'll sell it to anybody for 2,300, he's going to hear crickets. If he wants to sell it at that moment, he will then have to auction the price lower until he finds a bidder. There's in essence two different types of auctions. The English auction, where it's priced low and people compete to be the one to buy it. And there's the Dutch auction, which it is priced way too high and price is lowered until the first person says, I'll take it. That's the end of the auction. I think that might be kind of why markets ratchet higher over time and drop. They take the stairs up and the elevator down. Volume affects movement because more people want it than don't. And volume also affects movement when nobody wants it. Great question.
Good stuff right there. Hogue, in the sheet, you are the person that made these olive colored highlights, right? I just wanted to make sure. The reason I'm asking is because one of the questions I get to at some point is personal, so I wanted to make sure that it was something that you put in there. I think you're on mute, Hogue.
Sorry about that. I do that when I cough. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was asking in the sheet, did you make these olive colored highlights?
The one that asked when I quit doing drugs?
Yeah. Okay, it sounds like the cat's out of the bag. So when did you quit drugs and how did it affect your trading?
Who says I quit? Peter, I wasn't really on the trading floor. Everybody knows it. I mean, it was a culture like that, right? So, but I kept myself busy. I was working on the trading floor, going to school and bartending. So while a lot of the people that were on the trading floor were out partying, I was working, and I thank my lucky stars that was the case, because I saw a lot of them get in a lot of trouble and a lot of bad things happen to them. I'm not saying that I was an angel, but I never really fell in with that group, I guess. I don't know. I was busy working, I was busy learning, I was busy doing things. And so I never really got that into them. I can't even tell you when the last time I did anything but have a couple of drinks. I mean, we're talking decades, and I'm glad of that. I mean, I don't need that in my life, and I don't think anybody needs it in their life. And so, did it affect my trading? It never really had a bad effect on it because I was never really, that into it. I mean, I could be in the bathroom on the trading floor and hear somebody in the stall next to me doing it.
Yeah.
But that was not me. That was not me. So it never really had the chance to affect my trading.
I have a quick story I can go into about that. Is that relationship can link both ways, the drugs and the trading. In that, I at one point worked with someone who was clearly a big drinker. Something happened. They were in my group or whatever else, and this individual disappeared for a while, which was code for a little rehab stint. But he was such a good trader, right, that was no problem with the firm. So they bring him back. He's back to doing it, or back to trading, doing whatever, doing fine. And then a few months later, at the office, middle of the day, has a huge position on. We can see in the P&L monitors, and this person is collapsed on their desk.
Oh,
yeah. Alcohol poisoning. Ambulance has to come take them out of the office, essentially. So then 6 months out, that good a trader, the company is willing to overlook it. Anyway, this happened one more time, and it became the thing of that you cannot. It's the trading that is making, the relationship can run both ways. Trading can also be an addiction that can fuel certain things that you do to cope with it. And this person is doing very well now. They're not trading, but they also seem to be alive, which is good, healthy.
They've got get their stuff together then.
So I think sometimes you do have to, beyond just the drugs and trading link, you have to think about whether trading is something that's getting you in trouble as well, or that's, and only you can know that answer. So
yeah, if you ever watch the movie Floored, there is a guy in there. He's I don't want to name names or anything, but he's the guy that like pours himself a big glass of wine and he starts talking and he kind of guzzling the wine.
Yeah.
He was an unbelievable trader, but he was also, had a very highly addictive personality. And I'll just leave it there. It ended up costing him in the long run, but he was an unbelievable trader.
Good movie to watch. I believe it's available on YouTube, Floored.
Yes, it is. And if you watch carefully, you might catch me there in the background a couple of times.
Doing drugs. No, just kidding.
No.
All right. Well, that is our Frank Friday talk for now. Let's do something light real quick. Where is the rectangle drawing tool on Topstep X? I can't find it.
Well, you might have to take me off screen to show it.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay.
Maybe not. Here it is. So if you use the little brush and hit the little caret right next to it, all of the tools are going to pop up that you're looking for. Here's the rectangle. So I'm going to put a rectangle around this little area right here. And now you can either have it extend out to the right, or you can click on it, go to the settings wheel, and you can have it style, extend right, no, and then off. So you can have it just a rectangle, square, whatever four-sided even angled tool that you want. And, you can put it out that way. You can put it down here. You can do whatever you want. It's always going to be a square or a triangle. And then if you want to take it off, you just remove. So here we go. Well, let's remove.
Like a nice little shrub there.
Yes. Yeah. So that's where all those kind of drawing tools are. Usually it's going to show the brush at first, but you can do ellipse, curves, circles, paths. You can, let's do a path. So we got here, here, and here. There's a nice path. And here's what's going to happen later. And then we're going to go back in time.
Oh, no.
And we'll just take that off. So, yeah, it's cool. Thanks for asking the question. I'm glad I was able to answer it. We know that Robert is our expert with the platform, but there's your drawing tools.
Yeah, and just a free promo again. Check out on our YouTube page. Robert did a walkthrough last night that's available on YouTube. And guess what? He's going to do it again next week on Wednesday, probably right after we finish streaming. We'll start a new stream, and just Robert and his weapon, which is Topstep X. Nobody knows it better than him. All right. Question from Jan. Is a 0.75 profit factor a bad thing? I scalp ranges. I presume what they mean is like a risk reward ratio
Right.
that's
Right.
less than 1.
Right. Yeah. That. So that's like well, I would say. Would you say a 3/4 to 1? Where is that question?
It's from 314.
Jan. Okay. Is it a bad thing? Well, I mean, it's not what I would be looking for in my own trading, because you're risking 75, you're profiting 75 cents for every dollar you risk. I'm much more of a fan of a much bigger reward over risk ratio. It's not always achievable. I mean, that depends on your trade location and the market type and all that. But Jan, if you're going to be making 75 for every dollar that you risk, you're going to have to be right an awful lot. I would have to say probably 70% of the time you're going to have winning trades at that profit factor. So I'm kind of looking at that as a 0.75 to 1 reward over risk. If you're right half the time, you're going to lose money over time. So, Jan, without knowing your time frame, your winning trade percentage, how much of that winning trade percentage you're going to be able to maintain, I would look for a profit factor of, let's say, 1.5, which is you're risking 1 to make 1.5. Okay, so is it a bad thing? It all depends on the other half of that metric, which is, again, win percentage. I mean, if you can do that and be right 8 out of 10 trades over a long period of time, you're going to be fine. The difficulty is, being right 8 out of 10 trades and trading.
That's very tough to do in practice. Usually
Yes.
those lower risk rewards you see in something like algo strategies, something like that, something where you can really capitalize on very, very short-term moves. But if it works for you, if you can do it, there's nothing wrong with it. Whatever works, works.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Hogue, how do you stay out of trades when your system doesn't form anything the whole day? Like, I think this is a question about how do you keep your hands firmly attached to your butt for an entire day?
Well, I mean, if you have a strategy that demands specific things to happen in the marketplace and they don't happen, then you shouldn't do anything. Your trading strategy says get a hobby. And that's not a bad idea. If you're looking at the market and you're not seeing what you need to see to get into a trade, Dr. Menaker bought himself a guitar and taught himself to play guitar while he was, waiting for alignment with his strategy, while he was in trades, just trying to keep his hands busy so that he wouldn't get out of trades early. Some sort of design distraction would be a good thing. But I think, part of this question is you can't feel like you're wasting your time because you're not trading. If there's nothing that you're seeing that aligns with your strategy, you're better off doing nothing than getting into something that, you might, well, maybe this will work. Let's try it. No, that's not what you want to do. So, I find that this is something that traders that only have a couple of hours to trade every day. All right. So I get to trade from 8 to 10, and then I have something else I have to do. I have to go to work. I have to do something, whatever it is. And if I don't trade during that 2-hour period, I feel like I'm wasting my time. So I have to do something. And you don't have to do anything. You have to wait. You have to, look for your opportunities, wait for alignment with your strategy, and only then do you take that trade in the specific time period that you have to trade. Uh, Coach Dakota, I think he started trading at night because he was busy during the day, and he's learned to do it very well, but he's taking trades specifically for a reason, not just because he has to trade at night, right? And he's built himself a nice account. He's building himself a nice stream at the end of the day and in the evening. And it's something I never even considered was, hey, there are opportunities at night. And I'm enjoying watching and learning a little bit about trading at night. So I don't know if I'm going to actively do it because I do like to sleep, but you don't want to fit your trading into the time that you have to trade. You want to trade for a reason when you do have that time.
We all know Dakota does not like to sleep.
No.
Yeah, I think what you're saying, Ho, makes a lot of sense. And I'm okay at waiting for trades, but once I have it on, if I'm paying too close attention, I feel like I'm always going to overmanage it.
That's a big thing. I used to call it Lennying your trades. And if you ever read the book of Mice and Men, there's Lenny, who is, a nice enough person, but not all there. And he likes to pick up little furry animals, and he loves them and pets them and plays with them so much that he kills them. And the over managing trades, I think, is the same thing. It becomes so important to us that we can't keep our hand off the mouse just to let the market do what it's going to do. It's going to make us money or it's going to hit our stop, one or the other, right? And I think I'm guilty of over managing trades. I think everybody is at some point. But yeah, we don't want to Lenny our trades, right?
Yeah, I mean, that separates maybe the greatest outright trader I ever knew is it makes me think about that conversation Andre talked about the other day, that someday we're going to take the opening range trade and just take it through the whole day. And, unless we have a lockout button or a very firm commitment or lock you in a room somewhere, it'd be very hard to have something 200 points in your favor and not be very tempted to take it off.
Oh, for sure. For sure. But, if let's say you trade multiples and you we take the opening range trade short and it stays the high of the session. If you have, 3 on, you can take a profit on one, take a profit on the other one, and then just let the other one fly or trail it with a stop. I know that Coach Dakota trails it with a stop. I think RIPS trails it with a stop. If there's a runner you want to leave on, you can do that to protect at least some of the profits. But that's what trading multiples lets you do. If it's a one lot and you're going to try and hold on to that thing all day long and it's 200 points in your direction, it's going to be very difficult for you to just let that fly.
I remember the trader I was referring to, not the one who had his issues, but the greatest outright trader I've seen. I was lucky enough to have him on my P&L monitor while we were in a group. And you would see him in these positions. And even though I didn't have it on, I would be getting nervous, antsy, wanting, this is so much in your favor right now. You are up so much money on this trade. You just wanted to tell me, get it off. You need to get it off. And then you would keep on going. But he was also fine if it came back some. And that's the hardest skill to develop.
Yeah, I mean,
do that.
You saw Michael with the 50 lot on when it started going his way. Andre was like, take it.
Well, I was too, because he was doing it in the house account.
Right. Well, think about this, Jack, and everybody. I mean, some of the best speculators in the world. I mean, let's look at Gene Cashman. In 1973, there was a grain embargo and there was an oil embargo against the U.S. Gene Cashman speculated that the grain embargo was going to end and we were going to be selling a large bunch of our surplus grain at that time. He called everybody in his family, said, mortgage everything, give me the cash, so that he could margin a huge position in the grains. Well, he put this huge position on in the grains. The grain embargo ended. He's holding, thousands of contracts of grains, all different kinds of grains. And the reporting at that time was probably 2 weeks to a month behind. So the reporting people didn't know that he had these positions on, and he ended up actually having over limit positions. But for, let's say 3 months, he held on to those positions as millions is pouring into his account. Millions. Finally, the government said, you're over limit position. What are you going to do about it? He said, I'll trade for liquidation only. And he held it and held it and held it and held it and held it. And, beans went into the teens. And, I don't know for sure, but it's rumored he made $165 million in 1973 in 3 months when that grain embargo ended. Can you imagine having that kind of size on and those kind of profits and standing in the pit and just watching and not doing anything? I mean, that is intestinal fortitude. Intestinal fortitude.
Built different. And I've said before, that's the reason. Well, there's many reasons, but I could never be a billionaire, is I could never have $100 million and be like, let's keep going.
Let it roll.
Yeah, let it roll, baby. Gotta let it roll. I think we have time for maybe one more. Well, we'll see how this one goes first. What do you think are the most common reasons that new traders fail? This is from Arborist, a tree lover, it would seem.
Arborist. I like that. Most common reason that new traders fail. Okay. I don't think that there are many humans that are automatically wired to be successful traders. Most people, especially newer traders, they put a trade on and it goes against them. Most of them default to, well, okay, it's going against me, but if I just wait, maybe the market will come back and make me whole again. Or maybe it'll come back and I'll make money on this trade. So instead of realizing small profits, they actually end up expanding, instead of realizing small losses, they expand those losses to a point where they can't take the pain anymore and they have to get out. So if your trade isn't valid at 100 and you go into hoping and smoking hopium that this trade is going to go your way and you risk another 400 on that trade, you're expanding your risk. Now, the other side of that coin, especially after experiencing the pain of loss, is the next time you put a trade on and it goes your way, you're automatically thinking, man, that loss I took was brutal. I don't want to do that again. I know this winner is only $50, but it's going to feel good to have a winner. So you take that winner at $50. Most of us are upside down in the way our brain is wired to understand that we need to establish risk first and get out of losses. One of the first things that the old guys said to me on the trading floor when I walked on with my shiny new badge was, learn how to take a loss. To me, preposterous. I'm not here to take losses. I'm here to make money. But it didn't take too long to figure out, the quicker you recognize that the trade is invalid and the quicker you're out, the smaller your losses are going to be. And then you get the idea, okay, now I know how to get out of losses. How do I get into better trades? Well, that's all about trade location. You're looking for asymmetric opportunities where the risk is this much and the profit can be this much. And you find a couple of those, and that helps kind of rewire your brain to say, all right, now I'm kind of getting this. I can, risk a little bit and see if I can't, make more on this trade. And I'm not talking about more on trades. I'm talking about making more on this trade than I have to risk. So we learn technical analysis, the chart types, profile, whatever it is that helps us recognize these asymmetric opportunities, and you take them. Even if you're right half the time and your winners are twice your losses, you can build an empire. So I think that that's one of the biggest problems that causes new traders to fail is the way their mind is wired. It's against risk, but we create more risk because we're afraid of it.
Well, I'm not MP, so I'm not going to ask a poll, but I bet if everyone here, if we were, raise your hand if you have ever faded something, done the moron trade, add, keeps going, puke.
Mm-hmm.
How many people have done, the opposite succession of buttons would result in the opposite result? How many people have add, take a giant profit? One is about, I don't know, this isn't scientifically, but I'd say like 14 million times easier than the other because everyone has done the first.
Mm-hmm.
Very few people can do the second.
Yeah.
Even though it's literally just if you had hit the other button that whole time.
And, in a directional market, that's what you're supposed to do is, it's going your way. You get to pull back and add to it. Get to pull back and add to it. Get to pull back and add to it. It's got to be highly directional. So.
All right. Well, good stuff, Hogue. Thanks for having me here.
I feel so blessed when I get the opportunity to do this. And thank you, Jack, for joining, and thank you all for hanging out with us. Got a dad wisdom for everybody. So this was after a day, and I felt like I got a trade stolen, and I called him, and I'm so mad. And he says, you know what? It doesn't pay to be mad, son. Half of the people you're mad at don't know you're mad, and the other half don't give a shit. The only person that anger is going to affect is you. So let it go back to work tomorrow, and see what happens then. Thank you all.
Good ending. And we're going to take a quick break right now. We're going to be back with the Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie and Andre. And I think, Hogue, you might join at some point.
Yes.
I shouldn't have said that. I want to surprise them.
Well, that's all right. I'm going to take a little bit of a walk. I've been busy today. Got to get the dog out again here, and I will pop in as soon as I can.
All right. We'll be right back after this.
Well, this is a true honor. This is the first time I've been on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, welcome to Strategy. Actually, allow me to say thank you for allowing me to join you on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, how are you doing today? Tell us where you're at and tell me what you're just telling me in the green room.
You mean about the internet sucking?
Well, that and where you're at.
Yeah.
You're not in the States at the moment now, are you?
Yeah. We are in Portugal. We are watching. I'm going to flatten this because it's moving against me for sure. Flannel. There we go.
I know that button.
Yeah. We are in Portugal right now watching. We're going to be watching Trent play a few games, and
Very cool.
we thought we'd come up when all the tournament play started. So yeah, we're doing that, and it's fun. They don't start daylight savings until April, and so we're 4 hours ahead. Normally we would be 5. But yeah, oh my gosh, did I take that trade off too early? So my thought is that we fade. Yeah, I think we fade this bounce, but the VWAP is right up at the top. And so kind of waiting to see what happens in that space. But the fade has been pretty directional all day. The big question is, how we normally have that. Well, we don't normally have anything these days, but we've had a little bit of a 230 reversal that's come across. And with options expiration, the daily, the weekly, the monthly, the quarterlies, all of them here, even though they're still bullish gamma, meaning that even if all of the contracts rolled over, traders would still be very likely to buy the dip. And so this negative delta that you just asked John about begs the question, do we start seeing that reverse? Do we see it expand? And then does that make Power Hour some kind of monstrosity of a move? So we certainly want to, consider those kinds of things.
Would you? Okay, now you talked about traders perhaps buying the dip because it's triple witching is what you're saying. Why is that so? Why would that be the play, buy the dip with on a day like today?
So the buy the dip sits there for 2 reasons. One, our fade came. Oh wow! Look at what that stopped at. Yikes!
What happened? You cut out for a second there.
Yeah. It's this internet.
It's okay.
We had all of these options expiring. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a buy the dip, but 2 things. The deep fade into weekly support edges that we're seeing in the ES, and really the roundish number at 39,000 that got caught at the YM. But the buyers started coming in and saying, hey, I'm going to take it up here. I'm going to take it up here. And so there's still a ton of negative pressure. So the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to jam into sellers. But if the delta that John says that we have that's negative continues to stay negative, but price begins to hold, we could have a massive move to the upside when they start unwinding towards the end of the day. We saw something like that, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago. But the gamma is so big for the options expiration month. And so gamma is the rate of change of delta.
What's delta?
And delta is the rate of change of price.
Right.
And so, yes. And so as gamma stays positive, it's going to still give us a buy the dip event. And so that whole thing says, hey, we buy the dip. So it was a bit because I did buy the dip at the bottom of the formation, but then I tried to short too quickly. And of course, I took it off right at my resistance zone. If I'd kept it, it would be quite green at this juncture, because I do think that the first spikes up, we're going to see sellers again, because they want to push price down further into the support floors, because everybody's waiting for the market to fade, right? Well, not everybody.
Well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by everyone's waiting for the market to fade? Fade to the upside or fade to the downside?
Bigger traders are expecting that with a hotter CPI and a hotter PPI, or less than hot PPI, we're going to kick the can further down into the June space before we get the rates cut. So all of the folks that were really banking on March, right? If it comes into March, all of a sudden they get to go, wait, I can refinance. I can do all kinds of, maybe I could get a carry trade in, anything that can help me with my debt. And all of a sudden, all of those things are slipping away, and traders are now saying, holy cow. And then Adobe, did you hear what Adobe did today?
No, what happened?
They reported. Yesterday they reported. They had good earnings. Yeah. They had fair guidance. It was a little, right? But they announced a $23 billion with a B buyback. It fell over $80.
Wow.
It lost $80. So the question might be, exactly. So the question might be, well, first of all, it's a monster buyback.
Right.
So the storyboard with buybacks, of course, is that you don't have to buy back at a particular time, just within a space, and you could also cancel a buyback. Although
what a beautiful concept. What a beautiful concept to trot out there. What a nice little tool, a little trick up your sleeve. I like that. But go on. I'm sorry. You're saying
right. So if they say, "Hey, we're scheduling this $23 billion buyback," they're expecting that they're going to have weakness, and so the question is, when is that buy going to happen, and where is it going to stabilize? But that rollover from that notion that, hey, listen, we're going to have this big buyback, it's telegraphing future soft prices.
Interesting.
Because why else would you do that? So
good point. Very good point.
The question then becomes, okay, does the market catch a cold because of this, right? And does price action just continue to weaken a little bit? The option guys that I follow, called Mentor Q, they just said, hey, listen, we've got significant divergent action suggesting we are likely to have these pullbacks in this March to April formation.
Interesting. So that's okay. That's the pullbacks that we're talking about. So that's kind of what triggered this weakness. I know we had a weaker, much weaker Empire Manufacturing as well. I don't know how much that had to play into the market. Yeah, it did create the initial sell off on the open or just after the open. We just see some buyers come in, but then we just saw the sellers come back in. Yes, we're beneath 5,200 in the S&Ps. We haven't been beneath 5,200 in them. Well, I guess we were kind of dipped beneath there yesterday for a little bit. We're beneath 18,300, beneath 18,100 in NASDAQ. So you are seeing some prices that we haven't seen in the last couple of days. What's your take on where the markets are? I know we talked about this buyback and Adobe kind of signaling that maybe there's some softness or weakness coming up in the future. What's your take on where these markets are? Because lately the whole play has been buy the dip, right? We talked about the Delta. Excuse me. We talked about the Delta yesterday in the power hour and the close. It was just a textbook short squeeze. We were able to get long as the Deltas got done like minus 24,000. It was a buy the dip, typical buy the dip, short squeeze. What's your take on where these markets are? I mean, we're starting to see a sell off. We're starting to see prices beneath 5,200 finally. Do you think there's more room to the downside here, or is this just another buy the dip opportunity?
So the easy thing to look at to answer that question with data behind it, which is really what I want to do, is to say, let's take a look at how these charts have behaved. We've got very bullish activity under technical divergence. And so my chart here that I've got on TopstepX, it shows that we've got a stochastic, a delta. Let me change this delta number right here. The normal one that I use is 8, 3, and 3.
Can you tell us what that is again? I know you've said this before, but for the audience, 8, 3, and 3.
It is, yes.
These are the settings now. These are the settings on your chart.
Stochastic. Yeah, it's just a standard stochastic. And I'm going to make it smoother. I'm going to use 8 and 3 right now. But it really helps saying, okay, what's going on with price? And if you look at the NAS down here.
Okay, let's do it.
Right there, where I'm showing you. And then we look at the ES. There's a lot more strength from a momentum perspective in the ES than the NAS.
Sure is.
And so what we have is rotation, right? Tech's been playing out really nicely. And now we've got this price rotation, but it's still a buy the dip. Look, this is a 12 simple moving average, right? If I take a look at, let's go here and make this smoothening length a 30, right? I'm just doing it so that we can see what's, look at that's this line right here. It's still straight up.
Yes, it is.
Still straight up. So it is a buy the dip event. And notice the 30 is jammed right up where price is, and we're trying to catch a bid right now. I mean, if we go to our on the NAS, let's say we go to a 15-minute, you're going to see that we're trying to buy a dip, right? And so it is intraday. There's weakness, but long term, people are still buying the dip. So what do I think about the market? I think it's still in a buy the dip formation, because here's what's been happening. The shorts come in and they go, this is it. This is where we make our big money.
Yeah, they start drilling.
And they start pushing size, and then they got to buy the cover. And that has been just an absolute train wreck for them, really. It's been a train wreck for them over the last, I don't know how many months.
Yeah, so at least for 2024. At least for 2024, for sure. As we keep seeing, it seems like every week we're posting a new daily high or new all-time high, at least in the ES. And that chart shows exactly that there is a stronger bid in the ES, the strength that you're showing there in the charts. Now, why don't you think why can't the NASDAQ show that strength? Because on the opens, lately, the last, let's say it's Friday, I'll say the last 2 or 3 opens, we'll see a divergence where the S&Ps will hold that bid, but the NASDAQ will sell off. The NASDAQ will sell off, will sell off, will sell off. Eventually, it'll pull the S&Ps down a little bit, but then the S&Ps is so much stronger. Is that because what the components are of the S&Ps versus the NASDAQ? Or why do you think the S&Ps have been holding a bid and making new all-time highs much easier than the NASDAQ has? Because this is something we see on the opens and we see in the chat. we're seeing S&P staying bid, NASDAQ selling off. NASDAQ sells off,
Okay.
S&P's pull back a little bit, but they won't trade in tandem, so to speak, on the open. Why?
Yes.
What should we be
And
looking for? Why is that?
They're not trading in tandem right now because there's one true leader, and it's the industrials. The industrials are holding the S&P up. The NASDAQ holds 0 industrials.
Interesting.
0. And so the industrial complex, things like Caterpillar, the War Machines,
John Deere.
all of those, they have been propping up the market in the S&P 500. And literally, if you look at the industrials by themselves, I think it's XLI, you look at it on some other chart, you can see that they are doing much better than everything in the NAS except the Mag 4, right? You can leave Tesla out of there because, it's gotten a lot weaker. So what's happening is literal rotation. People are ringing the register. They're feeding the ducks in NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon. They're just saying, let's sweep some profit off of there. Let's just take some profit off of there. Let's rotate into someplace else, because remember, money doesn't really leave the market. It just moves to another spot.
Correct.
Because they all want us to stay invested, or so on and so forth. And so that's really what's happening. And they're punching into there. And that's why the NAS is looking weaker overall, because the big ones have stopped making brand new highs every single day. And they're the ones that have been pushing up the market. Oh, geez.
Good. So James Sajor here in the chat says, so this is reflected in the YM then, correct?
The YM has...
Why the Dow?
Yeah, the YM has Apple and Uber's... Well, no.
Amazon now. Amazon just entered, and Walgreens left.
Those are tech companies.
They are tech companies.
So the Dow is a little bit more mixed. That's the real... those are the powerhouses of the market that... Right. I don't know who the powers that be decide something's going into the Dow or not. I guess there's a little committee. They meet in a room together. I don't know.
Is that how it goes down?
I don't know. Probably.
I want to be in that room, Anne Marie. How do we get in that room? How do we get in that damn room? Life would be so much easier if we were in that damn room.
Yeah. No. We're the peons holding up everything. Yeah.
We really are. We're just filling this paper. Speaking of paper, real quick, we got a 51.79 bid here, or 51.79 and 3/4, moving up now, 51.80 bid, 800 lots sitting on this bid in the S&Ps. So we'll see how this trades through here, but that's the biggest size we've seen today in the S&Ps. I've been watching all day. 800 lots sitting on this, and they just got hit into. So someone just sold into it 300 times, 500 left on that bid. We'll see if this trades out. So 51.80. Keep note of that. I'll write this down for later. But 51.80 here. There we go. And almost filled. Slow. Markets are slow today. All right, we're filled. So 51.80s trade 800 times at least. I don't know if there was iceberg on that or not. We'll keep an eye on that. And we just we're a full handle higher. And it 51.80 quarter now. We have 630 on the bid. So there's some buyers coming in here in the S&P showing some strength. The sellers, where'd that go? I might be spoofing now. I'm not sure. Sorry for that, Anne-Marie. But we are starting to see. We're just talking about buying
the long off of it.
Did you? Very good. What price did you get?
Yeah.
Damn it. I should have done too. What'd you get?
51.8175.
Okay. That's the price. So you got long with paper. Very good. Got along with paper. Paper typically, there's another one. 51.80. 800 on the bid. So, all right, there's buyers in the market right now. I'm going to buy one with you. All right, I'm long too.
Here's the great thing. When I look at my chart and I go, all right, I know there's a big support zone down there around that 51.60, 51.65. Mm-hmm. I see my momentum shifting. Again, that's my stochastic. It's moving upward. And this is a series of 15-minute candlesticks that are just trying to push higher.
Yep.
And so the higher lows and the breach of the moving average, plus you bringing to my attention that huge lot sitting at that bid, place them in. So the question is, how far do we hold it? Now, there seems to be a fair bit. There's a fair bit of pressure sitting at 51.84. Let's see if there's anything. 51.82 has got 300. From a price perspective, we're seeing them trying to sell off of this edge right here. They're trying to sell off at that 51.82, 51.83. Okay, so they pulled that. So yeah, let's.
We'll see. So we're in this together. Little team trade. Little team trade. Anne-Marie and I. All right, question. All right, so you're talking about profit targets here. Perfect set. Well, here we go. We're starting to see some buyers come in the market trade. 51.83 half. We are long from 51.81 and coming from there. But Eddie here in the chat says, Anne-Marie, how do you decide on how to take profit and stop for your trades? Great question, Eddie. We're in a trade, so how are we going to decide on our take profit and stop for this trade?
Okay, so my take profit is going to be up here at this heavy congestion, right? I would have liked to have taken that price is 51.84.
84s. Okay,
right?
We're getting there.
Yeah. So that's what we're trying to push. And the reason that I've chosen it is because I'm trading the 15-minute chart and I am seeing that the last two candlesticks came into that line and tried to push to the north. Wow, now it's backing off. So the sellers are coming in and trying to push it down, but I'm holding a floor. So the question is, where's my stop? These three candlesticks here, and let me see if I can make them bigger. These three candlesticks here that I'm looking at are telling me, listen, my stop ought to be at the bottom nearby this wick. So 51.74, and I got in at I got in at 51.81 and some change.
There you go.
And
there you go, guys. Stop at 74. Stops at 74s. Stops at 74s. That's you're asking here in the chart. Stops at 74s. We're trading 51.83 right now. We're looking for some upside pressure. They are taking an offer, but the buyers, it seems like, I'm sure Delta, when John
look at him coming in here.
Yeah, here's the offer. 600 at 51.82.75 3/4, call it. But the market does love to gravitate towards liquidity here, as we see in the ES. Yes, we are seeing. Oh, and there was a bid. There we go. 400. This is some interesting price action in the S&Ps right now. Pretty much the only thing that's really.
Cool.
Are you seeing this? Boom, filled. Yeah, 400 lot trades on the bid there. 51.82 half trades 400 times on the bid side. So I'm assuming those are market orders, and that delta, the negative delta, is probably increasing. I'd love if anyone out there's got the delta reading on ES, please throw it in the chat. I really appreciate that. Don't have it at my fingertips at the moment because John Hoagland's on a walk with his dog right now, and I can't have access to it. But yes, we'll see if the buyers keep coming in here. Quick look at tilt while this is going on. Oh, speak of the devil. Just saw someone pop up in the green room. ES, 64% long. NASDAQ, 61% long. Nothing too crazy, but they are seeing a bit of a nod or tilt, if you will, to the long side, to the bulls. So we're starting to see some bid stack here in the S&P. There he is. There's a voice of
ding dong.
Ding dong. I love that doorbell. The kids would never ding dong ditch you with that doorbell. The kids would run like hell if they had a doorbell like that. Oh man, they'd go to the next door neighbor with the door. Oh shit! Somebody just sold it. John, what was that? They just hammered that one.
I don't. Yes,
right? John, this negative delta's got to be growing, right?
Negative 6,000 now.
Yeah, negative 6,000. That makes sense. We're starting to see some bids. Starting to see people market hit the bids here when you were in between segments there. So we're starting to see. Anne-Marie and I are both long, John. We are both long, John. How about that? We are both long. I'm long from 80. I'm long from 81. Anne-Marie, what price are you long from? Man, I'm taking some heat now. How about it?
81.75.
Okay.
81.75.
So I say we've seen some big bids. 800 lot, 600 lot on the bid side, John. Markets hit them, filled. That's basically why we got long. Kind of got long with paper here, and the market's starting to see some push to the downside. But no real catalyst here. Might be options expiring, large lots. Could be. It is triple witching, and we were talking about how the markets can be little goofy on triple witching, John. Why is that? Why are markets goofy on triple witching and roll? What's like what gives?
The expiration rollover overall just it changes markets. You look at the dome here. Most of the time, like if it's not in rollover, you're looking at 3 digits, even on the bids and offers.
Yeah.
You gotta get a couple of points away before you're starting to see 3 digits on the bids and offers. It's just very thin. It makes things go too far. Sometimes they don't go far enough. And then on expiration, which is historically probably one of my worst trading days.
Right. Today,
it might even be it might be psychosomatic. I may do it to myself because I know that it's expiration, but it's just it's wacky. I'm kind of watching the time and sales here, and there are buyers here. They're sneaky. There are some iceberg orders coming in. You guys saw those orders that were on the dome, right? And looking back, there was nothing behind them. What was on the dome was actually what traded.
Yep.
So I think for what that's worth, we're starting to see Delta now almost negative 7,000. So we're seeing some aggressive sellers here.
Yep.
But if you look at the profile, I mean, we had the failed auction at the high here.
Yeah, you caught that one nicely.
Right. And then we looked below the initial balance. So typically when that happens, we have, an extension above the initial balance that fails. We looked below the initial balance. We came back into the initial balance. The tendency for this market would be to remain range bound.
Yes.
Because we looked on both sides and didn't find anything. So now we're just kind of rotating back and forth from low to high and high to low and low to high and high to low. Anything can happen. And on a day that wasn't expiration and part of rollover, I would probably be, looking for opportunities to buy cheap down here, looking for opportunities to sell cheap up here. Anything in the middle is off base. That's not something that I'm interested in. And one of the things that we talked about on the group coaching session today were some of the nuances that you can see in the market profile that you don't necessarily see in volume profile. This is one of them. Okay, when we see a single little TPO sticking out like that, Dalton calls them anomalies. Right. What we want to see in an even market is a very even bell curve, and anything that sticks out or missing teeth is an eyesore, and that has a tendency to be revisited at some point, if not today, maybe tomorrow. But that's one of the nuances in profile that you don't get in volume profile. And look at the low volume node right on that anomaly.
What was that price, John?
51.86.
I just got stopped. Oh, did I? Yes. No, I didn't. What was that? Oh, I'm still in this trade. I don't know what that was. Yes. 51.86. That was cute. Yeah, I think you got short up there, didn't you?
I was short. I was short at 95.
95s. Damn,
that was this morning.
That was this morning. That was a hell of a trade.
I got out of it because it was the end of the segment, and then you guys made me close out the account because.
Well, I didn't make you close out the account. That wasn't me. Well, don't blame that on me, John. That wasn't me. You trade all day.
You never know.
You're good.
Might have done me a favor. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know. But yes, we are kind of just chopping around here. And I still feel okay. I still feel okay about this trade. We got Delta growing to the downside here, but it's not that. Minus 7,000 isn't anything to write home about. Yes, go on.
I added to the trade down here at 51.77, and that brought my average to 51.78, and now I'm
nice price
back up, but not not feeling super cozy about it. So
You're not.
I want to see this next 1 minute candle, see what it does. But I might ditch this trade if I break the low of my last 15-minute. If I break the low of my last 15-minute candlestick, it will tell me that my higher low positioning well anymore, and I might need to get out. But as it sits, okay, so here's a thing. Why, Anne-Marie, did you add to this trade
I knew that. Did someone say that? Yeah.
was going against you? What made you take another position here? And so, two things. One, my momentum is still telling me that this deep dip that occurred and stopped moving at around, okay, so this is Portugal time, so it's like 5 o'clock my time. It started bouncing, and it's still holding that
noon
bounce.
Central. Around noon
Yeah.
Central.
Yeah. And so for me, I thought, okay, the premise that put me in the trade is not gone. So now what do I want to do? I want to micromanage the event and go down to my 1 minute to see if it's going to hold the floor. And so I'm looking for the fade. It's going to look, it can't be lower than where it was that I was, but I'm looking for that fade into the low of that 15-minute candlestick to the left to see if I see heavy congestion. And if my stochastic has started and continues to hold up, I'm going to add to the trade. And so now I'm going to cover it. Let me go to the YM, and I'm going to flatten it for 375.
How about that? All right.
Right? And so it closes it off. So here's the takeaway. The takeaway is I was looking at the daily and weekly charts to find this floor. And so I started looking at it and saying, all right, I think this is an area that buyers are going to come in. There's all kinds of trend line support, all kinds of price action support. I'm just going to go for it. And because I was sitting in a space where I saw heavy congestion and that big number that came in, I thought, all right, can I manage the risk? Can I start with a onesie and see if it'll come down into where the price action is sitting? And if it can, I'm going to try it again, because I'm getting, I'm buying lower. I'm still thinking, listen, this dip is going to buy, but I wanted to keep my risk the same, which is holding the floor of that 15-minute candlestick before. So although I was doubling in price, moved my stop up because I was taking on more size, and if it broke that floor, I have to get out. And so that's why I took it. And I can micromanage the trade on the 1 minute. I'm looking at the 15-minute on one side, the 1 minute on the other side, and it's really giving me the rhythm. So I really did get out at pretty much the best area, and then happened to, I know, right? There are a lot of savage wicks, yeah?
Yes, there is. Yeah. It's wiggling, as Dolby says. It's wiggling right now.
And here we are at this 230 reversal event. I don't, John, you think the 230 reversal still happens?
What is that?
Like rip to the upside?
Okay, so way back in the day when I began first trading the futures, they would tell me the following. Would say, listen, 10:30, we see some kind of price action shift, some kind of price behavior shift. 12:30, traders are eating things, you're going to see a price action shift. 2:30, you're going to see a price action shift. But it feels like with all the new fancy trading out there algorithmically, that they're waiting till later in the day to actually reverse the trade, because I thought the 230 reversal had something to do with, okay, are people really going to end up buying to cover or selling to cover? Wherever they are, they start unwinding their positions at about 230. So, I don't know if it still holds, but way back in the day when I first started, you'd go, okay, watch 230, see cycle change. I haven't noticed it as much, but I did used to look for it all the time. I'd go, okay, 230, whatever direction we'd been going in for the last 2 hours, look for some sort of fade or whatever.
Move in the opposite
movement
direction.
in the other direction. Yeah.
Right. I haven't really noticed that, but I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer either.
Stop,
John.
Andre. We've got to get him to stop those.
No, I'm
John.
I do that all. I do that a lot.
He does it. He loves it. He loves it. He's But I'm the 230 reversal. I see where that could come from. It's more or less profit taking from the morning trade. No, more or less. No, is that kind of the theory behind it?
Well, I think so. I think so. They hold the trade for a couple of hours and then swap it around because they say, "Hey, listen, 10:30, 12:30, 2:30." But how many times have you been watching? The end of the day power hour, and it's 10 minutes until, and we see some sort of massive reversal.
That's what you're talking. I got Okay, I think there's something to that, John. I think that's exactly what we've been doing. John's been helping us out with when we watch the Delta. That's exactly what we're watching. We're rolling that the short term time frame. I'm so bad at saying that. The short term time trade frames. At the end of the day, they got to cover, right, John? So that's kind of what our strategy is going into that power hour trade.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and sometimes that delta will kind of tip off the fact that they are going to cover and that they're probably short.
Yes.
Because that 230. Once we get to 230, that's when we see most of those shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. Like if there's a big community of them one way,
they have to cover.
They want to flatten out before the end of the day. And I mean, it was. In the pit, it was sometimes so painfully obvious, and then all of a sudden, all those shorts would look at each other and go, "Buy them!"
But I can only imagine in the pits, man. That was easy. Was you could squeeze the hell out of them in the pits because everyone. There's always eyes watching the pits, so you could always see what everyone was. Correct? You go 84s. Okay, we're starting to catch a bit of a bid here in the S&Ps, Nasdaq a little bit as well.
Go recheck that anomaly.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, we did 84s, Anne Marie. 84s in the S&Ps.
Yeah, that was my target. I should have.
I should have too. I got out as well, but I'll take the short little scalp. I'll take that. We have 75% long bias in the tilt here in the NQ. It is congruent with direction for the time being, but we do know that there has been shorts building in the ES. Last time we checked, Delta minus 7,000. I think I start squeezing them this early. Where will the sellers come in? We're still been stuck in the range. It's the upper end of the range. Look at the 5 minute. In the ES.
One more tick. One more tick. We got to get that anomaly.
What's the price, John? What's the 85s?
Oh, yes.
So 86.
Oh, 86s. 86s. Okay.
That's where that anomaly is.
Awesome. Good to know. Maybe I'll work one at 86.
You got to get there. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we do.
I don't know. We'll see.
You mean
but we don't have to.
Hey, Anne Marie, question for you. I know you're a big proponent. You're a big proponent of VWAP, correct? Am I mistaken?
Love VWAP.
What is the power? I know we joke about all roads lead to VWAP, but it's kind of 86 is tick.
No, we went to 85 and a half.
Oh, it didn't get it.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm working 86s.
No, it did. Just went to 85 and a half.
Yeah. So I was on 2 tick TPOs, but it just filled in the hole.
Interesting.
But that 86 is, it could actually leave another anomaly.
Also the VWAP. Also the VWAP.
VWAP.
That's my only concern. Why? Okay, I know we have the joke in the chat and here on the show. All roads lead to VWAP, but there is something to that. Why is VWAP so? Why is it so powerful lately? What is What is behind the VWAP? For those that, say, you guys are making a joke about it, but there is something to that, isn't there?
So
what is the power of
absolutely.
VWAP?
Okay, so VWAP is volume weighted average price.
Mhm.
So it literally tells us the average price at which people have engaged in the market. So consider this. This is a weird thing. On the VWAP looks different depending on which time frame I look at, and that's not supposed to be the case, but that is up in TopX. So there's some kind of weird wonky thing going on there that
You're in Portugal. It's all good. You're all good.
So here's what that means. If volume weighted average price is the price at which all of the traders that have been trading, it's the price at which they are long on the average, right?
Mhm.
That's the price at which they've engaged in the position.
Yep.
If that is sitting well below the actual candlesticks and moving up, it suggests that most people that have bought the market are making money. And so when a position is making money, good traders, Jack and Hogue were talking about it earlier, good traders add to their positions on the way up.
Mm-hmm.
And so the further it moves, dang it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coulda.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. I know.
At least we call the right direction. We can see the momentum indicators working, and
right to VWAP. All roads lead.
Yes, absolutely. Right, jamming into that number. And so remember, the reason that the VWAP has power is it gives us a piece of information. It tells us where people are engaged on average. And then secondly, it tells us whether they've been adding to their positions. So how does that look? If a V upward sloping and the VWAP represents the average price of engagement, it means that they are buying as they move higher. So they are moving with their price action trend. If the VWAP is sloped downward, it means that they are adding to their position on the downside, which means they are following the trend and making money on the short side, right? The slope of the VWAP tells us whether more people are long or short. And so when the VWAP is flat, it means people are long and short. So when you think about VWAP, and again, I turn everything into a picture because, like Michael, I would love to have something like a series 3, a pop-up study book with pop-up pictures to move through that thing. But the pictures really tell me.
Visual learner.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very visual learner. And so the pictures tell me what the traders have been doing. Now, I don't look at a VWAP and go, hey, if it's above the VWAP, I buy it. If it's below the VWAP, I sell it. But mean reversion is a thing. And when traders say, wow, I just hit a value excess low or excess high or a value area low or a value area high, whatever the case is, they're going to start to unwind their position. And when they unwind their position, their average position in the market is going to shift, and it's going to shift that VWAP. And so what we can tell from mean reversion is what the volatility bands do. Those volatility bands say, oh, these traders are really very excited. Those volatility bands are moving, but if my vol bands move up, but my momentum begins to flatten out, it tells me those traders, although they are buying higher, they're not buying as much. And some people are actually selling. And so the combination of the volatility bands and the stochastic really tell me here's how much squish the position has that you can stay into, take a part off of, and so on and so forth. Yeah, squish.
Got it. That's going in the glossary. It's going in the glossary. Thank you. Hey, everyone watching here, you got two of the most knowledgeable. You got two of the most knowledgeable market members here. You guys looking at a ton of experience here on the screen right now. So I hope you guys are really enjoying this. We did bounce off VWAP there in the S&Ps, but if you guys have any questions, throw them in here. We got about 15 minutes left in this segment. It's expiration Friday, triple witching Friday, options expired. It's gonna be a wacky next 90 minutes or so. 75 minutes or so here in the trade. John, let's talk about your day a little bit. Did you did hit the lock button? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you regret hitting it, or do you wish you could get back in at all?
No. There's Monday's another day.
Exactly.
And then there's a day after that. And then there's a day after that. And then there's a day after that.
I've been in the chat saying, like, yeah, go on.
I've been worried that the markets are going to go away for 30 years. They haven't. They have not gone away. They've just adapted. They're different now, but they're still here, and the opportunities are, every day there's an opportunity. So I'm not bummed. No.
The reversal of that VWAP textbook. Textbook reversal off that VWAP.
Yeah, and look where it went to, Anne Marie. Value high.
Yeah.
Value high.
I love that.
And now it's starting to rotate back lower. That's typical when the initial balance is extended on both sides. The market is just going to kind of wander and rotate from low to high and back to high to low and back to low to high. The cash register day today.
What's a cash register day, John?
Where you ring the cash register several times because of all the rotations from high to low and low to high.
The brokers make tons of money on these, like today.
They do.
Too, when people just moving in and out of trades, because I think it's a very hard cycle trade, right? And it's I don't think the longer term traders have any sort of conviction about where price is actually going to go. I really, really don't think they know. Obviously, we know that the market goes up because we've had one for 100 and some years, and so we know that if we wait long enough and get the right dip, then and we hold it for whatever, then it's there. Unless, it completely collapses. And that certainly is not going to be around anything we have to worry about, of course. So from that perspective, I just think they're waiting for a little bit of a hiccup, and then they'll start trying to accumulate again. But I think short-term traders they have been in charge of the market on the way up. And I think they're in charge of the market on the way down. They'll be in charge on the way down too, right? Because we've had these, how many times, John, over the last 2.5 months have you said, hey, listen, traders are just short, or the profiles are just short time framing up time after time. Is that the term?
Yeah. One time framing.
Yeah, one time framing up.
Explain that. Framing.
So I think the easiest way to do that would be looking at the gold rally that we had. And, this, in essence, this is what markets do, right? You have the breakout. The next is an overlapping to higher range. We go with a gap. It's a higher range. We go with an overlap. It's a higher range. We go with an overlap. It's a higher range. We go with an overlap. It's a higher range. That is one time framing. One time framing represents when all time frames are acting in concert. So you've got long time frame, medium time frame, short time frame, and pea shooters all go in the same direction.
Very good. And we
and
we
as
did
volume has declined, we're just continuing to rise, right? And so at some juncture, we should retrace this area and build in some of those sticky gaps and thin
yes
edges.
Weakness in structure.
Oh, that's what it's called. Sorry. Weakness in structure. Yes.
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
There's lots of different words for it. Gaps, fair value gaps.
No, learning the market profile lingo, weaknesses in structure come from those little spindles that we see all over the place, because there's so little participation in those price areas. People just want to come in and flesh it out and see, hey, is that price really a good one? I used to say traders are a little bit neurotic. They shut a door, move, and then come back and make sure it's locked. Right? That's the retest event. They run out and then they come back, test the door to see if it's
locked. What's up, Johnny? What's up?
I'll like leave to go to the store, and I'll go, did I close the garage door? And I'll have to turn around, go back and make sure I close the garage door.
I honestly don't know if my car door is locked right now as we speak, because when I went to go get lunch earlier and I parked, I was in a rush. I was just thinking, I don't know if I locked my car door. So I'll have to check that later on today. Luckily, we'll find out.
All the time.
Well, might save you a broken window.
Yeah. Hey, side story. You know what they do in San Francisco? Well, they used to. San Francisco cleaned up a little bit. I was just out there a couple of months ago. It's nice now. But when they're having their serious problems, when they would park, there you go, James. Oh, you parked it last night. I hit the clicker. My office is too far from the car right now. Thank you, Hoop. I appreciate it. But in San Francisco, sometimes when they park the car in the street overnight, they would just leave the car doors open, windows open, trunk open, just to show anyone that would want to come and take stuff that there's nothing in here to take. So that was like the strategy they're doing first. That's a side story.
Yeah, because
another topic for another day.
Wasn't it like they wouldn't even charge you if it was $700 of theft or not? I think that was the number. You had to, 900. It was some huge number. I'm like, whoa, crazy. But good to know some things are cleaning up there. Yeah.
It was nice. It was quite nice, actually. Yes. So, yes. Back to this price action. There was the dip. You wanted to buy the pullback there.
I missed it.
You could have bought that pullback. You'd be about 4 handles in the money. But we are. This has been a quiet. It's been a little random though. I think Anne Marie and I were saying, John, that Empire. Oh, the Adobe was Adobe or Oracle? It was Adobe that announced the stock buyback yesterday. Kind of indicating there might be some weakness upcoming in the equities or some softness. As well as then we had Empire Manufacturing that came in way worse than expected.
I think they do that on purpose. If they want to do a buyback, they announce it so the price drops so they can buy it back cheaper.
So that's what we were saying. It's a nice little trick up your sleeve,
I think I absolutely believe the size of the buyback, though, it was very big. 23 billion is a big buyback, right?
Holy.
Also announced a buyback also. They announced a $3 billion buyback. I'm going to go research to see how many the market cap of a company that does a $23 billion buyback. That's a significant removal of shares from the market. So they either think they are going to absolutely suck for the next few quarters, or they think the market's going to suck for the next few quarters.
Someone's going to suck. I like that analysis.
Something's going to suck. I don't know what it is.
Something's going to suck. Very good. Well, you guys, we got a couple more minutes left here in Strategy Lab. John with a surprise appearance. Just really appreciate it. John's been doing a marathon session today. We are working with a skeleton crew today. Some of our other team members are off in support today. I know they miss you guys. You guys miss them. We will pass along the well wishes. But right now, you got Anne-Marie and John with us. You got a wealth of knowledge. A couple more. If you got any questions there, throw them in the indicators. I wrote this down earlier. Anne-Marie, what indicators are you using? I know we talked about your 8-3 and 3 stochastic. What other indicators are you using? Your charts look, for the most part, relatively clean. So is there any other indicators that you're using that are...
The VWAP is on there. Okay. And then when I telescope down to like a 1 or 3 minutes to look for momentum shift, I've got a 12 EMA that's sitting there, and I'm just looking for directional momentum. I really am just looking to see, hey, are these guys, are they buying the dips? Is it cyclic? Are they barcoding in terms of the price and motion? And so, yeah, I tend to have really clean charts if I don't have my volatility bands up. Normally, when my vol bands go up, those would be the things that I'm looking at. And if they match an old price, that will be my target.
Good stuff there. I think Lacey had some input there, John. Lacey said we're going higher or lower there. I didn't. I think she said buy it up, right?
Lacey said that Adobe's market cap is 221, almost 222 billion.
Oh, okay, so 10% of their stock they're buying back.
Right. It's down 14% right now.
Yeah. That's
huge. That's crazy.
It is crazy. So that probably might trigger the market to sell into the downside here. We are seeing world's lead to VWAP. S&Ps are right near VWAP. Topstep X here got VWAP price of 51.93 currently.
We are right up against it. Get squeezed here.
Yeah, speaking of that, John, again, John, absolute marathon session today from you. You're an absolute beast. I really hope you enjoy your weekend here. Get some much deserved rest. But before I do it, I got to bug you again, man. What's Delta at? Going into power hour here.
Minus 8,200, still holding and increasing in negativity.
Okay, so stay tuned for power hour. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for joining us from the beautiful country of Portugal. Good luck to your son tonight in their game. He plays tonight or in the next upcoming days? Tomorrow. Good luck to your son and his team as well. Thank you so much for joining us today on Strategy Lab. Also, John, you're the man today. Absolute beast. Everyone in the chat, I really hope you guys appreciate you get this wealth of knowledge just sitting here at Topstep TV. You guys, thank you so much. Anne-Marie, leave us with something, some words of wisdom, and we'll be on to Power Hour next.
Well, I hate to sound like a broken record, but watch your size.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch your size. That'd be
happy anniversary, honey. It's our 28th anniversary tomorrow, so happy anniversary, honey.
Johnny. Absolutely, Johnny. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. And we got Power Hour coming up next. Let's finish this week strong. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Power Hour. We are joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Isaac R., and also a legend in his own right, Andre M. How you guys doing today?
It's good, guys.
What's up,
considering it's beware the Ides of March today, I'm holding up all right.
Like we were saying, pour one out for Caesar, man.
Yeah, E2 Brute.
Rough way to
Effing
go.
Brutus, man. Effing Brutus, dude. Cannot be trusted.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's been a hell of a Friday here at Topstep TV. Andre, you know what I'm talking about, but we're in the home stretch right now. Maybe we'll pick up a few, as you call them, tickies right now. Maybe some pork will be pulled. We'll see. But, yeah, I guess we'll dive into the charts.
Oh, smooth transition there.
Very smooth.
The graphics are getting upgraded on Topstep TV, on Topstep X. Everything is just elevate. We're crushing it right now.
Precisely. So have you been trading today at all, Isaac?
I did. I broke one of my rules. I entered pre-market today, pretty much immediately after I posted my daily levels on Instagram. And we got that sell-off, obviously going into the open and then immediately at the open. So I took 2 shorts, 2 losers back-to-back. Sorry, 2 longs, 2 losers back-to-back. And that's it. I hit my personal daily loss limit. I'm up pretty solid for the week, around like $7,000 or $7,500 net for the week after that loss today. And I don't want to give anything else back. So stayed disciplined, shut it down. And I had a lot of stuff that I had to get through today. So that works out. Technically, I should have taken the day off because I had 4 winning, days during the week. So I should have taken the day off. But however, to try to like cater to my community and my followers, I put up the levels and then I traded the levels. So it didn't work for me. I know Hogue took some heat this morning too. I think he had like 3 losers back to back. So it was a rough open for sure for a lot of traders.
Yeah,
how are you guys holding up?
Well, this is my first get into the market of the day pretty much here, but no time better than now, I suppose. Andre, you've been trading a little bit, haven't you?
I've been trading. Yeah, I was down a couple hundred. I was down like $400. Now I'm only down $200 driving with the skeleton crew today. It's a little difficult, but Power Hour, man, it's been a profitable hour. I'll say it's our most profitable segment during the day. We are keeping an eye on Delta as we always do. It's always a broken record when it comes to that, but it's a play that's been working. Currently, last I checked in with John, it's negative 10,000 in the ES, negative 10,000. We are seeing a slight uptick here. We are trading up against VWAP. So if we got this minus 10,000 cumulative Delta and ES, and that's the piece, and we ain't breaking, all right, these shorts are going to start feeling the heat, right? And eventually, how are they going to get out? They got to cover, right? How do they cover? They got to buy the market. So essentially what the play is there, we're going to try to beat them to the punch and buy it before they have to buy it, and they're actually going to try to rally the market for us. So that's kind of what we got our eye on here. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, we're trading right up against VWAP. We're trading a little bit down $200 right now. I should probably update that. Who's on the Chiron right now, Jack? It's not you, is it?
What's up? Oh, well,
Yeah.
like I'm kind of like everything today, so I will update
All right. Well,
that.
I'm sure you're on Power Hour. Isaac, my man, do you remember that trade the other day where you made $3,000 while you were fading me? Do you remember? Let's replay that trade. We were talking a little trash. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't think you were going to bring that up, man. I didn't want to put you on the spot like that.
All good, man. All good. It was a great trade.
All right, fine.
You went from
transparency, right? That's what the viewers want.
100%, man.
Honesty,
Love it.
right?
Love
The
it.
real deal. All right. Well,
yeah,
ask
love
away.
it, man.
Ask away.
So what did you cut it short? I was getting long because I'm a bull in this market. I think it's a buy the dip kind of market, and it's been working. This particular play, it was we fell out of bed, and we fell out of bed hard. I want to say it was Wednesday. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Wednesday was the big sell-off that I had called early on.
Yes, you did.
I think yesterday we had a solid one as well. I noticed when you guys threw up the yesterday's best, I think that my numbers were off. You guys had me like fifth at like 2,600 for the day. I locked in 3,500 for the day, so I think I would have been second. I think someone else, like Adam or something like that, had like a $9,000 day yesterday. Nuts. I could have gone for more, right? But I hit a really nice P&L, and again, you got to know when to call it a day, right? Walk away with the whatever bread you made. But yeah, so obviously a lot of people who follow me on Instagram or people that watch here, I put my levels daily on Instagram, on my Instagram story, right? So I put where ideally I would be taking shorts or exiting longs, and where I'd be looking to take longs and exit shorts if I'm already in a trade. So, we kind of traded in a range, right? And where price was relative to the levels, I know that we had grinded up at a certain level for a while. Not one of my levels, but we just spent a lot of time at a level. And really just with Delta changing and with the price action that I was seeing in the DOM, and not really getting that run up that I wanted, that would have needed to take place in order for the flush not to happen. And, you're going long, I think Dolby or Rips, someone else, well, Rips is on NQ, so it wouldn't have been Rips, but somebody else along with you was also going long. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like if this, and I called out specific levels in the chat too. I was like, we'll just say it was, 52, we'll call it 52.40, right? So I'm like, if 52.40 and half doesn't hold, then we're going to see a flush, like a real flush to the downside. And, no, France was on, and he took a short.
Yes.
I think I'm almost certain it was France, and he went. Isaac Suffren. That's what it was, because the chat was going crazy.
That's what it was. Isaac, he was short too.
Yes, other Isaac.
Yeah, no. So I was already short. If you were to look at my trade report, I was in that trade for like 4 or 5 hours, right? Suffren enters a short, and I'm joking because I was trading with some people that trade big money. And they were just like, we like your trade, Isaac. We're kind of like the same sentiment, right? And that and a few other markets. So I'm like, ooh, that's like really good confluency on my part, right? Like I got these big shots, in line with what I'm kind of like anticipating, what I'm seeing. Isaac Suffren gets in, and you were already in the long, and I'm like, and I wanted to tell you, but it's hard, right? Because you're broadcasting live. I'm in the chat. You can only pay attention to so much, right? So I'm like, again, if that level didn't hold, I would have given myself a very small range for like validity, right? And if we get outside of that, cut the loss early, because I was anticipating like a real flush. And Isaac Suffren gets in, I'm already in, you're in the other direction with someone else, and lo and behold, that sell-off happened. And it was nice. It was almost like that sell-off that we saw early in the day. And then I had a bunch of people from my community messaging me. Again, since I had already gotten a solid trade with a pretty solid P&L, I didn't take the long at that bottom level. So some of the other traders that follow me and whatnot did. So people were messaging me like, oh, I made 2,000, I made 850, I made 1,000 on your long. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I didn't take my long, but I was like, I made good money on my short. And I was just happy to see that, but I'm not right all the time. I got in way too early today, and my level failed, right? Where I would have gone long, it failed. So I had that initial stop there. What's crazy is you can kind of see it on the chart that we have up right now. I don't know whose chart's being streamed, but you can see at the open, the massive, the massive down candle, right? And then so that pickup that we had immediately after the second candle, after the big fall off, that went back up to my long entry. So my long entry failed twice today, but I just thought it was, all right, this is a better illustration, right? So you can see I got in, let me break, 5 minutes. Let me see if maybe I can get this down to 3 minutes, make it look a little bit more legible for the viewers. So you could see I got long right there next to this long level. So these circles that I put on are always, this is where I'm looking. Now, if you look pre-market, you could see, look, we got to my level, and from there we sold off to my level. However, I missed this short. The long failed. It came down, and then pretty much the only rally or bid that we caught today traded up to what? Basically my level.
Yep. Yep.
So it's crazy. Like this failed, tanked, went up to my level, then failed again. So, I'm anticipating we could make another attempt up to that. And if it did, I won't do it on my live account because at this point I'm at my personal daily loss limit. And again, I don't want to give any of that equity back from this week. It was a pretty solid week, even with today's loss. So maybe I might sign into my practice account because I don't have combines or XFAs or anything like that. I'll sign into my practice account and take a trade. But it's been really a slow grind for the last 2.5 hours. I mean, we've had some upward direction, but it's basically sideways. Really, really tight range at this point.
Don't break your rules for Power Hour. If you want to do the practice. We'll have some fun with it. Also, I've never been more self-conscious, Andre, about sitting in the front room of my house right now in a t-shirt.
Why is that?
Because Isaac's there in a tie and suspenders blowing cigar smoke. It's
where's that stogie? Show him the stogie, Isaac. What do we smoke? What are we puffing on today?
We're smoking on a Trinidad. Trinidad is Speedy 2 #1. So it's a nice smoke. I'm looking forward to the cigar that Mick's actually sending me. So he shot me an email earlier today just to kind of verify if he had the right address for me. And he's going to send me the Banker Day Trader from H. Upman, which I haven't had. So I'm looking forward to that. It's a really nice gesture on my risk manager's part to send me that cigar. So real thoughtful. So I took him up on that. And maybe the next time I'm on the stream, I might be smoking the cigar that Mick's sending me.
Yeah, save it for that. Excellent. That'd be nice.
If it's fast markets, I'm not smoking at 9:30 in the morning, right? But if it's like power players, then I'm definitely going to indulge in whatever the one that Mick's sending me.
I got myself a sweet treat myself. I got the Cherry Coke Zero. It's Friday. Can't find the camera on it.
Let's go.
Coca-Cola needs the advertising.
Let your hair down a little bit. Yep, I love it. But we are not seeing a whole lot.
My practice account.
All right, let's do that. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. We'll get in
just
here.
So I have in the event that I do want to get in on it.
Yeah, and I know people like your levels. Your levels have been hitting. Hell, I remember you getting long from 52.03 the other day in the S&Ps, 52.03, and you nailed that sucker too. So your levels have been hitting. I know you posted them on your Instagram. We did post your Instagram. We pinned it to the top of the chat here. So please go give Isaac a follow. And his levels have been pretty damn good this week. And for the most part, I mean, he's been in the top 10. You see his name on the top 10 live funded leaderboard. So yeah, you're talking to, and look how well dressed he is as well. So this man knows his markets. Look sideways action for right now. We got not a whole lot going on right now. We look at the same prices for the last hour or so, but we'll pull the trigger if something pops in here though. But Isaac, you don't have to necessarily tell us, but where, in generally speaking, where your levels come from? How do you derive your levels? Is it proprietary or is it something you?
No, the levels are not proprietary, right? Like my trade strategy it's a modified indicator, an indicator that you can find on most platforms. However, it's modified, and then also the inputs, right? The parameters are specific mathematical. And I think, Jack, don't you have like a quantitative background or not?
Yeah. I have a background in
MIS,
economics, econometrics, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, by no means. But a dumbass trader, that's for sure.
Jack, I've been a fan of yours for a very long time. You are a modern day Renaissance man. You really are. You know a little bit about a lot. A little bit of a lot.
That's absolutely true. I'm literally, the jack of all trades, and I figure if I try enough careers, eventually one of them will stick. But we'll see.
Yeah, I did that for a while too. That was my strategy for a while.
Very self-appreciating.
But no, so the way that I analyze the markets is not proprietary. So it's obviously hard on Instagram just because everything's so short form. Sure. We do have a new channel opening up in my Discord server where I'll be able to like interact with traders on a day-to-day basis and go over that. Because right now, the way that it works is I do all the analysis, whether it takes me 5 minutes like it did today, or it takes me closer to a half an hour. But once I've determined those levels, I post them on my Instagram story and I label them, again, short entry, long exit, long entry, short exit. And then usually I follow that up with whatever trade executions I had, how many points or P&L. And then a lot of times I'll do screenshots of like messages and text messages and DMs that people send me telling me like what their gains were, following the level. So it's real fun, just kind of like a way to interact with the community and traders, gives people something to kind of like tie into their strategies, right? And it might work as confluence or the opposite. But yeah, so I'm looking obviously at the proprietary indicator setup for starters, definitely looking at volume profile, looking at key levels from previous sessions outside of value high, value low, point of control. I reference Hoag's weekly kickoff levels as well, just to see where those are in relation to, what I'm coming to. And then ultimately, I come up with a very, very tight range of long entries and short entries, right? And then so as long as I can get somewhere within there, but sometimes like it's almost to the tick. Like a bunch of people messaged me and they were just like, oh, I saw that you said in the chat. They like took screenshots and like circled it and like messaged it to me. They were like, I think I told you, Andre, or I told Hogue when we were getting that sell off early on. I'm like, I can see this going down to 5203.
03, yes, 03, yes.
I said 5203 before we see a bounce back up. And that thing's selling 30, 40 points. And kid you not, 5203, not 3/2, 3/4,
no,
4.
It's crazy.
5203 was where the session at the time said this is the low, and it bounced off, and I took a 20-point winner on that, and a lot of other people did too. They were just like, how did you call the bottom?
That was slick, man. That was super slick.
They were flabbergasted by it. So it was a good call. Like that does happen sometimes. And where it hurts me is with entries a lot of times, because I'm a limit order guy. I know you guys, I think we're talking about that earlier this week about limits versus market orders. It's always limit order for me. You know, that variance in ticks over time can equate to a lot of money at the end of the year, at the end of the quarter. And I'm just all about no FOMO, no like missing out and jumping in. Like let the market come to you. And there's times, man, where like guys or girls front run my levels. Right, they'll try to get in like a little bit before my level and a little bit before me. They catch the move, and they're going, "Oh, I made $1,800 on your short," and I'm like, "Oh, great, I made nothing because my limit order didn't get filled." So, unfortunately, like being really good at determining key levels and areas of interest for markets, and I'm always trying to trade from the mindset and the lens and the perspective of like, what are the institutional traders and the boutique traders and the firms doing? Not the individual trader, right? And when you do that, right, and you take the emotion out of it, for that very reason, right? Emotion, and like
they make money on, right?
Exactly.
They make money.
They make money. They have the size. They push the markets.
Like people are going to get impatient with this grind that we've had for the last, I can't see the time because of the way that it's set up, but let's go on here and we'll call this, I don't know, since 1 o'clock, 12:30 maybe. We've been just, real tight. We're looking at a range of less than 10 points. So people are going to get impatient. Some people are going to throw on long. Some people are going to throw on shorts. And then as we start approaching, that 330, 345, 350, the big market makers, again, with triple witching, with Friday, there's going to be a lot of liquidation. There's going to be a lot of, people managing their existing positions. And then we should see an aggressive move. Which direction that is, if I had a bank on anything, I would be more favorable, like 60 to 70% that we're going to try to make a run up to 5,200, big round number. You can see on my chart. This is also a moving average on the 3 minute. 3 minutes, not an important time frame to me, but let's jump into 15. Yeah, that's not happening. We'll go to 5. And yeah, same 5205. So, and look, where's 5205? Look at where this moving average is finding itself 7 or 8 hours after I posted my levels at my low level.
Go figure.
Literally, which also just so happens to be kind of in line with this value low on volume profile that you're seeing over here to the left of my chart. So you have this, my level, and now a moving average that are all aligning with this. So from a probability standpoint, it's far more likely that this market's going to try to make an attempt to these levels. However, we might want to go ahead and, flush out some longs, right? And try to make an attempt at extending this session low. That's a possibility too. However, I think a little bit more favorable to the upside before the end of the hour.
All right, we're selling off a little bit in the ES right now. You're a levels guy, as you said, Isaac. So are you all or nothing on going in on these levels? Or are you like scaling into the position, right? Like trying to accumulate a little bit more aggressively, something a little bit more defensive? Like what size are you trading on these things?
So thankfully today, because I was understanding of number one, I had a great week. Don't want to give much of that back, if any, right? And I knew obviously we're dealing with triple witching. And, it's just the Ides of March, not like a superstition thing or anything like that, but it's just, it's a grim kind of day, right? So the way that I kind of offset some of that risk, right, or that risk exposure was I traded with 2 contracts, thankfully, right? Yesterday's short was 2 contracts. The long, because I called out that 5203 level and I was confident about the level. However, it was a catching a falling knife type of situation. And it was a counter trend trade, right? So I put on 1 contract. When it worked in my favor, I added a second. Then when it pulled back, I added a third. So I ended up making 1,500 on the first trade, 2,000 on the second trade, but it was 2 contracts and then 1, 2, 3, which I don't typically scale in. I'm usually, if it's with trend, 3 contracts. If it's counter trend, 2 contracts that then I could potentially scale in, or just commit to the 2 contracts and be done with it.
Awesome. Sorry, just looking at these charts right here. So Andre, are you still looking to get long at some point? Are you flat now?
Yes, of course. I am flat. I am looking to get long. Waiting for about 7 minutes till the 2:30 last half hour of power hour starts. Yes, I am looking to perhaps get long there. I am seeing what Isaac is seeing, but it is triple witching. Some people in the chat here are saying triple witching heads for 18,000 on the NASDAQ. We're trading 72s right now.
I'm putting a limit order for 3 contracts on my practice account. Full disclosure, 51.80 half. I'm gonna put 3 contracts long there. If my chart gets pulled up, you'll go ahead and see my brackets are there. 51.80 half, and then I'm gonna go ahead and move the target to, we'll say 98 even, and I'll keep the stop. I'll probably tighten the stop a little bit. Again, this is fake money, but you want to treat, again, everybody on the stream right now who's trading combines and practice accounts and simulators, treat it like it's real money, because eventually it will be. Eventually it will be. So, and I'm set that up. And again, let the market come to me. If that doesn't fill at the 51.80, 50, even if it were real money, if it doesn't get filled, I don't lose. That's not a bad thing. If it gets filled, yes, I'd like this trade to work in my favor. But if it doesn't, that's part of the business. That's part of the game. And it is what it is. So even if it were real money and it worked against me, you just take it to the chin.
Someone was asked about quad witching. Quick
I knew you were going to do this one, Jack. I knew that you were going to do this one, Jack.
They eliminated the single stock futures, I guess, in 2020. So now it technically is triple witching, but because it's an old school term, quad witching just sounds better than trip witching or whatever. Doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely.
You don't think so?
You've been doing this since opening call, Jack.
It is. Well, it's a fun day.
You're 100%
do it 4 times a year.
That's true. That's true. You've been yes. So we're seeing a bit of a bid here. Well, all roads lead to VWAP.
Jack, did you already know that, or did you look that up so that you can correct me?
I know it because I've been corrected by smartasses in here in the past. No, I mean, this is like probably years ago, like post 2020 is, I always heard it like when I was trading professionally as quad witching. And then it would be a lot of, it's triple witching. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, okay. Single stock futures, RIP.
Yeah, good riddance.
Why would you need those, to be honest?
I don't know. That's a good question.
You're shaking the table. You're good.
Danny, quit shaking the table.
No earthquake.
Danny.
Yeah, they said, Danny, quit shaking the table. Guys, I
was about to hit the sell button.
There's no earthquakes out here. There's no earthquakes out here.
Florida's breaking off.
I'm safe.
Get short.
It finally happened. It finally happened.
The big one. You thought it was in California.
Yeah, because we're looking for the big one. Minus 13,000. Update ES Delta. Minus 13,000. It keeps growing.
And we're not going down. Negative
Delta going down.
Growing. We're not going down. We're not really moving,
Nope. We got time.
So yeah, just patient. Like Deanna and the fast market team likes to say, hands on the butts, your own hands on your own butt, and we just let the market come to us. So I think we should take advantage of this, 10 maybe minutes or so that we might have of like some slow action, and maybe potentially, unless you guys have questions for me specifically, get to the chat. See if anybody wants to ask me anything or ask you guys anything.
Isaac,
I keep getting feedback that I neglect the chat, and I don't have the chat.
You do.
So you guys got to help me out here.
Jack, let's open up a little Q&A with Isaac. If anyone's got some questions for Isaac, let's fire away. It is power hour. Jack is driving, so we got to clear it with Jack the driver, but I think he'll be okay with it. We can do a little Q&A here, Jack.
Okay. Yeah,
Dakota feels neglected.
1 second. So yeah, we're about 3 minutes away from getting some liquidity. Isaac, you only trade ES?
Yes, sir. If I can chime in on that a little bit. So if you trade for a big institutional firm or a bank, and like you get interviewed, right? You apply, you get hired. You come on, either hired on or you get trained on typically being a trader in one instrument or market. So like kind of food for thought, right? These people, and again, nothing against any of you guys who trade multiple products or all that, but when you think about like high level pros, when people ask me like, what do I do outside of my other businesses? I tell them I'm an S&P futures trader. I don't say futures trader. I don't say day trader. I'm very clear on I am an S&P ES futures trader, and I trade for the number one prop firm in the country based out of Chicago. That's how I typically explain that or introduce that. So yes, I only trade ES for that reason. It's what I did dabble in the other ones early on in my, I won't even call it career, when I was starting out, and then eventually my mentor and I both decided on committing to refining and developing the system specifically for ES. So that's the long form version of that answer. Oh, is MP going to be making a
you saw that. We're supposed to surprise you. We're going to surprise you. Here he comes.
I also got
Captain
short
Comeback.
Right there.
You get short,
This
Jack?
makes up for me not getting a chance to meet up with him in Boca. So this definitely makes up for that. Kind of.
There he is. There he is. Is he in? You guys can't see him in the green room. He's in the green room, right?
Now we just see his smile. Let me take a screenshot of.
Look at ear to ear. Just ear to ear grin.
Send that to the producer.
Andre, we're making a move to my limit.
Oh, here's the pullback. Yeah, here's that pullback. All right, I'll buy two.
I mean, it's nothing big, but it can happen. It's nothing big, but it
I
might
bought two.
happen.
I brought my stop
already
to
in.
break
You're
even.
front running me. You're front running me, man. You're leaning on.
I don't know that I'm
level?
front running you. This is my trade. I ain't front running shit. This is my trade.
Hold on. What trade is Isaac throwing out there?
Whoa.
No.
Whoa.
MP,
Look
Nebraska. This is on the practice account, so don't go crazy with the master account today. Unless you want to throw a little something on. I
might throw a little something. I already locked my personal up, $500. The house account was down 90.
In fast markets, you locked it down.
Yeah, I locked it up. Yeah, locked it in.
We're still working on the term verbiage on this one.
Well, we can call it whatever. And then the house account got a little smoked on that one. It was down 9,800, but I moved it to 6,500. So if my screen share, that was me personally moving it. But I shouldn't be trading
not in the master account.
Yeah.
I shouldn't.
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a fancy glass. I'll be right back. By the way, I took up that trade. I'm up 260. Ring a dang.
Nice, Jack.
Woo, Jack. Nice. Okay, what are we looking at right now?
Give me some levels. Here he is, everybody. Back-to-back power hour days. We got the man.
This would be a house account play that I would just look into. Not saying I'm taking anything because I've already put about 3,000 back into the account, and I shouldn't be trading it at all, unless there's a live funded trader guiding it, a weekly kickoff level guiding it, chat room helping out.
Okay, so I have a long play on. I have a limit order at 51.80 half. It is counter trend to the day and kind of like for the week in a sense. So this would be a position that you'd be looking to take either 50 to 70% smaller than your normal size, right? So on this practice account, and you can see we're making another attempt to get down to that level. It is, hold on, let me find price in the DOM. Where we at? Because this is, I don't have
51, okay, 83 half.
Okay, yeah, so we're getting there. We're about 3.5 points away, 3 points away. And I'm looking to take
from your break even
under that. Well, no, that's my limit order to get in. Right, I have a
so you're not long. You're not long.
I have a long play. I'm not live in a long. So yeah, I have a setup. My limit order's there. My target and my stop are already set up. We're making a move. We're making an attempt to get to my limit order, and I'm looking to get out with a profit just under that big round 5,200 even at 51.98. So yeah, let's see if we can get it. Yeah, I mean that's not too big. That's barely 20 points.
Tox been crushing it lately.
Barely 20 points.
That's true.
Big tick energy. If it's not 10 points or more, I'm not even looking at it.
How you like that, Michael?
I mean, I like it.
All right, MP, look what I got here. Look what I got.
What you got, Jack?
We got a flute for the cherry coke.
Oh, Jack.
Baby.
That's the old Topstep class.
It's
the
5
old
o'clock
Topstep
somewhere.
class from back in the day.
Cheers,
well,
Jack.
5 o'clock
Cheers,
somewhere.
Jack.
So here's what I got.
Oh, nice.
Is I'm gonna MP. This is gonna hurt you, but I'm gonna take the Topstep flute. I'm gonna pour this cherry Coke Zero into it, and hopefully not. Oh, it's the finest nectar. There it is. Okay. Cheers, Isaac.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Hey, cheers. Yeah, cheers.
There we go. Boom.
Okay.
Guess who's at Snowmass right now,
82s.
Michael? Guess who's at Snowmass right now? Skiing.
Who's that Snowman? Oh,
Anyways, yeah, we're 16,000 in the ES Delta right now. So
negative Delta, and we're still
negative 16,000. We are not selling.
And we made an attempt. We got within 2 points of my entry, and not catching a bid or anything like that. I get so like annoyed sometimes when people are just like, "Oh, we're selling off or we're flushing," and it's like a 5-point move in the ES. It's like, no, like a sell off or a flush or like a rally or a breakout or catching a bid. Like for me, is anything in excess of like 8 to 10 points. Right? Once you've hit that mark and we're continuing, that's like a real move. Everything else is just oscillation, right? It's like palpitations in the lifeblood of the market. And again, now we're back down to that 82.5. So we're getting within 2 points, and this could be one of those scenarios where we can come within 3 ticks, and then my move plays out, and I just never got into the trade. However, I'd rather miss out on a trade, even if it would have worked out, than get into it and it not work against me. It's about sticking to your rules, sticking to your plan, and in this case, my plan, one of those things is let the market come to you. No FOMO.
Let the race come to you, Junior. It's what the old man used to always say to me.
Hey, Isaac, Eddie called it, Isaac, when you said that, it drives you nuts when people say we're catching a bid or we're selling off. That's me. I'm totally guilty of it. When you're doing a television show and nothing's been moving for like a half hour and we rally like two handles, I got to, man. But yes, yeah, Andre, we were selling off. I'm getting called out in the chat right now. I'm getting called out in the chat so bad. I do it. I'm totally guilty of it. I admit it. Yeah. But when you're doing a TV show, man, you got to drive excitement because these markets are exciting. But yes. Yeah. Isaac is right. A 5-point move, 8 nothing. All right, here comes the bid. Let's squeeze these guys.
Squeeze. We're catching a bid, Andre.
Yes. Isaac was calling me off. You're totally right. But when you're doing the TV show, you got to kind of gin it up a little bit, if you know what I'm saying.
No, you don't, Andre. What are you, Fox News?
Shit. Don't be careful. You're not doing that. No. Look, I'll get called out in the chat.
I'm just saying, it's just there's an entertainment aspect, and it's not even that big of a deal, a sell-off. Just saying, I don't know. It's kind of nitpicky.
What do you call it? What would you call it? What would you call it?
The market's starting to show some weakness. The market's
a good one. I don't know. That's as good as
you've been thinking that since you were a little patak.
I know.
The market's showing some weakness. The market's
actually, I've been thinking doomsday and always being like, if it happens, man, I can survive that. I'm one of the guys that I can make. So, yeah, Jack, you're right.
Just having fun, but yes, I'll continue to that. Yes, I do get a little dramatic when it comes to market moves, but the shit's exciting to me, man. So yes, a 5-point move, it is catching a bid, in some extent. But yes, I know what you're saying, Isaac. We're looking for real moves. I'm looking for a short squeeze here, and I'm talking. We need a big squeeze.
What's up, Michael? There's nothing wrong with saying we're selling off. Okay, we did. We just sold off.
No, we're showing some weakness, Michael.
Yeah.
What did I miss when I was gone for 2 minutes?
Power hour segment. We haven't gone anywhere.
Isaac's like, I can't stand when people come on and say we're selling off or catching a bid, and we're up like up or down 2 handles, and I do it all the time.
Yeah, Jack, put the disclaimer in there. The thoughts and opinions of our guest are theirs only. Thanks, Isaac.
James, you got it?
All right. So I'm going to stop.
There you go.
Oh, look at this. Let's
go.
This is the
wrong one. Of all that's holy.
Wrong one. That's the wrong one. There we go. There you go. Now you don't have to say anything, Andre.
On another note, Nebraska. How do you like your time in Boca Raton?
I don't know. It's pretty good. I think the humidity in.
I mean, you were working.
Humidity in Florida. I mean, it gets me a little bit.
Just hits different.
I know.
Compared to Chicago and Snowmass, like even me, I've been here for a while, and I had to take my suit jacket off, and I'm indoors with air conditioning.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to start busting the tie and the suspenders off too. It's hot out here today.
Keep going, my friend.
I was ready.
Hey, power hour. Hey.
Ooh, I wanted to go out there, and I saw you were with Danny Hodgman, who I've never met and I've had very little screen time with, at least since he's been in a different role with Topstep over the years. So it would have been really cool to link up. But I know you guys will make your way down to Florida again. I know Hoagland vacation is not too far from where I live, actually. Anne Marie doesn't live too far. But if not, we'll catch each other in Vegas in June. So.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was jammed all day, and then there were some big players that we wanted to talk to, and we did. Our boy, he's cool. Terry Duffy over at CME. Met him.
Yep.
That's cool. He just got back to me about 15 minutes ago. He's open.
Right.
He's down. He's excited. He's like, let's grab coffee. I'm like, let's do lunch. You try to go all in, and he's like, how about we do coffee? I don't know if we can fit in lunch. I'm like, okay. I'm
Andre, we're selling off. We're selling off, Andre.
Market's crashing.
All right, so 80s.
Market's crashing. Market's crashing, Jack. Market's crashing. I'm long too. I'm gonna buy another. Oh shit.
Guys, did we hit my level and not fill? We hit my level and didn't fill. Here we go.
You're about to get.
I'm in, right. Guys. I got the notifications. I bought, so I'm in, and I'm already up $112. Let's go. We're gonna trade guys for Power Hour.
House account is long, 4 lots so far, and
long 4 too.
Working 1.
You're long 4 lots.
So
I don't want. It's 1:40 in the afternoon. 1:40 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
4 lots. I mean, I'm working 5. I'm working another one, Jack. So I got another one coming.
Okay.
So you look at my chart. I kind of got my cursor, right? My crosshairs here. So really the level that I would be looking at where this is either going to fully work in our favor or we could end up getting stopped out on a trail with a small profit, 51.90 half. You could see we made an attempt there, failed, grinded, right? Hit this moving average, hit the moving average again. We did just close under it. We filled my order, right? But we came up to that level a second time. So basically, like I've told Andre and other people in the chat before, that basically 51.90 half is that level that we're really going to look at. If we can get there and it fails as resistance, we could see a run up closer to that target of 51.98 and above. However, if we make an attempt up there and it passes as resistance, then it's going to go ahead and I think make an attempt to try to retest that session low, possibly even extend it. But we got 20 more minutes left of the trading day, the trading week. And considering it's triple witching, I'm surprised that there's not a little bit more excitement in the markets at this point. But you know that the market likes to surprise us, so we could get something really nice in the next 20 minutes. So we'll see.
All right, now I'm filled. I'm long 5
4
now.
ES in the house account. What are you trading in the house account?
House account long from 51.81, 5 lots on average.
51.81. Okay, so you're a little bit here. My stop is at 51.73.75.
51.
I'm
sitting
sitting
see how
right
now we're grinding at my entry. We're not really getting anywhere, but it's all right. As soon as we start getting some liquidity injections and some people decide to close out their positions for the week on like the institutional levels, we're going to see a move to either direction. Like Hoagland says, very, very insightful. He can always promise you the market's either going to go up or down.
That's right. Here, well, that's the good stuff you get at TopstepTV.
Someone asked, is Mike paper trading again? He is not paper trading. He's trading with the house money. That's the real heavy stuff.
That's
the big stuff. That's the big boy.
Just a 5 lot. Normally, Isaac, if this was earlier in the week and all that kind of stuff, but it's towards the end of the day or week and day, and that account was at 9,800 down. It's at 6,500 down. 2 trades that were bad entries, great trades. Actually, one was a great trade that I would have never got back in. Yeah,
we're catching a bid, Andre. We're catching a bid.
Yes, what do you call it? What do you call it? I don't know. What do you call it? It's when I was clerking in the pit, we call it catching a bid. I don't.
We call it catching a bid.
Buyer stepping in. I don't know what to call it.
But it looks buyers are stepping in. The bulls are taking over.
The bulls
hope that the Bears don't come and grab the bulls by the horn, right? We don't want their
hello.
Well, it's not always, Isaac. It's not always. Bulls are coming in. It could be shorts starting to put bids in. Therefore, it's catching a bid. Huh?
I don't want to put water on anyone. We're coming into the weekend.
Yes, we're coming into the weekend. And
8 minutes.
So anybody who follows me, anybody who has for a while, I got 5 of the traders that are part of my trading team here with me right now. They know that our time to trade is 10 a.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. Eastern. It's a 2-hour window of time. I usually let the market digest for 15 to 30 minutes before putting on positions. I didn't today, and look what happened. 2 losers, back-to-back, gave back $2,000 worth of the almost 10 grand that I had made this week. So, you know, I'm walking away with just around 7,000 for the week. Obviously, still a great week. I'm not complaining about it. I'm not complaining about the loss today. However, if I had waited, now the one good thing that I did do was I only put on 2 contracts because of triple witching and because I wanted to preserve some of that capital that I made throughout the week. But under normal circumstances, this isn't the window of time that I trade. You know what I mean? I'd much rather be on a boat or at the beach.
All right.
Or
You Florida guys. Florida guys.
Right? Well, listen, you get on the slopes. You get on the slopes.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say, it's really no different than me. Good point.
That's a point.
You get the slopes, I get the waves. All right? Either way.
There you go. There you go. I was down there in Florida, and I noticed there's a lot of watches. Everybody has watches. And I was, yeah, you have one. I'm a watch guy. Yeah, to turn a profit, Jack, I know they probably go outside of Florida as well, but yes.
Well, you were basically, you know, the Palm Beach area, kind of like the outskirts, like Boca. That's the wrong coast. I'm not a fan of the East Coast. I'm on the Gulf Coast, the West Coast.
Okay.
Southwest Florida, West Florida. That's where it's at. Greater Tampa Bay, Naples. You know, outside of Miami. Michael. You know, you don't want to be in Orlando. You don't want to be Jacksonville. But he was at work. It was a conference, and not for nothing.
Okay,
that's where all the billionaires are. That's where all the billionaires
are. There was 5 or 6 billionaires in I shook Don Wilson's hand, made some stupid pitch to him. I felt like a fool, and he's like,
"What'd you say?" He shook his hand. Did it go like cha-ching? Cha-ching?
No, I met him. I go, hey, Don. I go, Don, a Chicago guy. Met you in your office one time with Jeff, and of course he didn't know. And I'm just not memorable. That was kind of it. I'm like, hey, you know, we're doing this and that. And he's like, how's it going? I go, pretty good. He's like, okay.
Yeah. God. He's not a person of many words.
Big money. There we go. We're back in the money. You guys are going to be live here in a second.
Okay.
Who said 100 ticks? The yapping doesn't end. 100 ticks. We're back.
The yapping doesn't end.
The yapping is
we're
back.
We're going to get back in the stream live, and we're catching a bid here in the yes.
And the freeze is over.
All right, we're back. Hold on. I got to text Danny Trades to tell him to reach out to Pelosi and get us something here in the markets.
Where's Danny Trades been, Isaac?
I don't know. We don't actually, him and I don't really talk. We follow each other on Instagram, but we don't communicate. We got different strategies, different styles, different communities. Right. But, you know, I just try to support the real ones. Right. The people that are legitimately making money, trading real accounts, putting quality content out there. There's this much good stuff out there as it pertains to trading, education, strategies, communities, etc. There's this much of it. There's 50 times that absolute garbage out there. You know, I'm not a social media influencer, never wanted to be, never cared to be. I don't really support them too much. But I feel like I have almost like a fiduciary responsibility to like at least share with people when, you know, they want to know something and they're asking questions, to give them legitimate information. I'm never going to BS someone and tell them something that I don't know with absolute certainty, but I'll go and find out for myself and then relay the information. So when you've got people like, again, one of my very recent role models, Anne-Marie, you know, Hogue, Peter Tuchman, you know, RIPS has grown immensely in recent months, right? In his trading career and his community and stuff like that. So you got to support that stuff, you know, and they give me support as well. And I'm just glad we're all doing it on the right platform. We're here at Topstep where we need to be doing things like this.
And we're holding each other accountable, because I think that's also a big piece of this. Because I'll ask him like, okay, RIPS, what account is that? Like, oh, I'm going to ask you always what account of that, and blah, blah, blah. So it's just, and then you can ask me. And it's all like all that. That's important to me, because there's also like what people are sharing. But there's also like, do you, how much of the picture are you seeing? So,
yeah.
And I think as much as the pictures can, it'd be great. Yeah.
You said you're at 81, right? 51, 81-ish is your entry?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys got my screen still. No?
You bought the spoos?
I can't really see it. Like, I don't have the stream playing for like bandwidth and stuff, so I don't get chat. I don't see what we look like. I'm just in the green room.
You know how you
look. What I was
going
to say is that
Isaac, you know exactly how you look.
You know how you look. I know how you look. That's beautiful.
Here we go. If we can get over 51.85 Nebraska, if we can get over 51.85 by like at least 2 points, right? 8 ticks, I would want you. I don't know if I can call trade management out on the master account, but once we get over 51.85 by 2 points, so at least 51.87, I would take that and trail that stop up to 51.85 even and lock in some gains, because we are going to get liquidity flushes. We don't, you know, one of my biggest rules on my free trading guide, which is available, you know, on my Discord community, anybody, whether you're on the subscription or on the masterclass, everyone gets access to my free trading guide. I had it through Instagram, but just Instagram's a bad platform to like have a lot of things, right?
Hold on. Isaac, hold on. What are you saying? Because I'm at 8. I'm long 81s. You guys see it on the screen.
I'm long 83.
And so we're at 84. We're at 84 now. So what I was going to say is that if we get over 85 by at least 2 points, which we're getting there. So once we're basically at 51.87, I would move. Sorry, handles. I would move the stop to 51.85 to eliminate risk from the trade. That way, your only outcomes is walk away with a small profit at 51.85, or a larger profit closer to our target. Okay. We want to eliminate risk. That's one of the cardinal rules. I have it in all caps on my trading guide. Eliminate risk from the trade. All risk. Eliminate, not reduce. Eliminate all risk from the trade as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Now, look, we got basically to 51.85, and what happened? We're right back at your entry and at my entry. So, you know, had we gotten another 2 points out of that, we would have trailed to 51.85, and we wouldn't have gotten bit by this sell-off or this flush, like Andre likes to say, back to our entry. So, but we still got 10 minutes. We still got 10 minutes. So we might get another opportunity.
Yeah, we do.
This is something where you're going to want to lock that stop in with money in the green, you know, and okay, if it stops you out on the trail and then makes its way to its target, it is what it is, but at least you didn't take a loss. So that's what that's what I'm going to look to do in this practice account. I'm going to do the exact same thing on this practice account. I'm treating it like real money.
Got it. Okay, cool.
MOC imbalance, 4.2 billion sell side. 4.2 billion sell side.
I'm short again from right here, trying to see if I can grab that. There's a lot of liquidity down around. Hey, no hot water. It's one lot.
S&P or NQ, Jack?
S&P.
Dog. Dirty dog.
So you're fading NP and me.
Hoping
listen,
some more.
This is going to make your stuff pan out.
100%. He's doing us a solid. Is what
doing
he's
you a favor.
We used to always say that in the pit. If somebody's like long, got short, and we're like, "I'll get long. I'll help you out," because because if they're having a bad day or something.
Oh yeah.
For the people watching the stream right now, this is something that I'm struggling with because I'm in a practice account. I'm not getting full market data. I don't have deeper depth of market here, so I just see one price both on the bid and the offer side. Values on either side. So that's something that I would also do to manage my trade, like intra-trade, is pay attention to large orders where the liquidity is sitting. So that's one thing right now in a practice account. So anybody who's in a combine or an XFA, if you have the financial means, I'm not selling anything for Topstep. I don't get kickbacks or residuals. If you're treating this as a business, you're taking it serious. If you have the financial means, pay for the upgraded data. Learning how to read price action, order flow. Like you got to have it. You have to have it. That's like having a car without tires or a car without gas. You just literally can't do it. You could try. You're not going to get very far. So if you don't have it, pay for the market data. If I'm not mistaken, on Topstep X, it's included, right? On all levels or only in the funded level?
$39.
Andre used to have a car that
you make that up in one trade.
Michael has a joke to tell real quick. Go on, Michael.
No. Lost my moment. Lost my moment in time.
Yeah. All good, Eddie. I got it. Thank you. Appreciate it, Eddie. Okay, so this squeeze didn't really take place, guys. We got about 6 minutes left here, and
what's negative delta looking like?
18,000. Just 18,000, just chilling.
18,000, and we're not moving in either direction.
Tick, 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 right? They got to start feeling the heat, man. Come on. There we go. Come on.
DA, if you're a beginner, I don't know if you need to get out of the gate. Just get level 1 data. Get comfortable getting in, getting out. Level 2 data is when you get the depth of the market. You start to take your trading to a new level. Again, I mean, like, there's levels of basically getting comfortable, onboarding yourself into the platform, into the markets, and then starting to take those crawl, walk type of thing. And it takes some time. So
I see what you see, Jack. I see all that liquidity you're talking about, Jack.
Where's it at? What level, guys? Because I don't know.
Started at 75s all the way down to 73, all the way down to 70.
What are we looking size-wise? What is that?
500. We're talking 3,000.
Oh, it's a block. It's a liquidity.
Amongst spread over those different prices.
So for the beginners, right, when you see a large order you can lean on, right? We've talked about this in many segments on TopstepTV, but for people who haven't heard it, right, you see 400 or 500 orders like on one level, or like 1,000 orders on one level. That's liquidity on a level, right? But when you start seeing, 400, like stacked, within like 7 ticks, 9 ticks, that's a liquidity block. So it's something to pay attention to. It's an area you can target and you can lean on the trade, which that's something that MP taught me a couple weeks back on fast markets, leaning on those orders. Right? Or you can set, and use them as targets depending on what position you're in. So a little nugget or a gem for those who don't know why we're looking at liquidity.
Yes. And really quick, while we have a pause, 2 things to show real quick before the final sprint. I believe we have a picture. Oh, wait, ripping a little bit.
I don't know, Jack.
We got a picture of Mick mailing a cigar, I believe, to you. So it is in the mail.
There it is.
Ooh,
nice.
Tuchman day trade. Let's go. Thank you, Mick. If you're in the stream, in the chat, thank you so much. That means a lot. I've had the banker, but I've never had the day trader. I didn't even know existed. So I'm looking forward to that smoke.
Right when Mick sent that to me, we were at Caesars. I was talking to Caesar, and he's like, "Yeah, we get these things flown in."
Wow.
It's stupid. That's a stupid joke.
That was a good one. That was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Hope kept saying it. He's like, "Where does Caesar live?" And I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "How do we get these made? How do we get these?"
To Nebraska's.
Yeah, no. I had it was nice, but okay. A black box of cigars with Topstep on the top, and then you open it up, and then you get this Topstep 5. The payout club, the little. It is kind of like a Caesar type. You guys have seen it.
The crest around it or whatever.
Yeah. It has the not the.
I don't know.
It has like the leaves.
Olive branches.
Yeah. Olive branches around it. There we go.
Well,
I love my 5K hat. I just want to know what happens beyond 50K. Yeah, beyond 50K, beyond 100K. I'm looking forward.
Yeah, this would be for a high. This would be for a higher tier. I'm still on this trade, guys.
Me too.
Still on this trade.
I am too. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left, and absolutely nothing's happening. Really, the biggest move we saw was just before the open and at the open. That's where a lot of money was to be made. But for the scalpers, right, or the people looking for the smaller moves, there were some opportunities here and there, but nothing really exciting. A little lackluster.
So you're a cigar guy, because we got some people going, why are you smoking a cigar? And I would say it's Friday. It's 5 minutes before the market closes. Why would you not
smoke a cigar? Because he wants to smoke a cigar.
There you go.
That's because
he wants to.
We're almost every day. I smoke almost every day. Almost one cigar a day. It's my only vice, okay? I don't gamble. I don't go to unique clubs. I don't do any hard substances or any. So cigars, and you don't inhale, right? So my lungs, I don't vape. I don't smoke. I've never smoked a cigarette before in my life.
Really? Nice.
But I do. I smoke a cigar almost every day. There's days that I don't. And then there's
give me your favorite cigar.
I go through 3 or 4. Favorite cigar. Cuban is the Montecristo No. 2 Habana. My number 1 non-Cuban cigar, though, like New World cigars, because here in the States, we can't really get those Cubans. The Arturo Fuente Don Carlos Reserva, or Reserva Don Carlos. That is my number 1. If I can only smoke one cigar non-Cuban for the rest of my life, it's that cigar. I'll probably be smoking one. Today I might smoke something a little bit higher tier, like Opus X or Plasencia or something. But yeah, the Don Carlos by Arturo Fuente. They're based out of Tampa in the Dominican Republic. Real cool guys. We follow each other on social media.
Nice.
Yeah, that's my favorite cigar.
Beautiful.
Real quick before close, we should show the quiz winners. It's coming for that liquidity.
Let's
it's coming.
do it.
Yes, it is, Jack. That's what we got here. Jack's Only Fan. Hello.
We won't show it for long. Jack's Only Fan won today. Not Jack's
that
Only
name.
Fans, which definitely doesn't exist. Yeah, we'll take this down pretty soon. You can rewind and see it.
Thank you, Jack.
Tick, tick,
Good job,
boom.
everyone.
Isaac, I won't want to hold this. I won't want to hold this into the cash close.
No, you can close out.
Yeah, that was
you
a
can
loser.
close out.
Well.
Or tighten up that stop a little bit. I'm down 225 on it. I tried to trail up to 51.84, but it didn't happen. So in this practice account, I will let it go a little bit closer. If we can get over 51.80, I'll just trail the stop there and call it 150 bucks.
Look at all these buyers come in. Come on, close these shorts.
But
push this shit.
But I will say, anybody who wants to follow me on Instagram, I'm going to give away 10 free one-on-ones again. I did 9 out of the 10 that I gave away last time. 2 of them I couldn't do because of language barriers. I had somebody that spoke French Creole in Haiti and someone else out of Italy that she barely spoke any English. So I sent them Amazon gift cards, just as a sorry I can't help you out, but even though you want
push.
Here we go.
Push.
I got out at about scratch.
Yeah, that was a scratch for me too. I was taking a shit ton of heat on that thing.
I know.
And
that was a good one.
There we go. I got out too. I made 51. I made 150 bucks on the practice account on that one, trailing my
Our hour is
so better than a loss. Yes, it is.
All right, I'm done for the day.
Good job. Welcome back.
I'm done for the day. Isaac, you have a great weekend. Jack, have a great week. Everybody, James, Harden, have a great weekend. Andre,
still go hit the mountains. There's someone out there. There's people.
There's the 51.85 I needed, but
I know,
Andre,
man.
This is what it is.
Yeah.
We're catching a bid, Andre.
I know. We're catching a bid. All you ballers out there.
There it is.
There's your 85s. There's your 87s.
So.
Later, guys.
It was a fun time. Time flies when you're having fun. So thank you guys for having me on, and I look forward to the next one.
We'll see you guys.
Absolutely.